I make them fear me. You little bitch, nigga, do you hear me? For this bitch, nigga, do you hear me? Nah, I got my belt, niggas can't get near me. But your ass when we step in the ring. Match look good while I'm doing my thing. Feeling like clay, I need a ring. Show up every day, I got like, bitch, get out your feelings. Like, Leon, I heard you was lying. Kicking a bum, you better not try it. I be that new nigga ass without trying. I be this, that's so bad, he's crying. Like, nigga better stop crying. Copping my brother, I know he on time. This bitch where my waist right there, I be shining. Like, you see a girl on my waist. These new niggas better get out the way. Like, I'ma just find where he stay. Better go on mute before I kick off his face. I ain't gonna lie, I'm super fan made. Niggas be talking and judging their face. We see my homie ain't judging no face. Work shit, show up every day. Every shot I be making it lit. Kick off his head if he talking shit. No shit, bum, bitch. They can't win a match, so why they talking shit? Nigga a loser, get off my dick. Nigga, get off my dick. Nigga a loser, get off my dick. Kick it, stop making trash ass fit. Oh, he want a problem? Like, I bet I got me a fit. They down my name, but nigga, I'm a tip. They be down my body until they get kicked. Don, tell you new niggas to chill. Like, they don't not know it get real. Got hit with a scoop, get out the field. Bro, this nigga ass was talking no real. Like, what? Nigga got put on the list like 4 times, but he still be talking shit. You listens, get off your knees. I already told you stop sucking that dick. No diddy. These niggas hate no donkey, you litty. You W-way, you ran the city. We reppin' the brains, you know it get go.
What it done?
Yo, what's good? What's good? Ugh, I'm fucking tongue tied already. What's good? It's your boy Old Buddy Don checking in for the fucking test tournament for today. And today, as fucking usual, like last season, this shit is gonna be nothing but good shit today. So today is nothing is gonna count. I just want y'all to know nothing is going to count towards y'all records, okay? So please, nobody get too emotional if y'all get y'all ass stomped the fuck out today. So it's just a test tournament, as I was quoting, and then after that, we're going to be having also a tag tournament as well. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and read off the first the brackets for the tournament, and then we'll go get straight into the shit. We got Wheezy going against Drop. We got Hoove going against Orion. We got B Dog going against me. We got ACG going against Dezo. We got Leon going against Brandon. And then we got Quaz going against Brady. We got Wooda going against Combo. We got Yuli going against World Star. And then we got 2 filler matches, which is going to be Henny versus Carlito, and then Trav versus Tech. But if anybody can't show up from that, Lou is going to be taking the spot of that one. So, like I said, this is just a test. These characters aren't confirmed at all. Yes, have a good, fun day. The first match that we're going to be starting off is he want to be named something, but I just can't do that for right now. But you hear what he calling himself, the champion. He's going up against Drop. So let me get y'all set up. Y'all already know my invites don't work, so you know you got to join off my name. Unfortunately, it's still the same thing. But let me see. Make sure this shit right. Here we go.
Don, was they ever working, bro?
Nah, they never work. Not ever.
Whatever. I got you.
I got you. And just so we clarifying, the submission is on. So, you know, utilize that if you need to, please.
Like
and
your
thank you.
screwed, Drop.
He
That's what that sounds
tapped
like.
out and he didn't tap
He
out.
said ew.
Yeah.
Drop is screwed.
He said
Yeah.
ew.
So please use that as your advantage if you need to. Here go the first one. Yes, your
Talking
cat and
about
mouse.
some
I'm
Yep.
not even older.
And the match is ready for y'all. Y'all can both join up in here now.
Man, Jesus. Stupid ass AI. Come on, man. Which one is it with the fin?
And let me tell y'all, bro, I don't know how y'all been progressing in that island, but I'm owning that shit right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there. I don't mean to toot my own horn or nothing, but I'm actually owning that shit. And I will show y'all after everything, but I'm already a silver 3 to be exact.
I was about we stream that much. Yeah.
Stream what match?
Um,
Oh yeah, go ahead and pick your
Stream that
sides.
early. Yeah.
Yeah, asshole. Why they put me back over here? Hold on.
No way.
Okay, why is it?
My
What?
phone is up.
Do y'all see that? Hold on, look. Every time I
Yeah.
reset, pick y'all
I'm
y'all
stuck.
places.
It wants me to invite someone else.
Oh, let me get on that
Alright.
Switch.
You can't go on your side.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it won't let me pick where.
Cause look, every time I go like over here, it's keep putting me in
Yeah.
first.
I'm back out.
Every time I try and put myself on,
I'm just
camera,
gonna make a
it's one
triple
back
threat
out.
match. I'm just gonna make a triple threat match. I'm just gonna do it like that.
that works.
Just know, don't use a weapon, please and thank you. W.
Alright, don't use the paladin.
W.
Got it.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe.
He said
This is a
maybe.
year.
I might. Hey,
That's a year right there, though.
can't get to looking
Type
bad, Job.
shit,
I'm
bro.
gonna cluck you with a chef. I'm
Type
letting you know off
shit,
top.
my boy. Matter of fact,
No, that's
damn.
over a year now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
13.
bro.
That's a year and a month.
Powder in your face.
Hey, did you see my body,
That's what
bro?
I said,
Type
12.
shit though. Nah.
Like you, like chill.
But we still can knock the ref down and shit, though, right? And cluck a nigga with the shit, right? We still
Now,
distract
how
him,
about
huh?
you do a special guest referee, bro?
I ain't, bro. I'm telling you now. I'm finna be hitting this thing and not paying attention to
yo,
how heavy
Orion,
the shit is.
Orion,
You know how
I
it
think
be.
we need
Especially,
You know how
though,
it be.
man, if we testing shit out, you might
Yeah.
as well, shit.
Yeah,
I tell.
Orion,
I
we
do
might
the
need
next
you, bro.
match. I do the next
I
match.
mean,
How
you,
about that?
you could do it in the tag match.
Or
We
that?
could do
Tag
it in
match?
Yeah.
we could do it in a tournament, because you can be referees in more than just singles.
Yeah.
All right.
Does-
Now
does
y'all
the-
could. Now
is it
y'all
like
could
that for
join.
online as well?
Alright, I'm joining
I
now.
would
I
imagine.
believe so.
It should be.
I'd imagine.
I
yeah,
would
it should
imagine. Yeah, I
be.
would imagine. But again, I'm
test
still
it out.
hoping for at least one more update
Swear.
before I start really judging things. I'm waiting for one more type shit.
Get your ass.
Friday probably.
Type shit. And yeah, Weezy, you could join in too. Yeah, I'm hoping Friday we get the update.
Yeah,
Look at Don Lux. Don getting there. Oh shit.
Bro, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying, man.
You heard? Do I fight somebody, y'all? This Luke Kane.
What's good, bro?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah,
You
not
was our
yet.
replacement.
Ew, her
You was the
angle.
replacement though, so you might, not fight at all.
About to
Yeah,
cap
some-
out.
Well, he'll
Yeah,
fight.
yeah,
He'll
yeah.
fight.
Yeah,
He'll
you
fight.
mean-
No, he'll fight.
Good fight.
It just, yeah, he'll still fight.
Yeah.
What am I want to be? I want to get Eric Bischoff.
Oh yeah. If anything, did you react to the tag team thing, Luke?
I think he did.
I was about to say, I reacted whenever
Yeah.
it was just 6 people.
Yeah.
Oh, so you reacted
It
to
was
the
Will-
tag
it
team
was a-
probably.
It was a Will
No,
Smith,
I reacted
though.
to both of them.
Oh, you reacted to
Oh,
both
it
of
was a
them.
Will-
Alright, then
yeah,
then
he-
you will fight.
But
Then
he,
you will
he,
fight.
Okay.
he will. Yeah,
Yeah.
he will spun
Okay.
that shit though.
Okay.
What you?
Here
Hey,
we
what you
go.
thinking,
Extreme
uh,
rules
Wilder?
match time. No disqualification.
All right. I
No
see
knockout.
Peculiar
Here we
going
go.
with old reliable. He said, "I'm not
Extreme
switching up
rules if
shit."
you wanna get in on
Let's
the
go.
conversation.
Still got the high. So this one still do got it right here. It was confirmed. This one got it.
Oh, they put the bear hug on the regular one as well. I mean, on the Hollywood one.
I believe. Well, I don't know. I'm talking about the high knee. Talking about the high knee.
Getting back to his feet.
Oh, he been at it.
Might want to reconsider.
Yeah, no, I'm never changing. Look, I was going on.
Do he got the bear hug on? Do he got the bear hug on?
No.
Nah, he on the
Okay,
regular
you say
one.
don't, you don't.
Man, drop. Why would you
It's
not
a-
use the regular one?
Here.
Hey, so do I step in for World Star
Not the prettiest
since
thing
he
you'll
can't
ever
wrestle?
see, but it sure looks
He already
effective
said he
from here.
couldn't.
It says at Yulee, you can advance.
Lots of counters from each athlete.
Issue is I'm fighting
And-
Weezy. He knows everything.
and-
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can sub in for him. Yeah, you can sub in for him. Yeah, you can most definitely
And
sub
I
in.
want to take his wrestle.
Oh wow.
You said Jacob. Yeah, you can have him. Yeah, hell yeah, you can have him.
Wait.
Take 'em.
Look where he said that.
Yeah. He said you can advance. I see it right there. It said 414. Yeah.
I'm blind.
Yeah, you got a spot. You got it.
Now that'll do some serious damage.
And I took, I switched it to what you call it.
Bet.
Grab by angle.
All right.
I got a button to save my life currently.
I honestly can't believe
He's working the shit out that damn stun.
Jacob Plateau and you
Just
let
in
the wrestler
hell.
thing, Luke.
balance. And Hogan falling victim to a slew of
Good shit, man.
big time
Good shit, man.
angle
Good
guys.
reverse.
You talking about the picture?
There you go. Time to turn it around.
No, Jacob Plateau.
Hogan weathered the
Just
storm and wants
type
to
it
come
in.
out.
And he talking about the Pixie subs. You said what, bro?
Grabs the leg. Look at this. He just tossed the leg.
I thought I heard somebody call my name.
Thinking about finesse with that one.
Get on
He's only
my
thinking about
section, bro.
dominance. Nice amateur
Yo,
takedown.
Leon, let me know if that
All
comes
the way over.
Unless anybody needs any
The
warm
odds are
up.
certainly stacked against you in a triple threat match.
Shit,
What the
bro.
fuck, you niggas?
But not for the
Strategy is to do whatever you can to even
still
the
setting up
odds.
the tree. He said he ain't change. He said literally he's not changing up anything. New Year, same him.
It was not working. You get your ass.
Monkey flip.
Oh, monkey flip. That's scary looking. His
Yeah,
eyes
Kurt,
fixated
show
on
them
the
down.
opposition.
Easy Bible.
Should know he put this on everybody.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yo, why the fuck
For the
is
heavy.
Tremendous force.
Yo,
Why is Kurt have the knee? Why we already put down some people?
And he did this on the first album, I think. First album.
After a move like that.
Oh, there you go. Black Ref doing what Black Ref does. For this, oh, good reverse. I finna say. He's still fighting through with it. I like it.
Angle slam.
I like it.
Angle gets the better there.
Hey, who's fighting right now?
Right now, it's Wheezy and Peculiar.
Slice bread, but a counter power slam.
Oh, you need a warm-up match, bro?
He there, you weirdo.
Scattered.
Hey,
This
6
is
6
everybody.
out to everybody. Oh, I'm about to join.
That's X.
Stop in the leg.
That's a hell of a too.
He answers right
They
back.
will.
I'm out to test that because my time's
This
done.
is where it could
Who the
all
fuck is
end
Shaggy
for
Dog?
You would be the
This is a good way to do it.
He better step
Shaggy
up
Dog
and
is
make
Carlito, I
Carlito
believe.
Jr.
Yeah, that's
Gets
Carlito.
foiled.
Alright, what are we just waiting for you, bro?
So you might as well.
Things turn
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the time to do all
Might as well
that
be.
shit.
It's the time to do it, B-Dog.
Them
Ref
to do
better
what?
move. Thank you.
now propped up in the corner.
The reverse.
Instead,
For
big reversal from the Hulkster.
the big boot.
Hollywood Hogan looking for
And he's qualified already. And the same thing applies, y'all, for the super fan. One Sig, one fan is carrying over.
And Saul was coming there. High level ability being shown with each of these counters.
I see what you got. I know this stuff, nigga. I don't know what his is. Like, I forgot to do that now. I think it's on the ground. I think it's on the ground.
He's
I think
from
that
across
was
the
the
ring.
God, that hurt. I
don't think that's
He's zoning in. Has something big
Yeah,
in
he's
store.
none of them.
Keeping that stun bar.
Getting out of
Oh, got out the way. Good shit. Good shit. Got the fucking way. The match could have possibly almost been over already. And he don't got Rezil either.
Oh, he already popped this shit.
No, he ain't popping yet. He just didn't. He didn't have
Was
the bar yet.
That was gone for a minute, and he popped. We was for the same.
Yo, he beating a woman. Yo, chill.
the back in good standards now though. There you go. I rake it. There you go. Work. Work.
What do you put that?
Yeah, got one in the chamber.
Loving blows. The advantage is turned towards Hollywood. And Kurt Angle's run into a rope.
But I rake it again and going for the steal. He trying to take him out to his own move. Do you know how to do it though?
Shit.
Oh, they show it. They show it to me too here. Okay, bet.
But to no avail.
Can't see a lot
Will the pain be too much? Will he
Oh, hold on.
submit?
He's catching.
So
He's
is this actually
boosting.
random or still same order?
What? Oh,
Chamber,
my
same
bad.
order.
They
Same order.
fight.
Oh
They
shit.
fight.
Yo, is he?
Look at them fight.
Is he gonna tap him? Is he gonna tap him? Is he gonna tap him? Is he gonna? He's Rezil. He's the Rezil. He got the Rezil. Yeah, that's Rezil.
Just to break the hold.
Ain't no way.
Good shit, man.
You beat him, bro.
Damn.
I mean,
Like,
Oh, yes, he did put him on the
There you
list
go.
before
It's the
the
list,
league
yeah,
started.
Rizzo.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nah,
Weezy,
man,
bro.
I'm weak, bro.
I had no idea what I was doing till
Oh, Weezy, bro.
You know what he going for? You don't got one. You don't got one. Go, go, go. You don't have one.
You done got it,
Hold
bro.
on, hold on. So the first preseason one is going to Weezy. Okay, but yes, go. He said, "Where's my Sid get?" He said, "Where my Sid get?" He said, "Where my Sid get?"
Where the hell was I supposed to be?
You didn't have one.
Fire women.
Didn't have the
What
ball.
the hell?
Maneuvers out of the way.
Oh man.
Big boot. Oh shit. Is he going for the? Is he going for the big? Big.
You don't get that.
Oh shit. Is it over? Is it over? Ref, count that shit. For the 1, 2, and the late kick out for the Kurt Angle. He still got some more fight in him. He still got a little bit more fight in him. Come on, Peculiar.
Beat them first match right there.
Make me proud, bro.
Good shit.
Hogan's got to be looking deep in himself, asking what
much better
will
match
it
than her.
take?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
It's just this Kurt, nigga.
It's a sweet super Star Wars games. Okay, that ain't so bad.
It could be down to the last move, pretty much. Oh, he went for it again, and he don't got Rezeal in the chamber. Is it over for Hulk Hogan?
Oh wow, yeah, that's the G.
You said that's the G's. He's fighting right now. Hold on, is he gonna? No, he's. Hold on, is he gonna get?
Yeah,
He's fighting for his life, and the match is.
That's it, bro.
The match is over, and Kurt Angle advances to the next round off the ankle lock. You got to keep something in that chamber, man. You got to keep it in the chamber, bro.
Damn, dude.
You do well.
Take that.
You did well.
Every other time I was getting away from it.
The good of the to make the first of the match look good. 5-star reason.
That what you was doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm going with, y'all.
I believe it.
All right. Next
Dude,
matchup.
I
Let me
thought
see
I
who's
tapped
here
him
real quick.
when I got him with the move thief. I thought it was
Nah,
over.
you
and
still
then
put him on the list, though.
Yeah, Rezeal
Yeah.
still.
Weezy, come on, teammate.
Man, look, bro, you see what it is out here, nigga. Shit, I got the dub.
Preseason list, first match of the game.
Never goes through.
You said submissions
That
are
eye
hella
rake into
whack.
that
Yeah,
shield
well,
kinda
this is the
nasty.
test for those. That's what we tested for. Let's see.
You know what you
Next
call that? Don?
match,
GG's or whatever. That's what you say.
Pretty much,
GG's
yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, GG's.
She said
Man,
Weezy is
you
terrible.
said it like you ain't want to play the game no
Yeah.
more, bro.
I got a trap phone. I got P's and M's and
What's
K's
this?
and O's.
Oh shit.
Alright, so who's
Ah,
the
fuck,
first
that was
You
just
said
team
Weezy is
in it?
terrible. Oh shit.
Okay, so the next matchup that I could have
That's some
is
hating
either
shit.
Woulda and Combo, me or B Dog.
You and
B-Dog
B-Dog.
is your person
Yeah,
here?
get you and B-Dog out here.
All right, B Dog, you ready?
If you need a special
Combo,
guest
you wanna go
referee,
next, bro?
I'm here. I can special guest ref. if
Combo, you
someone
wanna
out
go
there.
next?
Oh yeah, Don, make a
That's
special
my
guest.
job.
Bro. Try it out, bro.
You ain't got no backbone.
Why? So he ain't gonna tap him out for me? Probably gonna somebody go at the
Oh, you're
go
doing
and screw
B-Dog.
job my ass.
You're
Yes,
doing
me and
I
B
am an
Dog.
Yeah.
impartial referee. Hulk Hogan.
Mhm.
Hey,
never
Don, can I
done
be the
anything
referee,
wrong
bruh?
ever.
I don't need no
When
referee.
has
would
Hulk
you be
Hogan
a
ever
referee?
had
Man, keep
bias?
that
I don't
shit
need no
1v1
referee.
and keep it moving.
You don't
man.
need no
It's
referee.
still-
Yeah,
My
we don't
sauce
get
is
to
still
mess with it.
there.
Yeah, keep it
Oh,
moving.
Ryan, how did
I
I
didn't
get
fix
that?
it. What? What would I
How
can?
did I get a stumble when I reversed
Yo,
it, bro?
the
That's the
custom match
sauce.
selection
That's
is
the
way better
sauce.
this year.
Yeah, I know.
You did it last year. You can do it. You can do it last year with Muda too.
What the fuck, son? So you
Oh,
got
they
a stumble
still
right
got
there.
the-
Just do that
By
move
the way,
right there.
Don, Wood is confirmed. You can do it still.
With Muda.
They still got
With Muda,
that
yep,
shit
you
can
in
do
there,
it.
bruh.
My goodness.
Still got that shit in there, bruh.
Yeah. All right.
Got no
Leave her alone,
backbone.
bruh.
Dun 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 dun.
All right.
Dun,
Next,
dun,
B
dun,
Dog, join in,
And
brother.
go handle Raquel Rodriguez.
I'm always ready, bro.
League's dead. League's dead when they allowed submission.
But it used to be to tell them how it is.
Who did I
swear
pick
to
again? Bray
God.
Wyatt.
Yo,
Almost
Ryan,
fucking
bro.
forgot.
Watch out,
You
watch
got
out, watch
the
out.
stumble,
Who's
like, right
saying
after
that?
me,
People
bro. Do
complaining?
that shit.
Yeah,
Son,
people complaining about submission.
Who? Where
Ryan,
is
what's
it?
the-
In it-
Some
in
random
the
guy.
Twitch
Brother.
chat?
Ryan, where's you
Yeah.
going,
Guess
bro?
about
I
that.
might gotta be the Fiend.
Bro, come back.
Then you want
Oh,
to
yeah.
ask who
There we go.
won? Not
they're
you, 'cause you ain't even fighting. Nigga, weird.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like them submissions either, but hey, it's just a
Yeah,
test, bruh.
yeah, this is just a test at the end of it.
Come here. Come here.
It's not actually for anything. It's just for fun. So
Yeah, just
Yeah.
this little tournament ain't for nothing. Just
What
test
the-
shit out, test servers, test all this shit. And plus at the end of it, I don't even know who you are.
Who is this nigga?
Oh, he already got a
that's
custom
Isaac.
attire. Oh my
No,
god,
no, that's
dog.
Isaac. That's Brandon, brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
You always getting full. Now I don't know you, nigga.
All
Fucking arm, nigga. It's over with for you. I'm tired
Damn.
of
right,
shit.
B Dog.
Damn. Damn.
Oh shit, big ass Pepsi logo.
The sadistic,
He's
hypnotic,
over there
destructive
suffering. What the
fiend
fuck?
in action here
oh
tonight.
shit. Okay, now
Who knows
yeah.
if we'll see a match
Get the fuck out of my mouth.
I don't know how to do that.
I never did.
The BPG, the OG G4L.
Chill.
Hey, doing something right.
Hey, Weezy Word, when
Hey,
is Nick
keep
Gaming
tuning in.
show?
I need all you haters. Hey, hold on. Is my boy still with your shit, dog?
Yeah, it is. You know how you.
Hey,
I'm screaming.
all the haters in the chat, nigga, y'all keep tuning in out here. Nigga, hit that like and subscribe. Nigga, the follow. Nigga, we all on YouTube.
Oh, Donnie, want me to put this show on YouTube, bro?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm putting that
Nigga, show up to the YouTube and hate on me too, nigga.
He put these fucking shoes on Shawn Michaels. I just realized that shit.
Man, what does he got on? Oh my god, he got Nike. Oh wow, I didn't know this guy. Yeah.
Nike Dunks, bro. The HBK special.
Nike Dunks, bro.
Now that he's thinking about getting in his chat.
Oh, he's stealing your.
Yeah, nigga moved beat my ankle like I knew that was food. That's why I tried to hit his ass with it before.
You niggas fighting for no reason.
I didn't read it. I just happened.
Oh.
I didn't know it.
Well, doing a little bit too much for my liking.
GG's, bro.
Looks like weapons allowed them.
No.
Man, no weapons, B-Dog. Remember when you get DQ'd because of that last year, bro?
Yeah, he picked Shawn.
Talk about dismantling your opponent. These attacks are chipping away at him. Yeah, but he's not down yet. He counters with a great reversal. Opportunity now for the Fiend to capture some momentum. If the Fiend was looking for an opportunity to pull a 180, that could be it.
Boom.
Setting it up. Boom.
Fat lip bad boy.
Bam! On a table.
And Fiend falls to a counter. Hoisted up.
We gonna fight either who or Ryan. This is why
Yeah.
good as a
What do you think the
motherfucker.
Fiend has in store tonight? The Fiend is all about mind games and pain. Tearing his
You
opponent
throwing me
apart.
off right now.
Just get in the ring, god
That's what he needs to
damn.
do in this match.
Then look at him. Yep. Look at him happy as hell. Yeah, get the hell out.
Got it. His bar didn't go down.
What is you doing?
Yeah.
Put on by these competitors.
Go to hell.
No. Oh, okay.
Orion.
Setting it
I'm
up.
still
They were still doing the thing, but
Oh, so
not
scared.
match.
We haven't done a match yet for the tournament.
Yeah. This is second match right now. This is second one.
Match.
Who'd you pick, Orion?
A reversal. He saw that coming.
Unreliable right now. Unreliable.
Great Muda.
You know, yo.
Unreliable.
What's going on?
Doesn't mean he's going to be my pick though next week. Does not mean he's my pick next week.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I picked this person for specific.
Thunderous
That's
clothesline.
why I picked Muda. Is I know the moveset, and I can for a form like this.
Ah, that
Shits and
surprises
giggles.
the Fiend.
I want someone I
I
actually
picked
know.
AJ.
So I saw it.
Hoisted up.
I know.
Gutbuster.
Who the fuck is even King
We all know what
Killers,
he's
bro?
thinking here.
No, these people. Golly, bro. Come on, fellas.
Nigga, we got him in chat.
Yeah, already.
What the fuck? Only thing I just read is trying to steal a Castanet meal. What the fuck?
Yeah, BPG, the
Not want to be in.
Yeah,
but it's
Yo,
Weezy's game.
Weezy when is Big Pressure Gaming coming back, bro?
You're right.
Hey, we changed it, bro. We P4L now, bro.
That's fucking
Evolution.
dirty on that one combo.
Oh, this shit is funny as fuck.
Combo, you a punk. You a punk, bro.
He a punk?
Got out of there at the
Look, you finna get hit with this GTS though. Come on. Come on.
I'm not allowed to go. I'm probably, I'm probably did fucking sister out of
Don't be surprised. We be ready.
Hold on, bro.
When I don't go it, he goes there. B-Dog, this ain't the island, my brother.
You don't have Rezo either. You don't have Rezo. You don't have it.
Who doesn't?
Oh yes.
Oh, who the fuck is it?
That's me.
John
Yeah, I chose him. I got you, bro.
Look at you.
I ain't no stamina or no Rezo.
Yeah, but B-Dog, this ain't the island, my brother. Fight right.
Oh my.
We got rules and regulations coming around here.
I ain't done nothing wrong yet, though.
You tried to strike me in the corner, and I had to reverse it.
No, that was an 8.
Nah, there wasn't no damn A.
I wasn't paid, bro.
Nah, you been in that damn island too damn long. Trying to strike me in the damn corner.
Talk about
Man,
force. That'll give you
the
whiplash.
heat already
beat on the girl,
hey,
bro.
you see that shit come
I
up?
beat my wife too.
Weezy is what I understand through.
Hey, y'all hit that like and subscribe, man. Y'all tune in to my next match, nigga, and see what I do in my next match.
Right.
Pray on my down.
Oh my god, I just hate when it just grinds my gears and people hit B at the last fucking button. It's like, why you tapping B for? You got more important shit in your damn shit that you need to be reversing. You press B.
Test done right here. Test done right here. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something, brother. What you gonna do, brother?
Follow button. Yeah, follow
I gotta
button.
watch this now.
So let me tell you something, brother. Tell me.
He said, ain't no like and subscribe.
You got a YouTube page. Hey,
Oh, it's a like. It's most definitely a follow and subscribe. You can most definitely do that.
follow and subscribe. There you go.
You can, don't forget to ring the bell and
We got a YouTube too, though. We got a YouTube.
Drop the YouTube link in there so they can come hate on me over there too. Come over there and hate on me.
you know what?
Absorbing even more punishment there. Yeah, the Fiend is dangerously close to. And what he's looking for looks like a
Don't forget to
potential
ring the bell and drop a comment.
For everything he's been through.
Don't forget
really
to hit
giving
the Noti
right
gang,
now.
man. Become a Noti gang, get a UW gang. And become my biggest hater.
Does he have anything left?
Yeah, you get a turkey sandwich from Subway.
B-Dog, what the fuck are you doing?
I was doing everything in my power to escape this shit, bro. What do you mean?
Oh, you gotta make a ton of shit bun.
There you go. You tired now. This man was just going all the way around the shit. Look at him.
You get hit with a beat.
He don't know what to do. B-Dog, that's fucking you up in the long run. Yeah, give me that reason. He started just going all the way around.
You got timed out for 2 minutes, bro.
All right, well, that's me.
Come on, dude.
But I ain't do nothing. Oh, well, shit, we undo it.
You ain't pinning me. You
So
ain't
you ain't
pinning me.
pinning
On
me.
top of me.
Well,
I ain't got time.
well,
You need to turn that nigga out real quick.
yeah, you
Goddamn,
can
Leon.
time him out. Yo,
Hold on, let me on time Leon out.
it's probably because of the link. It's probably because of the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Combo, put the link up there and pin it. In the
All right,
chat.
we'll be it all. Well, I advanced then. Thank you for that. Let's see. That match
Go,
is
bro.
done.
You ain't pinning me, bro.
Easy.
You ain't
I
pinning me.
done do the first, you know.
All right, let's go.
And also, if I would have known it with fucking Night
Girl
Swing
talk
girls, I would have
with Spider-Man, Superman.
Do
It
the
is
first
what it is.
wheel spin down.
I only got the names written down. I got to put the names down. Give me a second.
Alright,
Give me
go
a
ahead,
moment
bro.
for that one.
No.
No, you
Let's
chilling,
go,
bro.
bro. Who's the arm? Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, hell no.
You crazy as fuck.
Yo,
Matter of fact, Leon, you read the names out.
You
Name.
just gonna type it down, or you want me to
Yeah.
send them to you?
I'm gonna type them out.
That's
Yeah.
the time he's actually on edge.
I got you.
yo,
Breaking news.
Picture
Okay, so
perfect.
there's Orion,
yo. If you really was like that for real, you would
the
go
greatness.
for it. If you was really like that for real, you
Greatness.
would.
Greatness.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're gonna see. Go ahead.
Des,
Yo, Combo,
Combo,
you doing a belly to a woman right now?
Duh.
Wow.
Lou,
Yeah. Oh shit.
So don't.
Oh,
Much night.
Who did you say at the Lou?
You're done. You're
Quan.
done.
You said
You're
Quan?
done.
yeah.
You're done, buddy.
All right.
I ain't shit.
You're done. What do you?
I ain't shit, nigga.
You're done, buddy.
You
Got him.
said Weezy
What if he's got
looks like
Rizzo?
Drewski, but just with no hair and no beard.
Oh my god, you're done. Oh my god.
Now you
Go
got
ahead.
Quan,
Go. I got Quan, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Don,
Golly,
I got me.
bro.
Not
Go
done.
ahead.
He's not done.
Yuli,
Yuli. All right.
B-Dog,
B-Dog, that was a weak ass
yeah,
nigga, man. Don't ever do
Not
that
my
either,
fuck.
my
No,
nigga.
no.
Yeah, you might be cooked.
Don't ever do that.
You got
man.
B-Dog.
Yeah, I got
I ain't
B-Dog.
lying,
Yeah.
lie, nigga.
I
That-
can't
that
hear
shit
you.
was
Say
weak,
it
my
again.
nigga. Come on,
Yes,
man.
yes, I got B-Dog. Yeah.
Tech,
He's not
Tick.
pinning me, bro. I'll let him pin me
That
or
shit
something.
weak, nigga. Just take the L. The shit don't even count for nothing.
I don't care, bro. I'm
Brady,
not taking no L.
There's no L to fucking take, nigga.
Peculiar.
On the real, if I'd have known it, fucking.
Who was that? Who was
elevation
at the Brady?
Peculiar.
Damn.
Skipped over, man. Medium bar still skip over. It's just
Okay.
Out in your face was like, fuck it.
You got him?
Yeah, I got dropped. Yeah, who else?
Water.
Wait, what y'all doing?
Buddha. And who else?
Tournament.
Me.
The
The
putting the
tag?
names in there. They're putting
Yeah,
the names in
putting
there.
the
Will
names.
Smith.
Already got that shit.
All
Already got
right.
that shit.
Oh, you already got it.
Yeah, I made
Man,
it,
there's
yeah.
3 more names.
Oh,
left.
never mind. Hold on, Leon. Leon, he got it already.
Come on, bro.
Nigga, I've been to
Don,
Yeah, what's
teammate I
up?
got.
I want to see the spin on the stream
Yeah,
so
bro.
I can know I'm getting fucked over.
Yeah, I want to see the.
You mean so you know if you want to play or not?
He said,
Des,
you
is that
know,
what
if
you're
we get
saying?
fucked over. Bro, you ain't getting fucked over.
know if I
That
wanna
will
play or
spin.
not, bro.
That will spin, determining our fates.
So what is looking like?
I hope I get Des or Orion on my team today.
I hope I don't get Brady because I
Jesus
will walk
Christ,
out on
I
your
hope
ass
I don't
already,
get
I
Brady.
hope I
I
don't
will
know get
eliminate
Brady.
myself. I hope I don't get Brady.
Yeah, I might not play with Brady.
What the game looking like? People getting out quick?
So
that's-
far,
you ain't
we
fighting
went through
that.
2
Slow
matches
down,
so far. Went through 2 matches.
That was 2 quick matches.
Why he
All
ain't
right.
fight?
Second match.
Me and
Oh,
B
yeah,
Dog.
B-Dog.
And B Dog
won.
eliminated himself.
The tournament, I just
B-Dog got himself out.
I'm
How?
in the tag
Nah, much as
tournament,
you
though.
He
talked
threw
about
powder
the
in my
tournament,
eyes.
and he had one, and
Oh,
you
wow.
ain't
Oh, wow.
Complain about it.
Hey
Like,
Don,
like,
how long
Yo, what's
before
up?
me and Yuli fight? How long before me and
Hey, we
Yuli
need
fight?
I
need
just
two more
need
in
to
here, bro.
get in contact
two
with
more in the chamber.
what's his face. With
I'm joining
Yuli.
right now, but check your phone.
I'll
I'm
tag
just
him.
making sure.
Yeah, I'm attacking.
So I'm just playing this
what you
camera
trying to do?
match.
Oh Ryan, you know what's a
pick
great
Luke Cody.
for you though?
Said
This is who
Better
I
go-
thought you were gonna be in the tournament.
Nah,
Go
he's
to your
not worth
Cody
it though.
and go
Quick
make
jab.
sure your
With
singles
quick
and
jab
shit,
being
Lou, so you
nerfed,
can
I
know
got
what
you.
the fuck you pressing.
Then who else we got? Who else we got?
Trust me, I'm
We
thinking.
got-
I was thinking, hey, Des, I got another
switched
pick.
to Jacob.
Combo knows
when
what I'm
you-
talking
The
about.
16th. I got
But-
16.
Well,
Who we got? Anybody
boy
else?
was Jacob, I think.
You got 16 names, you
Mark
said?
in
Or
here.
did he switch?
He
Yeah,
can't
I
fight.
got all
Yeah, he
Maybe-
can't fight.
All right.
Anybody else?
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Let
So I took
me
his spot, and then he said I could take his.
let me make
wrestler
sure.
too.
Let me double check.
Tech
Yep, I
reaction
only see
too for the
16.
tag
Yeah,
shit.
I see 16 people.
Me too.
You doing it in the
I
Discord?
reacted too.
Who's the best? Scott? Oh,
Yeah.
crap. No.
Let me switch my account real quick. Yeah.
I still have to play the showcase.
Hey, this nigga is
All right.
Hey,
After he spin, we got to get the next matchup ready so we can go ahead and move this shit.
What match is
Hey,
it?
this nigga.
Shit,
this nigga is
anybody,
tough,
anybody,
bro.
step up to the
Who,
thing.
Scott
If
Steiner?
your matchup here,
Scotty?
if your matchup is,
Yeah,
step up.
That is tough.
Hey, what's his finisher?
Well, it's-
What's his finisher?
The Steiner
Is it the
recliner,
power driver?
and
or
then
the power
and then the
drive?
power driver. It's both.
Oh, the power driver's it's both. What's the 6 then?
Yeah.
All right.
No, the Steiner recliner is a what's
It's
it
the-
called? My
The
fault.
signature. Oh God, I'm starting out.
Let me switch
The
over.
last person.
Shit, just let me know who my character is. Who my teammate is. I ain't gonna.
All right.
Don't give me a
let-
second.
I'm finna switch over too, so I can
They
show
changed
this.
Damien's A's
Overall,
and
no.
X's where they're
No,
at.
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
All right, here
Same
you go.
shit.
All right,
Neutral.
come
That's all I
on.
need to know.
Combo.
I'm
That's all I
writing
need
it
to know.
down too. I'm writing it down too. Go ahead and
Ah, come on.
film whenever you're ready.
All right.
All right, first one. Let's see.
This the first team. Let's see.
Oh, God. Mud boy.
Mutt boy.
Mutt boy teaming with.
And
I better
Dez.
not get him.
He watching the stream too.
Mutt boy,
Wait,
whoever
what
you
Dez?
teaming
Oh.
with.
That's
And
P.
Brady.
Oh, you gonna have Brady. Oh, you finna have
I don't
Ethan
wanna play
Page
anymore,
after. I'm
actually.
just playing. You got Brady.
P, you see
I'm
that
so
shit,
sorry,
man?
mud boy.
Brady.
I don't want to play anymore. Actually.
No,
You
no,
got him
no,
on your
don't
team.
do it like that.
That's your
Don't take
teammate.
it.
Don't be
All
like
right,
that.
whoever
Second
landing
team,
right
Don.
here, we automatically winning.
Yeah.
Don,
Yeah,
give me
yeah,
somebody
alright.
good. Give me somebody good.
Done and no way. No way.
Where is it? Don and who?
He got
Don
tagged.
and
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Ain't no
Don
way.
and Tech. Oh God.
Ain't no way.
Well, Don's not
Ain't
winning
no
that.
way.
Oh God.
Ain't no way.
Y'all gonna be surprised too. Y'all gonna be surprised too. He look, he said that's 2 teams out. All right, Orion.
Please no, please no, please no.
Oh,
Remove
give
me
me
from
Leon.
the
I want Leon.
remove me from the list. Remove me from the
want
list,
Leon.
combo.
Oh, I want Leon.
Oh, it's flex.
Lou, oh, you got
Flex.
greatness. Oh.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Shit.
I'm cool with that.
Ryan,
The
you don't
first
have a
time
teammate.
someone
He's
get
not gonna
happy
show
with a
up.
teammate.
He gonna
Oh,
show up.
Shit,
Yo,
the next one.
We
Then
honestly
he
want to
carry him to the
opinion.
victory.
Yeah, this.
Yes, okay.
Oh, we will spin the teams then.
Yeah,
Oh,
this the
okay.
teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
I'm
go
not saying
Diz.
nothing, but no fucking response.
As
Yes.
Peculiar.
I just hope I get somebody
Gotta
else.
drop,
but-
yo. They've been a team before. They've been a team before.
That
Yeah.
works.
I need to know what a double is.
I got peculiar on my.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
B-Dog.
I
So
have
it
someone I'm
sounds
familiar
like-
with at least.
Is that B-Dog?
Please,
Yep.
God,
B-Dog.
no.
Oh my
B-Dog.
goodness.
Look, hey,
Please
think
no.
about it, right?
Oh my
Please
Two
no.
goodness.
teams are
Please
gonna be
no.
arguing
Please
with each
no.
other.
Take me off the
Please
list,
no.
bro.
Shit.
Oh no.
Look who it
Wheezy.
is. Look who it is.
Weezy
Damn,
and
bro. Hey,
B-Dog?
teammate. We can't team up, bro.
I tell you, B-Dog, we gonna win a fucking championship at some point. Hey, here you go. It's
I'm
coming into
weak.
fruition.
Look,
Look at
look,
that. Look,
Dez.
this our
All
destiny.
right,
This
Leon.
tournament
Let's
won't
go
be
win
much
this
finishes.
shit.
We'll be fine. We got this.
Let's go win this
Please
shit.
not Quan. If it's Quan or Lou, then I'm not even trying
Oh,
to waste my
B-Dog
time.
got
Who's Quan?
Shawn Michaels
the
and
Quan I'm
shit,
thinking
though.
of?
Oh,
Yeah, you
fuck,
do.
bruh.
You know
Well,
what? I'm
there you go.
Oh,
You determined.
no,
Well, there you
no,
go.
no. I'm not playing.
There you
I
go.
would just be on. I would just
There
be
you
on
go.
my section. I'm not wasting my
Leon,
time.
hey, Leon. I
Bro,
can be
Leon. Bro, Leon, you
So
have
don't waste
better,
my
like, you
time.
have a better
Yeah,
chance
better
with
odds.
Quan.
Should be Combo
then
and Lou
I'm
just
not
to
gonna lie.
balance that shit up.
Yeah,
I,
Lou.
I would just be on my faction.
I hope it's Combo and Lou. It need to
Bro,
balance
don't be,
out.
bro, don't do
Honest
that,
is.
bro.
It need to balance out, nigga.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody got.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm saying.
Woulda.
Y'all sleeping.
Why you yell like that? What do you
And then Combo and
Woulda went
Yuli.
Super Saiyan as soon as he speaks.
Man.
Lou, yo, Lou, where you at,
Combo
bro?
and Yuli. They
Yeah.
gonna
Right
beat
here.
each other's
Oh, what are you
ass.
doing, Brady? I fucking hate
Yo,
you.
Lou, we gonna win this, okay,
We all
bro?
kind of got a little shit.
Man,
a little bit here, though.
Nobody
Why
got
do I gotta be with Quan?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody got an OP team, so niggas is saying, oh,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna play.
Drop. Shut up, dude.
Yo, Lou, we gonna win, bro.
What's up?
Nigga, what you
All
mean?
right.
This nigga,
Ah,
If it was power
dang,
ranking,
bro.
this nigga has,
your
greatness.
power ranking up will be a little bit higher.
This nigga
Yeah,
has
I got
greatness.
greatness.
This nigga has greatness.
Oh,
What do
man.
you
Oh,
want?
so me and Quan
Yeah,
deciding
all
B-Dog
right,
and Wheezy?
All right,
Okay.
come on, man. It's like 1v2 handicap. Good luck with that
God damn, bro. Hey,
start.
Wheezy, I'm gonna have the
Don't
craziest
start.
1v2, bro. But honestly, you was
Nigga, I
with
got
B.
me and
You was
B-Dog.
with
He got
B-Dog.
fucking
This
Shawn
gonna be
Michaels.
damn near a 1v1.
Yo, Lou, you ready to win, bro?
All right, so I just had to make sure I
Hey,
got the
Weezy,
list.
we gotta
I
make
got all,
sure
I
that
got all
if
the,
it's me
I
in
got all the
ring, I'm
teams written
fighting you.
down too.
If it's Quan in the ring, you fighting B-Dog.
B-Dog, fuck it. I bet, bro.
Yeah, we gotta
All
gotta
right,
make
let's
that, bro. 'cause
get
it's not gonna be fair,
another
bro.
singles
It's
match
not gonna
real
be
quick.
fair, bro.
Let's get another singles match. Who's ready?
Dumb, bro. Is it too late to switch my character?
Don is ACG, bro. Don is ACG gonna be here,
Is it
bro?
too late to switch my character?
I'm thinking he will be. B-Dog, you Shawn Michaels. HB Shizzle, like you be saying. Stick with him.
No, what?
HB Shizzle.
Okay, whoop, Don.
Well, I'm ready.
Hey,
if
Don,
Claus
you
is
got
here.
Don, you got a whole bunch of people that's ready now.
Yeah, I'm ready if Claus is
Yeah.
here.
Is Quaz here?
Quaz
Is Quaz
not
here?
here.
Quaz not here.
And I'm not ready. I'm not here, but unfortunately, my
Let's see.
Orion, you want to do a one-on-one?
I mean, I guess.
See, he's not.
Yeah,
It ain't that. Nah, it ain't
Make it
that.
a triple threat. Put me in that bitch. Make it a triple threat.
Who said that?
Nah, it's not the right one, combo.
Iz is ready to fight right now, bro. Like,
me and
oh
Combo
my
can fight.
God.
Yeah,
Wait,
y'all good.
Combo, can you send me the competitors real quick? I still got the bracket side open.
You got the regardless.
Yeah, send me this shit.
I got the matchups. I mean, I got the teams.
Combo, you ready?
So yeah, hey,
Yeah,
so what
I'm-
are we
hey,
doing
hey,
if
I'm
people
about-
don't show up?
To which one?
Another eliminate.
Up,
I'm about to make
I'm near
another,
you and Des.
never
Yeah.
mind.
They get
Gone.
passed up.
To which one?
The tag.
Okay.
Just skip them suckers. That's what I'm
Well,
gonna
it
do.
looks like I'm probably not fighting. It looks like I'm probably not fighting then.
Look, Orion.
Your
you
partner
can
right
honor
there.
number of
Your
our
partner
team,
right
don't worry
there.
Is he
about it.
here?
Yeah, he's
Oh, is he
look. He
here?
right there. Yo,
No, he's here.
Brandon's here.
you want to fight? Okay, okay. Here you go. I'm setting y'all up right now.
I didn't know he was gonna be saying my bad.
Yeah.
Hey, who is my tag team partner?
Your
bro.
tag team. Yep.
What
It's Buddha. Yeah, there you
Let's
go.
let's go practice. Why?
I don't even know.
His match. He got a match right now. He got a match right now.
Yeah, I got a fight right now.
Okay.
I can't even do
Okay.
it, bro. But
All right.
just know we gonna win, bro. No bullshit. We
He
gonna
said,
win.
"Just
We
know
gonna
we're
win.
going to win." What is it, B dog?
I don't even know who.
Who's
Mudboy is.
Who's B-Dog's partner?
Bro,
B-Dog.
just changed his pick, bro. He just
B-Dog is
I
Weezy.
ain't gonna lie.
All right, the match ready for Combo and what's his name? Combo and Buddha.
I was hoping for
Yeah, what's up?
I was hoping. I might have to change my pick as well, bro. Like Loki.
Or Don. I mean, you were Weezy
go ahead
or
and
Leon.
challenge me to arcade.
Or Gumbo.
You got dropped.
Hey, when the tag team matches?
It's gonna be shortly after. It's gonna be shortly after. This
Like-
ain't gonna take long.
Like when y'all say at like 5-10 minutes, or we talking 30 minutes?
No, what do you mean?
We gonna
I
be
wouldn't
here
say. I
like
wouldn't say no 30
half
minutes.
Hour. Yeah.
All right.
Taking me a little minute to join your game.
All right.
Yo,
give me
Dad,
three
we need 3 people in this chamber. What's good?
I'll join.
Shoot me invite.
Let me restart my game real quick.
All right, yeah, you go ahead, bro. You do you.
Can I go?
Anybody made me?
Yeah, bro. Go on.
Hold on,
I cannot hear you,
I've changed my pick, bro. I'm now
Okay.
Jey Uso. I'm
You
no
get what?
longer
How you gonna switch up picking somebody already picked Jey Uso, you dickhead?
Peculiar did it, bro.
I'm not.
I've been Hogan the entire time. What are you talking about?
I need somebody to check something for me.
What is?
I'll go to it. What's good?
Why now flash
Either you
check?
can't read
Yeah,
or
it was on the
I
ground.
said
It was on the
you
ground. It was on the
on
ground.
on the daiquiri shop.
What? Which one?
Alright, my
You're gonna
there you
have
go.
time. You're gonna have time.
I meant to shoot my
It was on the ground or not? I can't remember. You mean?
You said how long I got until my singles match?
We really just waiting for Yuli to get here for yours.
Ground.
Okay. All
what?
right.
Yeah, that's all I'm really waiting on.
Face up or down?
Yuli for yours, and then Quaz for
no matter.
Brady.
No matter.
That's all I'm waiting on.
Wait, is you not Cena?
He's trying to check something.
Oh, okay.
Who are we missing in this match?
Yeah, what's his freeze?
When
Everybody left it, so I'm just
with
gonna
this?
invite
Oh,
some
you
of,
talking?
what's
Oh,
it
I think you're
called?
talking about this.
You and Peculiar do a triple threat.
It's freezes.
What did that say you picked?
Standing up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I remember that. My
No.
bad.
Nigga, I'm about to make the match.
Who did he pick? Who did he pick then?
I didn't know that.
He said he picked Randy.
He's changed it twice. He picked Randy at one point.
That's what I'm saying.
He's picked 3 different
If he
people.
can
in
switch
the span
those
of-
now.
Oh, I did.
Buddha, this is
Yes,
who
you
you
did.
locked in with, the final boss. This is you locked in with for right until the end of this.
This match
Alright, get
will
up
be
there right now.
contested under
I'm trying.
extreme
Yo, what is it?
rules. No
Got it.
countouts, no
You know, you're right.
disqualifications, anything goes. Getting
Yeah, I
the
thought
lead
somebody
right
did
away.
pick him.
See,
That's why I said I could have sworn somebody did. Yeah, Buddha,
Extreme rules.
Buddha, that's your business. Come on.
The only rule you really
Oh, you
have
picked The
is
Rock?
to earn that pin
They
of
picked The
submission
Rock.
in the ring. Bringing this back into the ring.
Right on A, left and right on A. That's it.
There you go.
I
That's
just
the
want to know
work
who
with
my
that.
fucking tag partner is. That.
Oh, I can tell you. Your partner is Mutt Boy.
Yeah, I know who, but I don't know who. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know who, but I don't know.
Oh, like you don't know who his character is. Is it not in the? Oh, you don't. Oh, you don't know who he is.
Dumb, bro. Switch to Brum Breaker. There you go. Brum Breaker.
No, you didn't. You still HB. You still HB Shizzle.
He switched to
It's-
Randy Orton from fucking.
Well, guess what, B dog? I don't give a. Guess what, B dog? You ain't finna stressing me out in the preseason. I don't give a fuck. He's the Rock right now, and you HB Shizzle. Okay, that's who you is.
I picked Brum
I'm
Breaker.
joining in.
I ain't gonna lie.
So, Brown Breaker.
I ain't gonna lie. Can we just pick B-Dog before
Honestly,
He ain't even wait. He already started off.
Like, it's literally this is just the preseason.
Yeah. Oh man.
Alright, let me sort out Brum Breaker's moves.
You might catch me in retirement 3 weeks into the season if he's on this
Crashes
bullshit
to
all
the
year.
outside.
Yeah, we'll get rid of him first.
You pulling that flash schedule?
the higher honor tire, you doing the same shit, Brady.
Flash schedule right there?
B dog, you HB Shizzle like you said. You reverse too.
Viral 3 weeks, pop back up, demand a main title match, win the title, vacate the title, go back into retirement.
How's that work?
I didn't see that, and he didn't fight yet. You already fought. You already fought. You already went out there, blood, sweat, and lost, and now you trying to switch.
Blood, sweat, and lost. Blood, sweat, and lost.
Now you trying to switch characters.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I'm trying.
This shit, man.
Something that is not clearly apparent in a triple threat match. All are no friends in this match. While you might team up to take down one opponent, that alliance is merely temporary. Everyone is your enemy in this, and you can't think differently.
Yeah, you still in your weird. Yeah, you still in your weird shit. Let me get my controller in my hand. You still in your weird shit.
Don looking DM.
All right.
See,
What is the? Oh, okay, appreciate that. I'm gonna go and post that right now.
Neither competitor intimidating. Each athlete finding an answer for everything thrown at them. Chess match of counters and reversals happening here. A clash of counters, and these superstars did their own. A chain of reversals here. Every motion getting cut off.
Yes, we can.
Bitch, nigga.
It's such a game. Send it to me again. Send it to me again.
What an onslaught.
All this game sucks.
Yeah. There's some power behind that punch. That is a power-packed punch.
Yoli said he's gonna be.
Who will finally capitalize?
What happened? Did the game just crash? It did. I knew it. I told by how it was moving. The game mode crashed.
First crash of the year.
We still fighting.
We're still
Y'all fighting? Y'all still fighting? I'm crashed out. Look, I'm.
Never.
Yeah, it crashed me a whole out.
You still fighting.
Hey man, that was a good last.
I'm making a tag match, bro. I'm making a tag match.
Fuck it.
I'm making a tag match, bro.
That's alright.
Oh.
Is this shit on post? There we go.
Whose team is who?
Yo, Dom.
I don't want Brady. I don't
What's
want
up?
Brady.
I'm setting y'all back up now.
No, I don't want Brady.
Let them be with each other because they're actually teaming in the tournament.
Right. We need chemistry.
You act like you guys haven't teamed before. And you saw the last time me and Brady together.
Bro, look, all
We'll be good
I'm
this year,
hearing is
trust.
copium.
Okay, Brady, I have no faith in you. Just saying that right now.
This
Oh,
year,
he
you
said he
have
got
no
no
faith in me?
faith in you.
Negative faith.
I lost faith in you when you would lose when you would get green barred and hop on
I have
Power
more
Wash
faith
later.
in Dallas
Oh,
Cowboys.
he said he got no faith in
Brady
you.
winning a match.
It's not letting me load in.
Tag team.
Oh.
Yo, Dom, let me.
Power wash.
I got you. I got you. He's almost ready. He said he got no faith in you. I'm still going off of that.
That nigga said Power Wash Simulator.
Remember what I said? Remember what I said in War Games?
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that's pretty bad then. That's pretty bad.
Oh, Javion
Brady, do you know what he's talking about? Yeah. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yo, Brady.
In that instant.
And the match is ready too.
Last year, he didn't.
Alright, Daz, when you gonna be ready?
Lou, your match could be next. Lou, your match could be next.
Fair.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm talking about the wrong person. My bad. I'm talking about
Yeah,
Brady.
right.
My bad. Brady is
They never
next.
tag. What you
Your
mean?
person be here in 20 minutes. That's what he said.
Mike check.
I mean, you tagged just about as much as me and Brady.
You and
Yeah.
no, you
No,
and
I'm
what's his
saying
name?
is me and
Quaz
Daz
got a
never
match.
tagged. That was another game. This game is clean slate. We never
No,
tagged.
this
And
game
Quaz
has-
is
yeah,
in
yeah,
here.
this game has
Quaz,
like
your
a-
match is next, and then after
Exactly.
that,
So we never tagged before.
Yuli should be here by then.
Is the lobby open?
I'm on this long ass loading screen, bro.
And Woody, you could join in.
Alright, bro.
I'm about to play Gunther.
What payback I had on Move Thief?
Man, that gave me an L on my record.
That's another one changing picks. Don, why is up with this? Enforce your
B
shit.
Dog, you already done fought already.
I changed my shit.
Enforce your shit, bro.
Oh my
Yo,
looking
B-Dog,
for?
suck my dick, nigga.
That's what I'm saying. Please,
Fuck
B
that.
Dog, don't
I
start,
don't give a fuck
please.
what you doing, nigga. You put HB like a dumbass. Don't get mad at me, stupid ass nigga.
HB Shizzle.
Thank you, Daz.
Why do you have a table?
You picks mid, like 2 seconds before the match, bro. What the fuck?
I changed mine way before the streaming
It's all good
got
though. I'm
turned on.
Brum Breaker. I'm not HBK anymore. I'm Brum Breaker.
No, you HBK.
Sounds like Vito's about to get his
HB Shizzle.
Not again.
Determined superstars, I'd say.
Hold on, what you gotta do?
He's just
He trying to taunt. Get him down.
And they've each got a clean 33
It's still making that glitch where you have to be on where you start.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, no words. Alright, come on.
Yeah.
Alright, chill.
Go left or right. We can't.
You see him down
Shit.
here.
Good counter for counter.
Unless you can
You doing doubles already? Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I guess me and Brady on
Let's
the
see how you moving.
Cool.
Alright. I did not want Jay Uso.
Face first.
Go up there with that bitch ass nigga, bro.
And there goes Cena.
No bullshit.
Reminding us all once again that we are watching the most electrifying man in sports entertainment.
That's so. What the?
Saw it coming.
Got rev bump on. He's
John
weak.
Cena with a rough blow there.
Alright, bro. Chill,
You
bro.
better have.
The Rock
If
saw
people
that
start
one
running
coming.
bully, we're gonna have issues.
Counters on top of
Man,
the
hey,
counters, and he's
Boys, you
applied
know,
an
if people
impact.
run bully, get the fuck up.
And there's the
Because if they don't finish this right in the ref, you can get a free finish.
Guys, I imagine
But they
triple
can't
threat
reverse
You do.
is all about picking your spot.
Yeah, I did it on
Oh.
I did it on the island.
Being a
Did it on
smart
the island.
competitor in a
Yeah,
triple
bro.
threat means
I
buying
didn't know
time
that.
and letting the other two superstars wear each
That's
other
why I
down.
don't
Oh,
play
Woody,
on
you just
Ryan
throwing
because
shit out
And
there.
finish either one. Yeah.
John, you heard me, man?
You said what, bro?
Yeah,
Who Kevin Nash?
Mud boy.
Oh, Mudboy. Oh, Brady, there you go. Your person responded to Weezy. He's Kevin Nash.
Yeah, I just had to join the party.
Kevin Nash, we got Cody
Yes, you
Rhodes.
do. That's your opponent. That's your partner. Yeah, that's your person.
Man, we got Kevin. We
No, that fourth
got
round.
Cody Rhodes open.
You
and
got
he's
you
thinking,
got
oh,
you
wow.
got Kevin Nash as your partner.
Who was Flash?
Probably Batista. No, he can't be Batista. I don't know who he is. Yeah.
What you doing, kid? Stop that.
Throw him to the outside.
Let that nigga stall that shit up.
A scuba diver colors.
I don't know who greatness is, to be honest. I'm Kevin Nash. Okay, bet. Yep, he said he is Kevin Nash. He just typed and said, yeah, he is. So, yeah, that's him. Bet. You're locked in. This is just for today, too. Now, Kevin Nash, if you want him for the extra draft, I'm pretty sure 100% he's going to be open. If you want him for that, too.
Hey, better yet, Superstar Billy Graham will be there too.
I'm fucking weak.
Don't do that, Ryan, because I'll whoop your ass out here on this game. Don't do that.
Think about it. No, I'm saying.
And they dodge it.
Nah, that ain't what we doing.
No,
That
I'm
ain't what
serious.
we
No,
doing.
Steve Loki might be a decent pick this year.
Y'all be trolling new people. Y'all gotta cut that shit out, man. These people are new to the league format.
Submissions are better this year, so like.
Just talk about some
Drop,
trolling.
drop. Fuck you, man. 'Cause you do something to beat my people. The fuck you, nigga.
I don't give a fuck.
Don't give a
I
fuck.
want easier competition in the mid card.
Bring my people in here, nigga, because every time I bring my people in here, these niggas. Yo, I like that.
Is it over? Oh, did he know how to do it?
We can see a tap out any second now.
And
going for it?
yeah, he already going for it. And I think he might go out. I think. Hold on.
Already?
I think, yo.
X. Yup.
Man, who over there getting submitted like that enough?
That's combo.
I hit A. Truly, I hit A.
Who rock you?
You idiot.
That's water. And the submission goes, yo.
That shit, bro, it just stopped
Yeah.
moving. I can get slow, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ran out of stamina.
Once your stamina's done, that's when it's like you over. It's want you to get them yellow balls, but it's like ugh.
Yellow
Yeah, but it's like
They don't come enough, bro.
they don't, bro. I promise you they don't. It's like it give it to you at the final death, like when you about to go out.
God damn it. I can't see. Move.
Yeah. But again, just testing things, just seeing how it
I'm
is.
gonna get you in.
All right,
By
that
looking
one.
bro. Fight back, bro.
Me back in this
Holy
match.
shit! I fought.
Hey, bro, if this
Peculiar
dude
the
don't show
whole
up with
time.
Roman, no, bro, I'm gonna be hot behind that.
Yo,
Bro.
Don.
Just come on,
Nah,
man.
All right,
will
so
in 20
now
minutes.
it's Brady and
Yo,
Brady
Don, you said
and
you wanted to see how it worked, bro. I just helped you out, son. Unfortunately. Oh, what?
yeah, I'm most definitely seeing how it
Well, I
works.
feel like it's non-existent.
Are we dead ass?
No finish.
All right, Brady, it's your match now.
Yeah.
with Quaz.
No
Combo GG, bro.
fantastic tag, Brady.
Hold on,
GG,
is
combo.
Quaz still in here? I need to make sure he's here still.
I don't know
Let
why
me
you
tag
rushed
him.
him. That's Dez. He actually reverses shit.
No way you just.
How
made me
many
leave my
fans
match
he got
because
hit
Jim
with? He
Paul
just got
isn't
hit
even
with
here.
that?
Give me.
Oh,
Oh,
the game broke.
damn it.
Yeah, I got hit one sig, bro.
My match against Quaz.
Just one sig, nigga. That's it.
Just one sig, bro.
You ain't had
He
your
tagged me.
res or?
No, this shit was broke.
All right, I'm gonna make another one.
On that one,
what
Woodard,
you
he
like,
submitted.
nigga, or no?
Woodard submitted.
We need
Wait, what
one
happened in the
for a
match?
tag match.
Oh,
got
you
all
ain't
the
have
Woodard,
enough
I'll
bar.
get
Woodard
him.
leave
hit on it.
this.
Oh.
Woodard leave this so I can use this same
Yeah,
damn
yeah.
lobby.
I'll get him.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
These submissions will be banned.
Hey, Dez, did you see the match card for the tag tournament?
Is it out yet?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a-
Like, bruh.
Oh, it's out. It's out. Oh, me and Fletch. You
Dude.
Killer fight me and Fletch.
That's fine.
gotta
that's
get
easy.
to the bar.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
easy work.
Yeah,
We
that's
just gotta get. We just gotta get you out first.
Okay.
yeah.
So I just
Not
gotta
even
get
you,
dropped
get
out
Fletch.
first.
Let me
Get
leave
Fletch out.
this.
He ain't
Woodard
over there
then
on that
leave.
side. What side
I'm
we
the
on?
Oh, he say
Quad
coming right now. I'm gonna set the
Hey,
matchup
I'm
for you.
tapping your ass
Oh,
out.
Leon, you
There-
definitely.
I'm
make
setting the
it.
matchup
Oh,
right
you
now.
act like a
Tap
motherfucker.
this shit out. No, you are
Yeah, I ain't
not.
gonna lie. Leon didn't wheel spin that.
Yeah, he definitely making these
did.
homemade like a motherfucker.
You
Ben.
said
We
homemade.
just talked about this.
No, mine didn't though. I
Yeah.
swear mine
Fuck
wasn't. I
how
just
fuck
would
does this
spend
submission
everything.
game work?
No, but he did like.
You said his homemade.
These.
I
Yeah.
had a whole different match card.
I-
It don't matter,
Okay,
man.
Viv,
It ain't no record, but golly,
What
I
was
know you
yours?
homemade
What
that.
What was yours? Yeah, what was yours, combo?
Mine's
what was
was
yours? Combo?
mine's is Dez versus Tech and Don. Brady versus Leon and Quaz. Me and Yuli versus Dog and Weezy. And Fletch and Orion versus Woodard and Blue.
That's a better match card.
The one we doing
Yeah,
then?
maybe it is.
All right.
Nah,
And
I'm doing one Leon
Quaz-
got. Me and
Quaz
Leon
can
to go
join.
fight each other. I don't care.
I'm
Let's get
down
it.
with fighting.
I'm down with fighting Leon out the gate.
Leon, I don't know why the fuck you joined this match when damn well your shit don't fucking be working.
Tapping you out,
Yeah,
Leon.
I
You
guess.
best
And
be
y'all are
ready.
not getting one for the tag match.
Sharpshooter, that's so man, guys.
One, but shit, Orion's still not in this.
I'm
motherfucker.
joining. I'm joining now.
I gotta
Like,
I gotta
that should be
remake it,
perfect.
man.
Add one of those little steps, bruh.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep,
Oh, are we
Quaz.
allowed
Yep, it's your
submissions in the
match,
league,
bro.
or is this like the
This
test
this is what I'm testing for. I'm
Testing.
testing all
Okay.
this right now.
How does the mini game? Is it just hold
What's your
RT
thing?
and LT?
It's
Right?
RTLT.
Yeah.
It's RT and LT. All
Gotcha.
you use
It's
is triggers.
annoying
You use
because
the triggers.
it's backwards. Not how it should be.
Nigga,
When you-
What
Just
what'd you
look
say,
at the
Quaz?
game, but if your spam is
game,
fucked,
the blue should be smaller than the red.
Yeah.
Like the finish should be smaller. The finish should be smaller, but as it gets on, it's bigger.
Oh,
Yeah.
That shit big out the jump. So nigga,
how big is your
It's
update?
just not.
It should
You know,
be, like,
Oh, that ain't nothing. That's
half of
2
what it
seconds.
is.
Yeah.
I don't know. That bar feels big as fuck.
right? That
I'm
shit. That
hoping.
shit.
We need
Tell me when yours done, Brady. I'm
a
gonna back out of this just because he updating and I don't want it to crash.
There we
So
go.
I'm gonna tell you, just
Wait,
let
what
me
are
know
we
when
doing?
yours is done. He's letting me know when his 2 gigs is done updating, and then
Oh
I'm gonna set the
fucking
match back
God.
up just so it won't
that-
crash.
Oh, so it's still our
I-
match.
I-
Okay.
Bro, at that point, he could just fight ACG. Nigga, let me fight Brady or something. I don't care, bro. I'm trying to get this match over with.
I
Nah,
don't
I'm
know
gonna
what
wait
you
till
said.
Do this combo.
Seven match. Oh, tag match.
It's a tag.
Oh, Dez, you're Becky? Okay.
Oh fucking. I'm mad at myself. 1-6. Insane.
Wait, you lost
Nigga,
the
you
one
should
sig?
have stayed with Gunther, bro.
No, it's not. It's the like I was winning at first. He got the little stamina bubble with GG.
He got the stamina bubble before you did, probably, right, combo?
Yeah, GG at that point.
Yeah,
GG.
it was done. Yeah, it was done at that point. Yeah.
My stamina
get you.
buff.
Then I had no
Duh.
red. Fuck it. It's all cool. Hey, we figuring shit out.
Me and Dez. Let's do
Give
this.
me
Dez.
Orion first. Yeah.
At least you know you ain't drafting Cena. That's who you use.
Yeah,
Okay.
we used him.
How did you get behind me?
Oh,
All
nah,
right,
he
Quaz.
used Gunther, huh? Damn.
All right, Quaz. What percent are
Hey.
you on?
Oh, it's there. Okay, good to know.
It wasn't even
The-
Cena, nigga. It's like, oh my god.
Bro, it's just that stamina bubble. Once you get that stamina bubble, nigga do it.
I got that first, I would have got
Don't
out.
reverse it. Do not reverse it. Do not reverse it. Do not reverse it. Do not.
I wasn't. I already know.
I
already know. Don't reverse that.
Yeah, I finna say what happens. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Yeah.
I gotta give him a day. I gotta give him a race section.
Yeah, I know what it is.
I gotta give him
him in.
You ain't got waiting section, nigga.
I know how to wait a second. They changed. It's the one thing they changed on him.
I don't know if I got him either, but we're gonna figure out.
I highly doubt you can't lift Hulk Hogan.
I'm not gonna ring and fuck you up, nigga. Fuck an X.
Over there.
If you go get in the ring, nigga.
Nigga,
Your man's over there. Slung. Bitch.
Oh, okay.
I gotta get goodbye left,
Oh, no, I got
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you good. You good.
Where's that?
Ah,
Hogan, fuck your B Brown, nigga. Fuck your beard, Brown. Fuck. Fuck your beard, nigga.
Shit.
You gonna click A.
Yeah.
Told you.
Now chop that nigga chest.
Oh, you scared? You scared? You scared?
Or puncher? Yeah.
Eat that
Oh, Brady,
shit.
good luck in the tag, bro. By the way, the guy might actually carry you. You never know. Seeing you on one team with team up with him and stuff, he might damn carry you.
Not a big dog.
Cause you don't got a good tag. Cause now that I think about it, Brady, the last time we seen you in the tag match, you didn't have a good tag resume at all. I remember you going out to 2-6 and a Finn and popping Rezil. So I don't want to hear him talk about something. I don't want to team up with somebody. Somebody had to pull him out and everything to get him right. If I can recall,
What wasn't
it was made by damn TikTok and everything. You talk about you want to team up with some damn body.
Oh wow.
That shit still ass.
He walked. He walked with that bitch. He walked with that motherfucker.
Shit.
I'll walk right up to you and hit the bitch. I care. Verse it or not.
Is that gig done now?
Please target them, thank you. Why do you hit A there?
Halfway done with the other match.
Is that gig done now? Is that gig done now?
I'm getting pinballed. Damn.
Yeah, I'm mad. Yeah, you can't clothesline that nigga.
I might swerve in the corner. Whoa.
Do it, your teammate.
No. Where's the Y on this?
Oh.
You didn't get
when he's
it?
coming down. When he's coming down.
Oh, dang, he missed it already.
No, I didn't.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's too.
Okay,
You
I thought I had my
shit.
sig. I thought I had it. I made a wheezy, my bad. Just spamming there, pressing it, and it wasn't.
Hold on,
coming out.
I'll be back.
What the
Text
hell?
me if I'm not back when it's a match.
Bitch.
He's all coming that time.
See that?
Oh, he
Oh,
still
the
had it.
monster.
Didn't you reverse that?
He dodged it the first time.
He
dodged
dodged
the
it.
first one.
All right, bro. Your health a little low, gang.
I'm
you
gonna
say
wait a little bit longer. Actually, he is a sit. He is a submission. Never mind. Get up here.
Exactly. What are we talking
I
about?
forgot
here,
he had a
bro?
submission. My bad. You got this. I believe. I mean, I thought we were
Big Banks.
Fuck.
Big Becky. Big Becky.
Oh shit.
Mess that man up.
No, I didn't want to do that. Why didn't want to do that?
Oh my god, no way.
The hell is
Put me
this?
back.
Yeah,
Put me
we
back
got
in.
Roman
on my
now.
team, actually. I got Roman on my team.
I was cooking the fuck out of Orion earlier. Put me back in.
You gonna click that wait detection, nigga?
And what about it?
Go to
That's
the
his fault.
bathroom
You should have worked. You should
real
have checked.
quick.
Man, everybody check
Alright,
that
is the
shit.
match
He had
ready?
it last year. He fucking
Now
had
I
it
need to
last
go
year.
to the bathroom really quick.
Fucking
Give me
no
a
way.
second.
No way.
You think you wavy? I make him fear me. You little bitch, nigga, do you hear me? Where's this bitch, nigga, do you hear me? Nah, I got my belt, nigga, you can't get near me. Touch your ass when we step in the ring. Match look good while I'm doing my thing. Feeling like clay, I need a ring. So up every day, I got Like, bitch, get out your feelings. Like, Leon, I heard you was lying. Kicking a bump, you better not try it. I be that new nigga ass without trying. I be this ass so bad, he's crying. Like, nigga better stop crying. Copping my brother, I know he on time. This big on my waist, right there, I be shining. Like, you see a girl on my waist. These new niggas better get out the way. Like, I'm gonna just find where you stay. Better go on mute before I kick off his face. I ain't gonna lie, I'm super fan made. Niggas be talking and judging their face. We see my homie ain't judging no face. Work shit, show up every day. Every shot I be making it lit. Kick off his head if he talking shit. No shit, bum, bitch. They can't win a mess, so why they talking shit? Nigga a loser, get off my dick. Nigga, get off my dick. Nigga a loser, get off my dick. Keegan, stop making trash ass fit. Oh, he want a problem? Like, I bet I got me a fit. They down my name, but nigga, I'm a tick. They be down my body until they get kicked. Don, tell you new niggas to chill. Like, they don't not know it get real. Got hit with a scoop, get out the field. Bro, this nigga ass was talking to real. Like, what?
As your internet and your gigabytes and all that shit done.
Nasty.
That's one of those things where using a breakup on this.
I gotta run to the
You
store
said
for my
what?
parents after this, so if he's not ready in 4 minutes, then
Yeah, but like it's your best
Yeah,
option.
we're gonna just
sometimes.
replace it.
Sometime, yeah.
like you want. Can you do a different match though, so we don't I don't get auto eliminated
Oh
because
my
his shit won't
God.
work.
I don't even know. You talking too damn fast for me. Start over.
Can you? I gotta run to the store. It's gonna take maybe
You can get me
30 minutes.
anything
max.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that's why I'm saying I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give him 3 minutes for his shit to work. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna go, and then I'll be back.
Do whatever it is that Brady's need to do. First of all, you lying because you're talking about running to the store. You're not running anywhere, but
What's up,
you know.
What's up,
Alright,
Cena?
Go ahead and do
what
what
I
you need to do. Go ahead and do what you need to do.
What you are. What you'll always
All right,
be.
and then we could do it later. My match later.
What you want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
take
Orion, who I got you
What you
fighting?
want.
This shit don't want to work.
I got you
I'm
fighting
against
who?
who?
Goofy bitch. Don't fuck you.
Real? Why the fuck? Oh, wow.
Fuck you.
What?
You
Wow,
came over
okay.
here. You tried to hit
I
me.
didn't know. You passed the gun.
You know,
You passed
you know,
the
you
gun
know
line.
what I'm. You know what I'm finna go ahead and do. Orion, are you
Brady?
you still in the dark match?
We're in a
Because
tag
I'm
match.
finna, because I'm finna.
We're in a tag.
No, y'all want the tag match? Okay.
hit
I'm
shit
finna
up
say.
in
Why?
there.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, we trying to. I'm trying to. We
What,
trying
me
to
versus Brady, and then who versus Quaz?
No, I won't go do that. I was
Damn
actually gonna have you versus
Damn it.
what's his face, and have what's
Get
his face? I was finna swap two people out.
You got, man, damn.
Okay. I mean,
I
go
got
ahead.
like 2 more.
I don't got no damn 2 more niggas not been counting.
Maybe we could do some of the
I'm
tag
not
matches
at
now.
all. You're right.
All right,
Which
guys, I'll be
one
back.
though? Which one?
I don't know if my tag team
I
partner
can't
is
even
here.
count that far, honestly. Can't pass.
If
Yeah, I
Quan
don't-
if Quan is here,
Let
then
me
we
go.
can do
Let me go
my
to
tag
my
match.
page attack. Let me see.
God
Something.
damn it.
Let me see.
Off the
We
ropes.
got Mutt Blunt and Britt. Nope, that's
Yeah,
not there.
stay out
Me
there.
and Tech. Let me see if Tech here. Tech is here, but he's on mute. So
That
me
should
and
definitely
Tech.
be a double.
We got Orion and Greatness. Greatness not here.
Here right now.
You said what?
He has that.
Imagine doing the carry. Imagine doing the carry AA out of that.
I didn't know
Hold
he
on,
had
you
that.
said you needed one.
Would've been
Text say he
crazy.
here if you need one.
I'm here, baby. Done. We're gonna whoop some
Yeah.
ass tonight, boy.
We could do a tag, but I'm
Why
just
you
trying
sound
to
like
see what
Sinbad?
what team we can get real quick. Hold on. What's the matchups? Let me see what the original matchups
Me and
are.
dude versus Tech and Tech and other person.
We're gonna whoop the fuck out
Yeah,
you. You know who
yeah,
you
Woodha
fight?
and Woodha
Yeah, you
and
could do-
Lou.
What
No
Lou
way, you're
versus
jumping off
versus
the
me and Tech?
Yeah,
Is that what it
coward.
was?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You like that.
Woodha, are you here?
The reversal.
Woodha.
They dodged it so much
quiet.
easier this year. I'm so happy.
fucking quiet.
Yeah, see.
I'm at 95.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's at the end.
Last night, man. I just got the game last
Oh,
night,
never mind.
man.
It's at both.
He's got both of them. He's got both. Okay.
Does he?
Blue, you
That's nasty.
capping
Yeah,
like
that's
a
both.
we can
One
see
is
that.
one the
Right?
reversal.
What's his
is
name?
The
What's
thing
his
like
name?
that, and the other one's the
PLU.
other one.
Weezy know what he told me. I'm hungry. That's all you
You
got.
know that's not the real matchup, right? He just called that shit out.
So,
Fuck my partner here, B-Dog. B-Dog, you in this motherfucker?
The hell is it?
yeah, he is, but
Oh, Sting.
different.
You know what to do. Get him
That's
out
what
of
I'm
here.
saying, man. Give me an active nigga. That's all I ask for. Active nigga.
I can't get in that.
Man, hell no, you ain't need to do your singles match.
I'm here. I'm always ready.
Damn.
All right, nigga. There you
Yeah,
go.
Rizzo, if you need a
Youngest-
combo.
They
I'm
10
about to do
toes
my
ready
singles
now.
match right
Man,
now.
Your man that ran to the stove.
Don, can you
I
tag?
said
Said he
Clyde
ran.
Blue.
Yeah, he said he done ran to the
You
stove.
were fucked, yeah.
He ain't running nowhere, but yeah.
Ran to the
You
store. Bro,
following that nigga.
why? My game,
No.
bro.
What?
That what he just told me. He said he had to run to
Hit
the
him.
stove.
Get him out of here.
Why
That
would
we
he
just
do
told
that
me.
when he know?
To be fair,
look like
Quaz,
niggas
you
still
know,
win.
To I guess
Oh,
because it took somebody 20 minutes to download 2 gigabytes. I guess that's why. I would think so too.
Wait. Hey, bro, chill, because it didn't take 20 minutes.
Oh
First
my
of all,
It took
Yeah,
20 minutes to download 2
It
gigabytes.
didn't take
10.
20.
It took 10 minutes.
That's still bad. That's still
15,
bad.
bruh.
That's bad. That's still
2
bad.
gigs in 10 minutes? That's awful.
Yeah.
Okay,
Combo,
bro,
is that a double?
regardless
That's
of
worse
the
than
fact
my.
y'all worried about
How
the
about
I
this? How
figured
about
y'all-
I let Lou and Yuli fight real quick since Yuli walking in the house, and then I could do a tag after that. How about that? Would that work out? Would that work?
Oh
Am
yeah.
Just
you
so I can
putting
get
me-
another
you
single.
putting me in the tag? Is you putting me in the tag tournament?
You didn't
know.
react, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't
Bro,
think he did.
because though, I ain't gonna lie, Don, on some real shit, only reason I ain't react to that one because I didn't know if I was like I didn't know if I was gonna be here
Oh, that's A.
at the right time. So
You can't combo.
oh wait. No, that's actually on me. Cause I thought that that's shit. Okay, I'm tripping.
I got the lift
I tripped.
animation again.
I thought it
That's
said
just crazy.
Did she
before
have
the
a
single.
fucking
It
catch
said after
this
the
year?
single.
I don't know. I don't know.
But
I mean, if
I'm
you-
finna run.
rock
But I'm
bottom.
finna run Lou and
might be.
Yuli
Go back
real
in or
quick
no?
as soon as Yuli
Just reset it
jump
all?
up in here,
You don't
and
got
then I
reset.
can
You
run
back
another
in.
match
Lou,
after
ready,
that.
Lou?
All right, give me that, man.
Can we?
No, man.
Oh yeah, come on, I got a teammate, Don. I got a teammate right there. Put us in.
Who?
it back in if you want to.
Team
What's that
up with
word,
Orion. Nigga, you
Alright,
must
let me
not know it's
come on. I team with Orion.
Team up, or you can take my spot. I'm finna go get drunk.
No, of course.
Oh, wow.
Alright, go ahead, get drunk. I team with
Ryan,
Orion.
I
course.
asked you. You said I could.
I,
No, okay.
I did
I did. I
Alright.
said, could I go that?
I ain't expected double A. My bad.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, this might be Rezil already.
Hey, switch your payback to Rizzo. Make sure
Why
you switch
did I
your
hit?
payback to Rizzo.
Why did I hit? Why the hell did I just hit
I
play?
can't move it all. You know, we're just
Rezil.
getting out
Hey,
of that.
Quaz.
Yeah, fuck that, dude.
Yo,
I got all the stamina in the world.
As soon as your person come in,
Almost
Lou, that's
beat
your
Riley.
person come in.
Yeah.
you on that bitch cooking like that?
Bro, niggas
Yo.
ass, bro. And I'm
Oh.
running.
Hey, switch, bro. You don't have Rizzo.
Yeah, I got you.
You hear me, Ryan? Somebody put me in.
Hey, I'm waiting for them to bring the tags in the
I'll switch as soon as you can.
Yeah, it's
Once
gonna
you
be
can lose.
crazy,
So,
Yeah,
so
I
you
just
start
fucking
to put
took
me in,
my
bro.
bed.
man. I should just
You're gonna be
wonder,
ow.
Why you ready for this so you can lose?
Okay.
Ow. Use Orion as a weapon.
What that is? That's a
Yeah.
game? Oh,
For a second,
You're-
I pinned him off of it.
oh, that's a good time. Throw this away. I think do they make
You heard me,
games?
Quaz?
Oh, yeah.
You heard me,
Bad boy
Quaz?
song there,
Why you
Orion.
ready for it so you can lose?
Nah, they don't make games.
We've changed.
Combo.
Nah,
Yeah,
he
they
on
own
the
shit.
damn
Yeah,
thing.
Just stun him, nigga. What the fuck?
I didn't hear you say stun him.
That's
He
what-
definitely said stun him.
I know about them bitches though. I don't know about that exact one, but definitely good time. You
I
see?
said stun him and give me in. What the
Yeah,
hell you doing?
son,
He
son.
said stun him and give
Nah,
me in. This
I
nigga.
did not even hear that. Hey, that's fine. You can give me back in if you want. Give me back in.
Yeah, they only like $2 on the beat.
That's,
Shit.
I'm like stun, nigga. Nigga, put me some combo. What the fuck you combo?
My bad.
Get him in that sub. You don't have Rezil.
And look,
Do y'all
this-
know?
this
Do
shit-
y'all know if the elimination work on the tag match?
Somebody got
Find out.
No way.
It is a double, you liar.
No,
You
it's
say-
not a double. It's the turnaround.
That's
That's
not, yeah,
the
you keep
turnaround.
trying-
What-
That's
what did y'all say?
I saw the turnaround.
I just have a stamina, so I got to kill him regardless.
I think they charge 10, 9 something. It's either 10 or 9 something.
That's not good.
That's good. That's perfectly fine.
So, I
Get down.
I have
Get
a
down.
feeling. I have a
Getting
feeling.
down.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling. The moment he jump up in here, something else gonna pop off.
Run, nigga, run! Wait, no, you gotta
Yeah, look, I got.
Okay, I'm about to
I have a big feeling.
Real big though? Question?
Don, look in general.
Hey, you don't use it yet. Hold
I mean,
on.
I don't think there are
My
anything
bad. My bad.
special
I
in
heard
it,
you
but
wrong.
you
I
know,
heard you wrong. I heard you wrong. My bad. My bad. I heard you. I heard you wrong. My bad.
This nigga.
I misheard you.
ain't nothing special, but you know.
I
When is this
Yeah.
dropping?
I just heard
It
you
dropped
wrong.
right now, I think.
Getting that up.
This
Fine. You
nigga.
got Rezo.
This nigga.
Well, let me check.
Fuck. Pull. I'm gonna kill
Oh my
myself.
Probably
god.
mess me when it's the tag match.
Bro.
Is it a match going on?
Still got Rezo. You're good.
Hell no.
I ain't gonna lie, folks.
He's got stamina. That's the thing.
Yeah, there is an update for WWE. Update your games.
I'm
Bro, I'm telling you, for that bitch finna be around so quick. I gotta have that around.
I'm gonna just let me go, bro.
I can't.
Just let me go, bro.
I'm too far in now. I can't go right
too
now.
far in. You can't. Like, there's no
Watch
option to
how
let go.
fast this 2
There's no
gigs
option
finna
to let
take.
go.
Yeah, like you just.
Wait, the option to let go just goes away.
Goes away. Yeah, if it's in so long, yeah.
That's so stupid. My brother in Christ, one of you just. Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
Off of me, nigga. The fuck?
Hey, where my nigga Yui at, bro?
There for a whole goddamn cutscene.
Yeah, I
God
tried like 10
damn,
times.
that
I
felt
gotta
like-
go, man.
That felt like a cutscene. Like shit.
It's like a quick time event, man.
Oh
Damn.
shit.
How can I see this thing? Oh, fuck it. Let's see this.
I don't know why you're trying to force that as much as you are.
I'm John Cena, nigga.
Fair enough.
John Cena. Like, what are we talking about here?
I have
Yeah.
my
God,
I
come
get no love for
on.
that, bro.
Hit him. Get him out.
Yeah, I'm doing it
CC
now.
going.
They got a breakup.
Leg
We still got the breakup.
leg
We still
drop
got the
him.
breakup.
Leg drop him.
Yeah, I'm going.
Punch him.
Oh. Get him out of here.
Let me know.
He got that. He kicking out.
I was about
No.
to kick out.
I got it. It's fine. I don't care. It's fine.
Get out
It
of
was,
here.
it was last. You cool. It was last.
All right, switch it. Wait,
Whoa,
do I got
whoa,
breakup
whoa.
still?
Hey,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
hopefully
still
it fixes shit. Hopefully it
I'll
fixes
say like
shit.
this.
What's up,
You're
yo?
good. You still got breakup.
Yeah, that's how you cover your mouth. when you
Hopefully
cough.
it fixes shit.
Good
Say
dad. That's a
reset.
good dad.
I'll say reset. Did you do the right one this time?
Yo, you.
Kick him.
Oh my god.
No, just.
What
That
happened?
shit hit
What's up,
instant.
It might
Wait,
have
do I
fixed
gotta
something,
break
boy. I
up?
can go to the Maras now.
Yeah, you do.
No,
Yeah.
bro.
That's what I said. I think it fixed
You
something.
do. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, get me out of here. Thank you.
Get off.
Just get me out of there.
Oh. He's about to do it again. He's gonna do it again.
I'm about to. I'm looking about to.
Dude, the fear on my face when he walked, just stood there for a second. Oh, good lord. No way you do this again, surely. Yeah, I was right.
You get stunned again, then you gonna bye-bye
Well,
that.
I gotta update my shit, but it's going
Oh
quick.
yeah. You get one more stun, you're fucked.
You said what?
I'll be fine.
Hope so, bro.
Update my shit, but it's going quick.
All
20%
right.
already.
On my bed the whole time.
All right.
Tag,
Bet.
tag, tag,
3
tag, tag,
seconds.
tag,
I'm
tag.
going to.
I couldn't.
Oh, you got... Come here.
Okay. I'll get you back in if we do.
Hopefully
Away
it
from
fixes
me.
something, bro. I'm hoping it fixes something.
I got
Reason
Rezo.
Elimination, maybe.
That too.
Well, you had the breakup, so.
Combos out
Yeah,
of
yeah.
shit. I'm
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just
You
you with
gotta say that.
Rezo.
You got to break up. You got to say.
Orion got it too, don't you, Orion?
Yeah,
No,
that's
he
what I'm
broke my shit
saying.
up.
I don't have my breakup.
He got his. I got his.
Oh,
I got
Orion
my.
has everything.
Yeah,
You have
his.
Rezo.
Shut up, Orion. I ain't say you could talk.
Shut the fuck up,
Good, man.
Shut up, Henny.
Yo, Henny, guess what, bro?
Let's go, man. What's up?
I lost that one fucking.
We
sig,
updating
bro.
that game right now. The game had to be updated.
Lost what?
I lost that one sig, bro.
WWE, it had to be updated.
Okay.
It only 2
What is
gigs
it?
though.
He
What
sharpshooted me.
No, I'm saying,
Yeah.
how do you update
Was
the
it
game?
sub?
Because mine didn't do it.
Yeah.
Mine didn't do it.
They probably
Who
unless it
you?
automatically did it,
Rock,
but it was just
Sharpshooter.
it's just 2 gigs. You could try that again.
nah,
on
bro.
website.
Oh,
Is the update from like Thursday or Friday, bro? I haven't been on since I got it.
You sure?
Okay.
That shit. That's
Okay.
OD.
No, it's
You
from
sure?
today.
Yeah, it
Cause,
was.
Cause it did one. It did one. Yeah, it did one already. Yeah.
When Becky, you legit.
Okay.
Yeah, cause it was
Yeah,
1.3.
this is the second one.
Go get him.
It says
This
0
nigga's
updates.
weird.
I don't have no updates. It says 0 updates.
Tag.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you show him.
What you doing?
Let him tag him.
Yeah. Fuck it, yeah.
Mine almost done though. Mine almost finished.
Yeah, mine is
Look,
almost
look,
done too.
Select that tag. Select that tag. Shit fly. Going. He don't got shit.
Leon, you see how fast I was taking? Quads took 15, 20 minutes.
Not for real. Yeah.
Carl got that Chirac Wi-Fi.
My shit already on 94%.
It's the update. Everybody got to do it.
Yeah, everybody. That's what I'm guessing. Yo.
What? With what?
1.04. Yo.
My shit was 2.68.
2.68.
Oh,
No, I'm not talking about the size. I'm talking about the division. I mean the version of the game.
This nigga over here holding that shit.
All right, mine done.
Damn.
What the fuck?
My shit done too.
Oh, freaky ass dude. Better lock on. Nobody hit you with a sub.
I'm to my side of town. Lately it's been going.
Yeah. I got these ads.
I'll make a portable
Should be stunned. Should be stunned low key. Like,
It should be stunned off this. Yeah, he should be stunned.
All right.
Close.
Yula, what percent are you on now?
Oh no!
You got
fucking
1 minute 40 seconds. It's
Okay,
quick.
bet.
It's counting the seconds quick.
I think Yuli joined too.
I'm gonna go ahead and start resetting y'all matchup.
Nigga said I think Yuli joined when he just talked to Yuli.
I did.
Yeah, that's who I was talking to. He said 1 minute and 40 something like that.
Oh my bad.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me lock in real quick, bro. This cheesy ass shit. Like, come on, bro.
WL, bro.
Yeah, I'm almost
doing
done.
some
Just wait
cheesy
for me.
shit.
Oh, Ryan.
Let me see it. What you
I'm
want
just,
me to do?
I'm just running on A. How's it? Fuck.
What's up?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know Minecraft. I can't do that for you, buddy. I don't know Minecraft like that. I can't help you.
What was that?
It's freezing. It's freeze.
No.
Oh,
That was freeze.
Oh shit.
That was his freeze?
Yeah, that's
It
his
was
freeze
cool as
animation.
hell. All right, you got
Come here.
Rezil.
Come
You
here.
got- You're gonna be
There's
here
a
for
reason
another
I'm loading in right now.
uninterrupted
Alright.
cutscene.
Hey, Don, the update been giving y'all problems.
Hell no, we just updated in 2 minutes. I don't know about you.
What in the hell?
I said haven't been giving I'm asking you have the game been giving you
What does the yellow dot do?
Give you stamina.
Stamina?
Quit
Gotcha.
doing that, bro. Quit doing that, trying to embarrass me in front of all these damn people, bro. For real, bro. Because me, quite frankly, I don't get no fuck how
Oh,
fast
man.
than that is. They can say what they
Oh
want.
man.
Bitch.
The match
Wait,
ready.
you gotta get
I've
out
been
of
let
there.
you know now though because
He's
there's
gonna
2
get out.
people.
He's gonna get
That's
out of it.
good.
What
Lou,
match
you could
ready?
Lou, you could
Go
join.
over the-
No, Nacho is loses. Lou, you
That's
could
my-
join
my son-
and
my son Yuli finna fight.
and Yuli. Yeah, Yuli. Yes.
Well,
Yes,
Damn,
sir.
this nigga got the whole motherfucking.
Hey, Yuli.
Oh, man, good
That'll be
shit.
win.
Good shit. Good shit.
Oh,
Fuck off.
all right, get,
Yuli
get
here?
out of it.
Yeah, he in here.
Yeah,
He in the
yeah.
match
Hey,
and
Oh
everything.
no. Oh no. No.
Get that man out there.
Hey,
I
Yuli,
can't
I
break
need you
either.
to handle that nigga, bro. That nigga was talking crazy. He said
Oh my
he
god.
talking-
Good shit. Good
Get
shit.
me in there,
Good
get
shit.
me in there.
Good
Hold
shit.
on,
Good
hold on,
shit.
what you mean?
My bad.
You was trying to fix me, bro.
Trying to go where I left off last year, bro.
Hey, that's a deadly combination.
Yuli.
Now on tags though. Something like that.
Who did you end up
Hey,
picking?
Yuli, make sure you murder that
Jacob
nigga.
Fatu.
He been talking shit about me. He said he tested
Yeah.
me on
Watch out,
kill.
watch
Okay.
out.
Oh fuck, damn it.
And he got Roman
Yeah.
Reigns 22. That one got submissions
Yeah,
as finishers. So Lil, hope you good at
Ooh.
the slider. I'm not
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
myself,
That was late.
but
That was late.
I don't know how to defend. I don't know how to
Hey,
defend the fence.
Lou,
I just got it. I
I
just got
tell
it
you
last
what,
night. What's up?
I tell you
Lou?
what, Lou. I tell you what. You don't submit me, I don't submit you, nigga.
Nigga,
he ain't got no
nigga,
submission. He ain't
bro.
got no submissions. He don't got none.
You don't submit me, I don't submit you. Don't
Yo,
you
He
don't
got-
got none?
I don't know how.
He don't
Oh,
got
then-
none.
then
He ain't
fuck
got
what
none.
you talking about? I'm gonna submit the shit out of you then.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yo,
He don't
Yuli.
got none, Yuli. He don't have any. Look,
Damn.
he got Jacob
Yo,
Fatu.
Yuli.
I'm trying to tell you.
no.
I don't have. I
No,
don't know. I
get
don't know
off
how to
me.
do
Get away
that.
from me.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
dodge,
don't,
dodge,
yeah,
dodge,
Yuli.
dodge,
Yeah.
dodge, dodge.
I tried to fucking. I should have dodged.
Yo, Yuli.
Fuck.
This nigga
It's
like
fine.
to try to
They still got
Stay
Muhammad
away.
Ali pants in here, but they just don't got them.
Oh no!
Three
Got you.
WWE's top competitors ready for this. Getting this
One
matchup
critical
underway.
move.
Remember, this don't count though. They're just a test round.
I swear to God, I hit. I swear to God, I hit. I was holding up.
Yeah, you sold it, buddy.
Okay.
You sold it, buddy.
Why would you dodge?
Doubling down.
I
on
ain't
you.
dodged. Running into
You
you.
did. You dodged.
Yo, this nigga Orion
Yo.
is a dickhead. He out there just tapping me. Hey, just let it go. Just.
With a Uranagi.
Hey, press A. Use the boost.
I am. It's not doing anything.
Oh, it's only one more.
You better for looking at me for focus on them. There's one. Oh, he's. Oh.
I couldn't do anything. I was out of stamina.
Damn.
I didn't think you tapped out.
We ain't done.
I figured you would have put the fight.
I ain't gonna lie,
That's not more of a fight.
Jacob Fatu is
That was
having
fun.
the
That was super fun.
Oh, he's going from the top.
Alvin.
Good shit.
Yeah.
He's in a precarious situation.
You're not good. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. God damn it.
Yeah.
What pick a nine? Eight.
Yeah.
Yo.
Go ahead.
Hey, combo.
That nigga.
That
Nigga, wait, you dropped more?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
What do you mean 8?
So you dropped some more.
Why?
The word story.
Oh yeah.
How many fucks we give around? We don't.
Yeah, you talking to me?
Good reverse.
I ain't gonna cap to you. You dick riding right now, Combo.
I'm not telling you once.
Yo,
Dick riding.
you
You're ahead of me. Why the fuck would you
No, wait, no, I'm saying, no, I'm asking.
The pound saying working.
I'm pick 19. So in the tournament, I'm middle.
Hey, Henry, you just said that he was dick riding. The combo was dick riding.
Kick to the gut.
Good reverse. He don't even know the man moveset.
Orion ain't say shit to you. And you dick riding him.
Y'all worry about the wrong thing. You dick riding too, nigga. You worry about the wrong
You just picked him just to pick him?
You know what?
That's who I had last year.
Oh, at the end. Okay.
That's why I picked, yeah, that's why I picked him.
How do you win a no DQ match?
Wait till I get up, nigga. Wait till I get up, nigga.
You can't let this chaotic and dangerous match intimidate you into playing it safe.
You thought you hit it once? I was going easy on you. Nah, I'm just kidding.
A narrow escape. Ooh, stinging kick.
I'm still fucking with Cena.
Trying to wrestle free their opponent's arm. Has the arm.
Anybody trying to get their ass?
Goodness gracious. You have to imagine the disdain it takes to repeatedly stop someone like that.
Your combo.
Tossing their opponent like they're nothing. A relentless attack.
Have you seen his moveset?
I don't know.
Who I said? Who I told you?
Which one?
Do you actually go with the first one? The first one.
No,
We
not
tried it.
I mean, you also.
Turned it into a statement
in the figure,
DDT.
Yeah.
I don't
Going for the Superman punch.
All I'm saying.
Good reverse. Good reverse.
Sleeper pick.
Going back for another scoop. Oh no, I was just talking about the match.
Someone get scooped.
No, he tried to scoop him twice, but it ain't working.
Dude, stop fucking scooping.
Yeah, what's up?
It don't work
I'm
this
trying
shit,
to,
bro.
bro. It's just.
Yeah,
Just have fun,
you
dude.
gotta break
So just have fun. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Luke.
What's up?
Hey, Don, who you want to see first? You want to see Elite?
Trying to find his feet. This does not look good for him.
Nigga, fuck.
I heard Elite ZT. Well, I ain't hear the last team.
He was trying to make love over there and shit.
Great apes.
Oh, 1300 didn't last too long. Elite. I thought Elite died. That's what I was heard.
Oh, for real, Rolly said it's dead.
Yeah, that's what I could have sworn. That's what we said. Yeah.
That's what Rolly said.
You just said a nigga. You said a nigga who don't own that said what?
That the team is dead.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Me and Graydon still alive. Right?
So I guess that means ZT is gone as well as 1300 Rocks is also gone.
No. Wait.
The niggas went out there window shopping for
Hey, that match is for whoever said they was.
Damn.
No whoop on your ass right there.
That beat game is nasty right now. Good shit, Luke. Come on. Let's get rid of him. Yeah, he did do about 4. Yuli, play by play him. Well, you know it don't count, but play him clean, bro.
Oh, what did I do? What did I do?
Then you do about 4 Bs. I know I seen it constantly. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I might have, bro. My bad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I kept seeing it.
My bad, bro.
Hey, Fletch.
Yeah, but I kept seeing it though. He kept spamming it though.
Hey, Fletch. Hey, do we get these niggas 1300 rocks?
He on one team with you no more. Bet.
My game's
Yep.
updated.
I'm finna go.
I'm talking about in the league when we start off.
Yeah, so it's Quad taking Graydon's spot.
And hold on.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we got this, Quaz. We got. We could have won it too.
Yeah, either way it go.
Either way. I mean, we're
Sure,
getting. Hey,
nothing.
which bracket are we using? The one that Leon made?
We just gotta get one.
Okay.
Leon went already there.
He's got Jacob here.
True.
Spiked with a Uranagi.
Hey, so Braun Breaker had a submission last year.
He's got one this year.
Why that shit not
That'd be 2 if you leave.
It's a sig.
Nope.
It's a sig.
He got a submission this year.
Yeah, he had a last year too.
Where were you running to, dude?
You said Braun Breaker? He don't got it.
He don't have it this year. He does not have it this
Man,
year.
you said, where you going, bro?
So where you going? He tried to get up out of there, man.
Isaiah.
He probably is, but oh no, he's still there to fight with the heaviest pounds. Look at that shit.
Looking now, Flash.
They ain't getting rid of the stun bar of all that.
Who dick is in body?
No, he doesn't have it now.
Cold, man.
For the spear.
Hey, Orion.
Hey, what's up?
I thought I could spare him in the corner.
What's up, Des?
Going for the roll up. Probably gonna be
Hey,
a rope
Des,
break.
did you make that elimination? Did you make that elimination?
Yeah, I made it
A Rezo.
Okay, so just elimination match.
And he going for the steal. Oh. Oh wow.
Send it, Des.
For the 1, 2, and the 3. Okay, good shit,
I had a
man.
big ass box, bro. This shit crazy.
You good, Lou. Don't worry about it, bro.
It's only my third match
You
back
gotta
in
go out
about
there and have
5
fun,
months.
bro. It's my first time winning, I'll tell you that. I ain't done nothing but play Leon. I got the game.
Somebody tell me I'm winning the whole tag.
A win like this sends a message.
Yeah.
Send 2
Who you teaming with?
superstars. Send
He
3.
teaming with Woodha.
He's
Yeah.
just woulda. He's just woulda.
You believe
Woulda,
that?
shoulda, coulda.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what to believe in, bro. I just don't know how to pin no more. That's what it was. I don't know how to pin no more. I had a big ass box, but I just didn't know how to pin no more, bro. That's all it is.
Yo, where the fuck is ACG at, bro?
You didn't have a refill or what happened?
You're dead. Send it again.
I pulled a reason the first time.
What we doing?
I pulled a reason the first time because I didn't, like I said, I had a big box both times.
Oh, you thought you had it and then it was a late 2 kick out and they didn't count it?
No, I just got his ass whooped. Keep it a buck.
Bro, the Mavs went to shit quick, guys. Like, we don't have nobody. Not a single soul. We got
And
Spencer
invite Quad.
Dinwiddie. Then Brandon Williams scored 31 points. He automatically get hurt. Like, what is we doing? Now the White Pal and Kessler Edwards hurt. Oh my God.
I could do this for you if you want me to. I could have you versus Quaz since he said he wanted to still get in there. It does.
Wait, I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
mate.
good. No, not you, Tech. We could fight it. We could fight. We could actually do a tag match after the singles match. But
Fuck out, Lou. Let's kick it wide.
Someone new. Someone new.
but
So
but Dezo, if you wanted to fight Quaz, if he want to go ahead and do that, since Brady ran.
Not fighting him, bro. Brady ran.
With who?
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
Brady
Yeah,
ran.
Brady ran. Mm-hmm.
From Quazo?
No, he said he had to run to the stove.
Let's do it, dog. What?
So you want to fight Quaz?
How many matches have you done so far?
What is it? 4 matches.
Henny went through, Orion went through, Leon went through, and Combo went through.
No, that's instead of that Henny spot. That is Weezy went through. What else is it?
Damn, why y'all
Buddha
replace me
went
so
through.
fucking quick? What the fuck I do?
It was a typo. It was a
Nigga,
typo.
Henny could
It
fight.
was a
What's the
typo.
name? Henny could fight Quaz. It's Mr. Runner.
You gonna wait on ACG?
Yep, I'm gonna wait on ACG. Yep.
Oh, but I was right on everything so far though. Weezy
what?
won. Orion
Weezy,
won.
say it again?
Leon.
no, Orion didn't fight.
Weezy,
Oh my
Orion.
God.
Oh, well, I'm just going off the bracket
Really?
on the left side. I'm just going off the bracket on the left
I
side.
tell you, it's
That's
Weezy,
single. That's single.
Woulda,
It's always been a
me.
single.
What's the last one that just happened? Who just fought?
Me.
It was.
Oh, I'm gonna whoop your ass, Don.
Yuli just won. And
I won.
he said he gonna whoop my ass.
I just
Yeah,
wiped
right.
the floor, nigga. What you mean I just won?
And
Damn,
then,
Lou, nigga say watch
and then
Oh, God,
yeah,
no,
we
Don.
can swap that Henny if you wanna if you hold on, is Carlito still here?
That's cool.
Say
That's
something.
cool. It don't matter, man.
Hey, Carlito,
see.
is that Nightfall's homie from last year?
No, he's his own person.
You know, you remember which one? What I'm talking about, right? The little
Yeah.
Spanish speakers. That
Yeah, the
came in?
Ronaldinho guy.
I know you talking
Yeah,
about.
him. Huh?
Okay, so you could do this. Yeah, Henny, you could fight what's the name, Quaz, and you could take that spot since Brady ain't here. You wanna do that?
Hey,
Run
how'd you
that
come up
now,
with
just
the
do,
lunch?
you can run that now and
I
then do a
don't
tag
know.
match.
Oh shit.
I like
That's
my
my
wheel spin.
That's
my neutral X.
Whenever Dez is ready, we can announce.
What we finna run?
Hey, Don, you know
It's
you made a
finna be
mistake,
you.
right?
I'm trying to fill you in
You
the
made a
spot.
mistake, Don.
What?
On which one?
That's cool.
You put Combo with me,
Am I-
nigga. He gonna realize how good of a teammate I am, nigga. You cooked.
Am I fighting Don?
It's over for you, bro.
Yeah,
Always
I'm
a good
trying to get
teammate,
you a
though.
match right now.
Oh yeah,
Henny,
and I'm a good teammate too.
Henny, you want to fight him?
Wait,
Well,
Dark Match with Henny.
Are you in the match with him right now?
I don't know what my
Would
shit is.
just bring that match
turn the
over here
stream
then.
on. Fuck it. Turn the stream
He said,
on.
"Turn the
Oh,
screen."
fuck.
Is it with y'all
I'll never
characters?
finish it.
Is it with y'all characters?
Nah.
Oh, see, it
Hey,
ain't gonna count
I
then.
got a green bar right now. Chill, bro.
They ain't gonna be
You
nothing.
got a green ball. That shit mean anything, nigga?
Do y'all
you
want to go
face
ahead
on
and
the
do y'all want to fight or what y'all want to do?
Yeah, bring that shit over there to the stream.
Okay, here we go. Let me set y'all match up then.
wait, this is all dark matches you just did?
Pin me, Quad.
Yeah, none of this stuff count. This is me testing shit, bro.
Obviously, it's a test, but I'm saying you're not even like streaming it.
Yeah, I'm streaming it right now. Yeah, it's on stream.
Go ahead and pin me, bro.
Oh, so we don't get to finish this? Fuck it.
Yeah, just join my match, bro. Y'all can fight it over here.
Yuli.
Alright, bro. Now I gotta fight this nigga after
Bro,
he
you
faking
gotta
me
beat
out,
some
bro.
ass. You
This
gotta
the
beat
same
some
shit
ass.
that happened with
Oh
ACG.
yeah, we are.
Why the fuck
Well,
y'all
yo,
just
my
turn
boy
my
is-
stream
my
on when
boy's
they finish
going
doing
down.
what the fuck?
Cause y'all not the right people. That's why.
Yes, we is. I got.
I thought
Rhea,
he just
got
said
Kurt.
no. Kurt,
No,
he
nigga,
not
I'm
Kurt though. He
Charlotte.
not Kurt. Yeah, he's Charlotte. Kurt is Wheezy.
Oh my bad.
Yeah, see.
Oh my
There you
bad. My
go.
bad. My bad, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Oh, Don, so you made a decision then? It is gonna be a submission.
No, this is me just seeing.
yeah.
You know, you gonna know. You gonna know very soon.
It's gonna be a good little plot twist because I heard Orion was tapping everybody out. He gonna be the
Nah,
world
you good,
champion.
bro. No,
I got
no,
that
you'll
in
be
a
the first to
dark
know.
match.
You'll be the first to know.
You could be the first to know.
Man, what?
Hey, but
I
is he
got
at least
tapped
whooping
up.
their ass
And,
or
and
he just,
Quaz,
like,
you could
tapping
join
them
in
out?
too. They probably just
Hey,
tapping
yo,
out.
my
He
man,
probably
gotta
whooping
put
no
your
ass.
work
We did a
Orion.
tag.
Yeah,
Me,
making the
we did a
1v1
tag
for
match.
myself
Me,
and
Combo, Peculiar, and Des did a tag match, and it was back
He
and
was
forth.
tapping everybody out.
It ended on one fall because you can't do elimination.
But I really hope that you do submissions for the start.
so
That
if
way
that's the
niggas
case,
can
yo,
pick accordingly. And then I'm pretty sure like a month or two down the road, you're gonna be like, fuck that.
What Don go?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
For Don, so hypothetically,
After
right?
you
so
start,
since-
after you start your
so has
career
the-
off
has the tag
0
already
to 10
happened so far?
down.
Say it again.
Has already been a tag match?
No, not yet.
Nah.
No.
Alright, so look,
We're ready,
since eliminations are, maybe you can do 2 breakups.
Dodge into it. Fuck.
2 breakups. Okay.
Maybe 2 breakups just because there's no elimination.
Oh, it didn't work after the update
Yeah,
either.
yeah.
It didn't work.
We don't know about
Oh,
the update.
But not each 2 breakups as a team. Like,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. All right, Charlotte versus Rhea.
Already how it is?
No,
What a
Nito.
match.
Nigga,
No.
person. Oh, are you saying the same person can break it up twice instead?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Just 2 breakups
Like,
per,
what up,
on that team.
A classic triple threat match now underway.
That moveset sucks,
Tell
Ed.
us how
That
this is
moveset
going to
sucks.
go.
I was screwed anyway.
Alliances, sneak
She has nothing but
attacks,
fucking
and
double.
all
Make it
brawl,
three.
place
One
your
single,
bets
one
on
extra.
gentlemen. Anything and everything is on the table.
Breakups is
The
like that.
thunderous form to follow.
Everybody trying to touch my out. Hell yeah. Oh God, though. I see what you're saying.
I mean, Dez, you saw what we saw what me and Combo did. That
Hey,
tactic.
wait till Wood of Distillers had a tap out glitch, bro.
She gets
Tap out glitch.
Once you find out the tap out glitch, y'all done.
vicious boot by Charlotte.
Library, she was a higher overall.
Tap out glitch.
It'd be nice.
And
Wait, so how did Worldstar end on
back
number
on.
4?
He bought it.
Bought the pick from combo.
Bought it. He bought the combo.
Look at this shit.
You told me it wasn't for sale, bro.
Well, I guess he changed his mind.
First stage, I just want to see his moveset.
Movement gets her out of the way.
Oh, that shit doesn't
Jesus
give me
Christ.
a why. What the fuck?
Come on.
Connects on the Northern Lights. She's now looking
So
a bit
that's what
worse
it's
for
about.
wear.
This preseason.
Gut and a thunderous
Hey,
form to follow. Taken down by the neck. Flair is falling behind now. And Ripley is in complete control. The proverbial mud has been stopped, and now it's time to walk it dry.
You don't know that.
In a no disqualification.
I don't know, but I don't want to.
Damn.
Still works, by the way.
Yeah, don't you gotta bend that leg up, bro?
Because that's how you can
Hey, how do you get this?
and the match as a whole.
Hey, is Fargo in his match already?
Yeah, he fighting right now.
Yeah, Brady must have known that.
Damn, I don't know my fucking singles.
John, did you hear me, bro? You gotta
I heard
bend
you
that
say
leg
ban the
up,
leg
bro.
drop. I heard you.
Yeah, you gotta know why, bro. You know why, bro. Bend that.
Has control.
Get a why.
All the way up and all the way
You
down.
know.
Following
Not if you do
slam.
it, right?
You
You
know,
don't get it.
Kip up.
It's literally
Hey,
as
you
if
don't
you
get
would
the
do
why
that
if you do
backup
that
leg
right.
drop.
You don't get the why if you do another
Score
thing.
line,
Same
pinning
thing right too.
combination.
That running B
Oh,
you got.
maybe not.
Yeah,
Oh,
man, we ain't gonna talk about it.
That one from all
We ain't
the
gonna
way
talk
over
about it,
here.
Quan. I know exactly how to do it.
Why not talk about it, though, man?
Yeah, I
y'all
wanna
want
know.
Prestige on the league, though, nigga. Why not? Fuck wrong with y'all?
I want to know about it. That's one.
There you go. Don't ask him about it, man. Tell him.
Returning to the ring now.
So look, you see how he got to watch mine? I ain't gonna get to watch his watch.
Look at this, just stop after stop after stop. You can feel
Nigga
the
still ain't telling
resentment
you
building
about
with
it,
each
Dan. That's
stop
the
there.
shit I mean, bro.
I don't know why I was doing
Yeah, why is it? Why you don't get one?
Flair moved at the right time. Clean strikes with the big boot. That raw power
You say he might be
possesses
pressing
was
too
held in
fast.
check there.
Nah, it don't even say earlier than late.
Scoop slam. She turns it around with the reversal. She gets bounced into the corner. Big boot.
Oh Lord, we can't.
You
get
know
it.
he always get a boot. You know he once he find a boot character, yeah, he's lost.
Yeah, we can't get one of y'all niggas big boots. Y'all niggas.
My bad. My bad.
Oh, that nigga ran out.
Oh yeah, Eddie's rope sucks. This is a
I
bad
ain't gonna
move
lie,
set.
this nigga down with these ads gonna piss me off.
Ads are good for your health greatness, and it probably help with your drinking and stuff.
Flawless takedown.
Oh, give me a while that time.
Don't help me while drinking. Fuck it, it's
Quick way to respond with the reversal. Oh, right to the side of the
Damn.
face.
It's a boot for boot fest right now.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna redo it on this head. I'm gonna redo it. See, we gonna do the boot together.
Fuck. I have stamina.
Do the boot, hey, do the boot.
Planted face first.
Get your legs up. Move to the side. Now do the boot.
Charlotte caught by the counter.
That's 2.
And this one could be moving to ringside.
You got one more. You get 3.
Man, you already used so many of them.
2, yeah.
Didn't the match like just start right now?
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Kinda, yeah.
Didn't have to. Did not have to.
Oh my god.
He said, didn't the match just start?
Me not know my moveset. Oh, maybe not.
Eddie Ford, but
the brunt of yet another attack there.
Yeah, it's bad.
This
No,
deep
it's
into
bad.
a triple threat. You're lucky if you're still
That's
standing.
Travis Scott dropped.
Rhea capitalizes there.
No.
It just says wrestling is real in the front, and it has the WWE logo, and on the back it's that picture from that little top card. That's what I'm seeing on the ride.
Look, you better get
It's
that.
ugly as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Ripley's experiencing some brutality.
Funny as hell.
Oh, that can rock you.
Henny.
That nigga let me finish. That nigga let me finish my last one.
To capture some
There
Ripley still has to do more to
Is that still a thing with the, what is that called? Hitting him in the back of the head?
Yeah.
It still work like that?
I just started fucking him up in the back
Oh.
of the head. That was it.
Nah, it's still a thing.
At this point, Des, it's a win getting your green card off.
Yeah, I know he wasn't intentionally doing it. He was just swinging.
With this moveset,
He really did.
He really looks so good though. That's why I was like,
Nigga, I don't know if it's still working now.
I know it fucking.
Oh man.
It's looking like the price went up on it.
Oh man.
I don't know.
He's got STO, motherfucker. God damn it.
Wow,
Hey,
you
so,
good, man.
um,
Hey, you good, 'cause he doing weak shit against you too, so
Hey,
that's
so
good.
after y'all playing the game, how y'all have played?
Dirty nigga, right?
Is Roman and Cody still 1 and 2? Or y'all think
Charlotte continues to pick
Cody
apart
was
the
never
competition.
done.
Yes, Charlotte is
Nigga, I don't care what nobody says. It was Roman and Cody 1 or 2. Like,
Oh, it was Roman and
Y'all get what I'm saying though. They're no longer the top 3 niggas I'm looking at no more. Cause nobody picked up Roman today. I thought I was like, what the hell?
Nah, it's just a
This.
Niggas like me, Cena, automatically went Roman.
I don't know.
You just
I don't know.
Move the back niggas up with a strike. I see that.
Like, I just been getting all these new tactics, son. Hey, now don't be teaching them nothing, bro.
Yeah, I want to see it. You got a super fan and shit.
I didn't even know what
One. This shit.
I don't know, but make sure you don't teach it.
Only you myself and I.
Well, they can teach
Oh,
me, bro.
look at this.
Brought into the prison chat?
Steiner, am I getting?
No.
You know, am I getting Steiner screwdriver?
Hey, Yuli, when I was
Oh wow.
just a continuous rush on Charlotte here. Rhea showing off that wide array of hers.
Ooh, shit. That motherfucker big foot quick.
Back to late
Yeah.
17 was weird as hell.
What's wrong with her?
Her render, it's not an actual render. It's like a WWE wrestling render. Yeah,
you
but
do.
why the fuck did Bianca Belair not have it? She has her own renders. Nah, that's called lazy, bro. They just
Oh lord.
they use the
I
same
think he finna
render.
take you up high.
Hey, this gonna be the first super fan I've ever tried to attempt to kick out of.
For real? Oh, but here go under the bright lights. Under the bright lights.
This shit is exactly like it's the exact same shit that's like.
Damn, Avalanche Riptide.
It is.
For the 1, 2, and kick it out at the 2 for the. Oh, you better hurry up. For the spear.
What is that?
Shit, man. And the figure 4 is it might fuck you up since your debuff. It might fuck you up.
Yeah.
Or
much stamina. It ain't gonna,
Oh no, he losing. He losing. Yeah, he pop Rizzo. Yeah.
There's a reason for that. That nigga don't know how to play.
He don't. He don't. He really don't.
No competitor here is looking to give in. It's going to take a lot
shit.
in this fight. We are just seeing sheer perseverance. Nothing is being left back.
Rhea Ripley did not get to abuse none of that debuff. Oh, might be a little bit of time. Nope, there it goes. It's gone. It's over with. Stun bar though. Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's still here.
Damn,
Just message me in the group chat whenever we talk about Mac.
Oh, y'all got a little group chat.
Oh, yeah, I got a little group chat.
Oh, fuck, got it.
Yeah, I'm in there too, bro.
Oh shit, it might be over with. It might be over with. Let's see if Quaz got it.
Don, I'm back.
Whoop, your match. Look at your person fighting right now.
There, there we go. Have me versus Brady. There you go.
Boy, ain't Hoove here?
Is he? Is Hoove
I
here?
think so. Yeah, he right there. Yeah.
Once I joined.
Yeah. Oh, they go to Rizzo for Rizzo. Oh, try to go for the natural selection. Good shit. Rhea Ripley still got some shit in the chamber though.
Nah, I don't got all of them. I got most of them.
I read they were trying to get this shit.
Yeah. Wait,
It's gonna be a good year, man.
Yeah.
And who's Mutt Boy?
That's a new guy. That's a new person.
Why are you being like
looking to cause some damage by attacking the skull?
Oh, that's really his fucking name.
Looks like she's gonna shake it off, but she needs to make sure to protect her head better.
Good clutch moment. If you would have had a fan right there, though. And there you go. Oh shit.
Swishes are gonna be a bitch.
Slowly rising, looking like a very easy target here.
Took too long to this. Took you a while on.
Schoolboy pitting combination. Oh, maybe not, but power. And a big boot by Charlotte. Gets slammed down.
Oh shit. One last move and it could be over. And the double scoop slam. The full stun bar and the figure 8 is locked
that's the game.
in.
That's the G.
Shit. Can he get out? Can Rhea get out? Can Rhea get out? Oh shit, hold on. Oh.
He can get out, no stamina.
He can still get out, yo.
If Quad is on the other side.
Oh shit, this is looking bad. Hold on.
Hey, can I put a T-bone?
It's going bad. It's going bad. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. It's getting bad.
I had picked him, but I didn't come.
And the win goes to Charlotte Flair with the figure 8.
I just want to see
he won with a submission.
Yeah.
That's all you gonna see this year. I'm telling you that now. Cause
Yeah.
if
But
he just wasted a whole super fan on me just for me to kick out at 2.
Yeah,
Niggas is not gonna deal with that shit again this year. I'm telling you, niggas is gonna submit your
It's
ass.
cool. I just had to. I had to test it. I had to test
I'm telling you now, Quaz. Now you know. Submit a nigga every time. Whoever you got.
Niggas get.
Is there any restrictions on submission right now?
Oh,
in
it's
the
the same
pro
way.
version?
Yeah, niggas just
Oh, I
made
think
it.
it's still
Niggas
quick
just
as
made
fuck.
it that. I ain't gonna lie. Niggas just made it.
I'm telling you, Quaz.
And what are y'all using your reason on? The
There ain't
kick out
no
or the
other
tap out?
choice.
Nah, that's good shit.
Depends.
GG, bro.
You don't
I'm
count
both,
against
yo.
my record, so
You
I
were
can't
bullying
crack
me
to
on the fucking
Yeah,
tap out.
yeah. I ain't gonna crash
y'all
out.
did a good match, though. Y'all did a good match, though.
Yeah.
Very good match. Very good match. We got Who
Hey, I
versus
ain't gonna lie.
Orion. We got
I do want to let niggas
ACG
know, bro,
versus
that
Dezo.
y'all-
Yo,
and
well,
Lance
where's
versus
my
Brandon.
opponent,
I'm on
bro?
that this year, bro.
Tag
I'm not
your
gonna lie to
opponent.
you.
Tag
Like,
your
as far-
opponent.
As far
I
as
have no
last
clue who he
year,
is.
I was on that, but like I wasn't on that. Like I
I am
You
in
already fought
a
Leon?
15.
Nah, he ain't fought yet. No, he ain't fought.
I am in a
Brandon,
15. I am in a 15-minute Iron Man match anyway, dog. So I need 13 minutes, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
you
never
good, you
seen
good.
Brandon.
Shit. Is Hoove you here?
Yo, Don.
Yes, what is it?
Hey, Don, Brandon said if he's up. Is he up?
If he up, yeah, if he
Yeah, I
up,
told
I
him.
can
Yeah.
get him. Yeah,
Alright,
if he
he's
up, I
coming.
can
Yeah,
get him.
he's coming.
Okay,
He's
bet.
coming.
You said what? You said what though? What?
When is my next match? Like in the tournament? Sure.
This first round almost over with. It's literally almost
Yeah, I know, I
over with.
won.
We got
So,
2
like,
more
who I fight
matches.
next?
Oh, can you
Go
run
to
a
the
different
bracket.
one?
Go to the bracket.
I need 12 minutes.
Yeah, you good.
Yo,
Go to the
Leon,
bracket.
You fighting Brandon? Can you lose? Can you lose?
Wow, you want to fight Brandon?
No, so I don't need
Yeah.
Brandon right now. Leon need 12 minutes.
Yeah.
What?
Well, 12 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Like I'm finna have a vibe.
That
nigga doing an Iron Man match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless I get Orion and Hoove, I could do them. And
Yeah, it was supposed to be, but I guess he said give him like 10 minutes, bro.
What's up? Likewise.
We gonna win
You
the
hear me,
tournament.
Brandon?
We're gonna win that tag match. We're gonna win that tag.
The tournament, nigga.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna win the tag tournament for sure.
Yeah.
Shit about that.
Nigga, what the fuck? Who do y'all think y'all are fighting against? Like what the
I
who
don't
do
give no
y'all
fuck
think
who
y'all
we
are fighting
fighting against.
against?
That's who you be feeling the real ass, bro. That's who you be.
Oh
who you
yeah?
fight first?
You just went out there and got your ass whipped by Henny, nigga. I ain't seen a nigga their ass whipped by Henny since last game, bro. Like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Damn. I
That
bet.
nigga Green Bar man. Again,
I'm pretty
I don't know
sure.
what you talking about.
Oh, now he gonna ride you like, nah, man, it's okay, don't worry about it. Nah, nigga, you whooped his ass, it's all good.
I was motherfucking getting beat up.
It's
Yeah, I
just
was
look,
motherfucking
check it
getting
out,
beat
check it
up.
out. Look, when I got him stunned, I could have instantly won, but I went.
But you didn't though. That's what you gotta realize. That you can't think
but
twice.
I
You gotta
had to
finish the
test.
job.
I had
No.
to test. I just had to test. I had to test my
Yeah,
game.
You don't
you
test
had to
it around
test with
here,
the
bro.
wrong
This
nigga. I
ain't
ain't gonna lie
time
to
to
you.
And Pete,
Yeah,
I
it is
still
the wrong
hung
nigga
in
to
there. I
test.
still hung in there. Even after selling that, I still hung in there.
Yeah, and then you hit him with the super fin for what?
Big, bro.
For your ego?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, folks. When you get caught in that sub, folks, at the wrong time, it get like that, bro. You gotta watch your gameplay on here.
Oh, it don't get like that.
Be
With
out
me,
here
bro.
trying to play, folks. Any nigga who just out here
Oh, you
throwing
gotta
shit
have fun.
like Leon, little thirsty ass, he gonna get tapped out. Cause he ain't gonna never have no stamina to do shit.
Yeah.
Y'all just gonna be tapping niggas out, huh?
Yeah, everybody. I mean,
So,
Y'all
yeah,
just
he
be
said,
dumb nigga
he
out
said
here
yeah,
hitting up-
everybody.
hitting on top rope, rip tight nigga. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? You probably
Why
thought it was
not?
over, huh? You thought it was over, huh?
yeah, of course.
thought it
I hit a
was
super
under,
fan.
hell
Why
no.
the fuck wouldn't I?
Bro, you ain't seen these niggas
Everybody
kick
gon-
out last year, bro? Like, stop.
Yes.
Especially Henny, you should have known better.
I had to
Remember
make sure
Money in
they
the
could do
Bank?
it. I
You
had
don't
to
remember
make sure
Money
they
in the
could do
Bank?
it again.
Nah,
I
nigga,
bro,
stop.
niggas
That's
ain't
the last nigga I'm hitting with that.
I think that's what I'm
I
about
ain't
to
make
do.
sure-
For real. I might have to
Hey,
do
by
this.
the way,
you gotta think about it,
he's
bro.
the same, by the
Niggas
way,
won.
Des. They didn't change anything.
Yeah.
He's the
I
same.
ain't
Yeah, I
been
know.
seeing niggas kick out my shit yet.
That's all I was trying to see if they did what they did with him. They didn't do a damn thing with him.
I've been throwing my super fan on 7-4 BK now. Hey, what my charger for?
I might be fighting Brady now though, Des. So you might just pack me up quick.
Brady.
Yep.
So Brady, you ran from the smoke with Dez just to fight Orion?
No, he ran from the smoke with Quaz.
He
I had
ran
to go to the
Quaz.
store. I had to go to the store, and Quaz's internet was acting
Just
like
tap me
shit.
out, I don't care.
So that's not my problem.
Oh, what?
Hey, Brady.
Nigga,
Hey,
see, they
hey,
didn't
Brady.
tell me all that.
Brady.
They said you were dunking. They said you ran from Quaz, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You see that clip I sent you, bro? Look at that shit. This shit's still the same.
Let me see. I'll check it out right now.
This nigga on my whole
Nigga, you can watch it on stream, man. It ain't nothing but crazy.
Yeah, I know. I just don't like showing my messages because y'all just be like, Don, what the hell you be telling these people?
I'm gonna report your ass.
I'm going there.
All right, now I'm gonna show
Set
it
that
on
matchup,
screen.
Don. Let me whoop on Orion.
I'm finna set up right now. I just had to
Man,
switch my
I'll
screen
tap
over.
your ass out.
Come on.
Yeah,
At that
what's up?
point, you might as well play the forward. Play the forward.
Remember the multi-mans be tripping and stuff.
One man. One.
pertaining to the other 4 matches.
One fall. Winner goes.
Winner goes. Yes.
Winner goes.
They might as well. Yeah.
Someone get to buy that.
Hey, Don, do the same shit as last year. Niggas don't react.
Oh, ACG don't get
Oh
no
shit.
No, I'm not saying ACG.
Niggas is reacting just to not show
For the
up.
next
Don.
round,
Come on,
it'd be
bro.
the next round though, Dez.
What is this?
Someone will get to buy in the
Ain't
next
this
round.
why? Ain't this why the last show got canceled?
Listen. I'm doing it like this. By the time our match over with, if Hoove not back,
I was rubbing.
if Hoove
What were
not
you
back,
rubbing?
shit, it's over with.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Good point.
Come on, Don. Go like that, bro.
I don't
Yeah,
even know
honestly,
what you
this is a
said.
practice show, bro.
Fuck it.
So just go ahead and
Fuck
make some moves, bro. I'm trying to
cool
fight
with it.
already.
I don't even know
Do a
what you
fatal
just said.
4-way, bro. Just do a 4-way. Just put a 4-way.
Against
Standing
who?
outside. Me, Brady, and Orion.
One fall. So triple threat.
One fall.
Triple threat. One fall.
All right.
Oh, so it's 3 niggas that are supposed to be here that ain't here.
Yeah.
No, Brady's not
No,
even supposed
Brady.
to be
Brady.
this shit.
Brady.
Oh, his match got taken, and he's just an extra now.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
an extra. He's a fill-in. Orion, you know what we got to do.
Oh, I know. I know.
And
Hey,
we
Dez,
gotta
if
win.
I don't win, you're winning, Dez. Just leave it at that.
Yo, what this for, bro?
It's
because
a tourney
we're not-
match, bro.
Brady,
I don't
Brady, I'll
win
say now,
all
I'm tapping your ass out.
Oh, no, you're not going to tap. I ain't letting
I
you
won
tap.
There's
my
nobody
leg.
jump
What the
I
nobody.
said
fuck?
Brady. I said
No,
Brady.
Nothing. It's the
Please,
same
no,
thing.
Basically,
It's the same
there's 3
thing.
matches that can't go on because the other niggas aren't here, so they just run in a 3-way. So they
And
can
I
get
don't
food.
want to buy.
And who left?
I got
After
no
this one,
extra.
after this one,
Where
it's
who left?
Leon and whatever his
You
name
get a
is,
hold of who? Is he here?
Brandon.
Nah, fuck.
Hootie hoo.
Oh, who?
Oh, Don,
I
they was
tagged
talking
him
about
in the
this
chat
thing.
though. I tagged him in the
Yeah, I
chat.
seen exactly right.
Oh, that one. Oh, that
Yeah, that
shit.
shit look ugly as fuck.
Yo, Des.
What's good, shorty? I'm in the match.
Oh yeah, y'all join in.
Okay.
Nigga said, what's good, shorty? I'm in a match. I'll be sick.
Who are you, Dez?
Becky. Becky.
Becky. Sexy
Oh,
Becky.
Lord. Oh, God. Okay.
Combo said invite. Whatever your name is. Yeah, whatever. Well, I mean disrespect you like that, bro.
He did that shit on purpose, bro.
Bro, cause I was finna call him Mello.
It's a plucker.
Nah, no way. Nah,
There's a nose plucker, huh?
Yo, pick your character. Come on.
I am calling
This
down.
bitch went Muda.
Did it give him
Lord.
two? Did it give him 2 renders again or just one?
Yes, he's got both the tires from last year.
Oh,
Same,
wow.
same shit.
Oh,
Same
wow.
shit.
Nigga,
Same shit.
I thought you were gonna go somebody like
Nah,
No,
he
that's who I
chose
said
the
I'm
same
using in the
thing.
tournament. I already said I'm using it. I'm not using
There's so
Muda in
many
the
things
league.
to consider when you're competing.
Oh, so that's for real. Like that's a fact.
For J, Muda's my backup.
Oh, okay.
Muda's my
Okay.
backup.
Y'all seen that parlay I sent yesterday, bro?
I seen some.
What are you thinking, Byron? Well, I ultimately need to agree with Corey. If there's one
Why y'all
thing
wanna go
you don't
Muda?
pick many of in a fatal 4-way, it's one-on-one situations.
You gotta. What if the?
I'm not saying you got a
Never
higher
mind.
pick than I do. I'm not dumb.
Nigga, I'm picking Charlotte Flair if that bitch fall to me. You think I care about your pick?
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. That bitch is falling.
Hey, y'all think I get Roman Reigns? Is he gonna fall to me?
Hell no. You might as well go ahead and take all yours out your basket now. And say some damn Roman Reigns.
Weezy select. Roman fucking Reigns.
Versus.
So you think Roman gonna
I
be
think
over?
Roman's awesome. I hope so. I hope niggas respected that I had a match and they were Nah, no, I just
weird it.
move around. Whoa.
You calm down, pal.
You must have forgot who Roman Reigns is, bro. That's me right there. We doing it like fantasy league, bro. We doing keepers.
Finally capitalize.
Shit.
Counters from each other. Impenetrable defense.
I mean,
Niggas
yeah,
like
it
you
just
and
depends
Wolf,
who
I
you
would
got.
never, you would get struck every third show to keep your character.
Talking to me, nigga. What the fuck? Man, when have I done that, bro? You got me confused with something else. I did it towards the end of the league, yeah. I ain't gonna lie.
Why am I targeting the rail? Like, oh.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. He'd be extra close this year.
That's close.
Across the net. Connects the fist to the face.
Niggas like Roadstar is crazy. You think he's gonna get stripped? He didn't even show up today.
Able to evade.
Yeah, and it's one of his outfits.
Yeah.
Making niggas use their refill. I ain't gonna lie. Fuck that.
No, you're a dick. Oh, you're talking about you didn't break it up.
Off the springboard.
Targeting.
Big mistake.
No, wow. What the fuck?
I don't know why the fuck I went towards that one.
Yeah, I just had to Samoa Joe your ass real quick. Look at him.
I knew you were gonna do it.
Look at him. That's what he just
I
wanted.
know. I know.
You want the arm drag. Yeah.
He's certainly feeling that attack. Stop to the gut. Got out of the way.
Nigga.
He's out of the ring. What does he have in mind now? No count out as he takes things out of the ring.
Look at him. He just want an arm drag, bro.
Look at that.
Who playing with AJ?
What Brady is.
And he tosses it back in there. A great move to turn up the intimidation factor.
Come on, drag. I know what's up.
And why Brady?
Come on.
Brady cannot follow the
Wards that off.
AJ's not falling to you, bud.
Lethal combination.
I'm trying to tell the quad that reason not following him.
What pick is he? Like 56? He ain't just gonna follow me.
Now he's spec 14.
Is AJ really good or?
You're not AJ play.
Yeah, bro, but nope, he was left up in like all year last year.
Back and forth.
And Rocky might lose.
Missions way in the game, you could just pop up out of it, and on top of that, he has a double thing.
Who's your top 3 picks,
Nah. Number 1, Eric Bischoff. Number 2, Uncle Howdy. Number 3, the Black Ref.
You really want Uncle Howdy that bad? Why? You just shot me in the corner, dude.
I don't know.
I
I want him into Abyss drop.
My top 3 is Roman Reigns, Luther, and Bret Hart.
Oh, y'all been saying, look at them. Y'all been saying, you ain't getting none of them.
I don't really have anyone I'm set on right now. It's literally going to be at the spur of the moment who I feel good about. Bro.
Off the rope.
You're an asshole. Fuck you.
He still reversed it.
I reversed it.
I reversed
to AJ there.
No, I reversed his.
I reversed Brady, so.
Cena's a double again this year, Leon?
You said what is a double?
Cena?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well scouted.
Yes, it is.
You can't do elimination right now. Well, as far as we know, so.
Only by the gauntlet thing.
Yeah. And that's if it doesn't break.
Yeah.
What department you got handling all this shit? How do you know all this stuff?
We've been testing it.
Styles gets out of the way. Showing no signs of defense here, guys.
That's the bulldog.
He did. At that point, bro, you had to stun, bro. Man, I lied.
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew you were gonna do it. I knew
No quarter being given by
For the manhandle slam.
Yeah, I gotta have Evolution as my theme song of my
Did they give you that song for free? It's for free though, or you gotta win it. Oh, free. Bet. Your resale broke. It's just a test game anyway. Man. Don't nobody care, bro. You good?
Yeah, don't nobody care. He got him with the top. Then with the A.
I ranker, not shot.
Yeah.
He's been dealt a good deal of damage.
You know he going forever run. But look at that gravity did not play a part on this damn game. Should have failed though. Oh, he really walking all the way up there. I would just let him. I just let him.
Yeah, like you do with all these people in my faction.
Yeah, that's what he doing. Like playing like my faction people. Going up the ramp, hoping that you quit. Brady, don't do that again. That just gave me PTSD for a minute. That just pissed me off. Please don't do that ever again, bro. Damn.
I guess that was what's name against Leon, bro.
Water.
Yeah, he
Brady,
did.
you're not playing my faction ring, bro. Stop it.
I'm telling you, they be doing that, hoping that you quit. The man just sitting up there.
What's he doing? What's Brady trying to set up? From the middle rope. But meanwhile, the phenomenal one.
Nigga, what? I did not know my targeting was on that.
You already did something like my faction, then you gonna hit me with a moonsault?
I wasn't even waiting. Okay. I was waiting on
Styles
Brady to
Clash.
jump on my ass.
Going for the pin with it.
Bar so fucking big.
When they go into the tag.
Same pin bar.
You can go get something to eat too if you want to.
You got time?
Yeah, you got time. Yeah, you got time.
Damn, that's Brandon. Make sure we fight Brandon. Make sure I can fight him.
Hey, Don.
Yeah, what's up?
Let them fight first show. I'm telling you, boy. That is a
Who, Tech and Brandon?
Yes.
I just like that boy more than you, Don.
You said more than me, damn. Yeah. No, I haven't started none of them yet.
I read in the group. What that you're still in.
No, I haven't started none yet.
Oh, man.
Nigga, hit the follow button, nigga.
I'm telling you, if you want that stone bar, go get it, bro. If you wanted that stone bar, you should have just went to go get it, bro.
Brandon, don't give me Brandon first match.
This is a decent match,
You don't want to be 0-1? Yeah, you're right.
Hey, bro, whatever you need to make yourself. I'm heading on the title.
Oh. Yeah, I like that.
Have it, bro. You can have it, bro.
Oh, yeah, ain't nobody been fucking won yet.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, he got up. Nah.
He's got.
Don't worry about it.
Continuing to torture the back here. Fighting the
No.
breaking the hold.
out this bitch.
Strong forearm.
God, I gotta get used to that many games.
You haven't played it much yet?
Oh, I had to get on the ass.
That's what they should have put in the island just so people get used to it.
Yeah, Lynch possibly biting off more than she can chew.
I'm the blue bar, right? If I'm getting tapped
Yeah, if you getting tapped out, yo.
The color of your name is the bar that you are.
There you go. And cherry pick. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
He's been doing all the whole match. Waiting. He's just been trying to fucking.
He just been trying to roach.
Yeah, that's damn right. Is what he's
Damn.
doing. And then he tried to fucking.
Got my onion, boy. How you feel?
Bro, we should have did a fucking gauntlet. Cause I know I'm gonna lose. I know I'm gonna lose this match just cause Brady's just standing there. But it's cool. Come on, lock in,
Okay.
guys.
Set it
When
up.
the game
Let's do
first
this.
start, when
The
the game
dashboard.
first start, he ain't gonna be able to do that shit.
He right there.
Oh no.
Dashboard if y'all need to.
Oh wait, I don't think he gonna be here. So fuck it. That nigga said suck my dick. Nigga still 0-3 against.
Then
Oh wow.
now. Forever.
That nigga said.
That nigga said he was gonna give me a buy. That nigga said he was gonna give me a buy at 417. Yeah.
Together.
Buy though. Who else is? So Hoop's still not here?
I don't think so.
Leon.
What's up?
I wish they had Dash
Done?
Cena. Oh my god.
Y'all need me to join a match. I got it.
I'm saying, bro.
My match is finished.
Are you done?
Yeah, I am done.
I'm trying to kill this first round, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just trying to kill.
She the same nigga that always be talking in the chat, instigating, but when it's time to really come down to fight, he ain't here.
Eliminator, bro. Just do the
That shit
gauntlet.
Between who? The same foe?
ACG, I'm so tired of this nigga just running mouth.
I want to see how that Brandon guy fight in the singles match. I don't want him to go out there getting slimed out. I want to see how he actually fight.
How many you put him up against Tech? I'm telling you.
Don't put him up.
Get the fuck out that boy, man.
Don't put him against Leon.
He'll be alright. He will be just fine. He'll be just fine.
No, he will not. Hell no, he will not.
All right, we'll do that gauntlet eliminator shit real quick, bro.
Yeah, I can do
Let's go
yours.
ahead and get the shit out the way, bro. Yeah.
Put that shit on low health then, man. Shit.
Put it on medium, if anything. Cause my
I gotta go make one. I gotta go make one.
I'm not entertaining myself with
Brady
Brandon
was the only one with low health.
True. Do I look like I'm gonna fight hard truth all year? I ain't doing that shit.
At low health still was running. How the fuck you running with
How
low
many,
health?
how many people is this? It's 4 people, right? It's 4 of us.
Yeah, it's 4.
Okay.
No, it's 4.
You had low health and you were running?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
not
nigga
running.
running. He still had low health. How that work?
That's fucked up, bro.
But then
Niggas lucky I couldn't. Niggas lucky I ain't go Scott. I was gonna go Scott.
Steiner?
Yeah.
You got that.
Steiner's gotta get moveset.
You got Big Papa Pump unlocked.
Yeah, I got that nigga on lock, nigga.
I'm unlocking that nigga right now.
See his moveset. I'm trying to tell you, but his moveset.
I wasn't running. I was playing strategically.
Weezy. That Sig tough. That Sig tough.
Big
You
Papa
can force
Pump?
that bitch.
Alright, bet.
All right, I'm making a match
Guys,
now.
I'd like to clear the air. I wasn't running. I was strategically moving away. From
Man,
the
go to
action.
hell.
You were trying to host a
You
show,
were running
nigga.
away. You were
I'm about
running
to
like
say.
a punk ass bitch there, Brady.
I ain't gonna cap. I would let
Ryan, you've never beat me
Round
one.
4, 1v1 right there.
Hey,
Shit.
I mean, honestly, we're probably that's it, probably first
Oh,
show.
yeah,
Me and
right,
Brady.
Wiggins.
Me and Brady, first show.
Orion, no submissions in the game. That nigga finna talk his big boy shit. This shit, I ain't gonna lie to you.
I know my submission. I know how to do submission.
I ain't gonna lie.
That nigga
I ain't gonna
be
lie.
talking
If you don't know
shit
how to
like
do
crazy.
submissions and you talking
You're
shit to
cooked.
Orion,
You're
good luck.
Good luck.
You're
Good
fucked,
luck.
kid.
The match
say
ready
Dez-
for y'all.
okay,
The match
all
ready
right,
for y'all.
Henny, Dez, I was Eddie Thorpe. He was Scotty, and he was having a hell of a time trying to submit me still. And I had no stamina.
Nigga. Fuck y'all, man. The fuck, nigga? That shit laughable, man.
What you say?
Nigga, you got
What you
Roman.
say?
Like, what are we talking about here, buddy?
I don't give a fuck.
And
nigga.
Roman.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
The fuck?
Fuck,
Niggas
nigga.
just be chatting.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
Like, I ain't gonna argue with you.
Alright then.
He
Look,
said,
bro,
what did you
that's
say
all
that
you
was?
want.
You said it was laughable. You said it was
Alright
laughable.
then.
Stand on business.
Yeah,
Which
shit
is-
laughable, man.
What's laughable, Weezy? Say it
That
again.
Nigga done
Orion.
shit,
He
nigga.
said
Ain't got
Orion.
a motherfucking thing. Shit funny.
What you
Tell him
did?
again.
Orion, tell him the same shit you told me before I was ahead of you. Nigga had to buy his
Before-
way up.
He's
Nigga,
not
before-
wrong.
bef-
Dez
be-
is not
before I-
wrong.
Before
He
I
had to
bought my
buy his
pick,
way
nigga,
to
I
number
still
one.
was
He
higher
didn't
than
flat
y'all.
out
Here we go
earn
with
it.
this gauntlet eliminator
Still
match.
was ahead of
Superstars
you
will join
niggas.
the fray at
Still
ring
was ahead of you
intervals
niggas.
until all
Hey,
but
combo.
Still was ahead of you niggas.
What's up?
Hey, don't
It's not
put
what-
me in
Did
that.
that
Don't put me
nigga
in
tap
that.
you out and then he canceled it and pinned you?
That shit's laughable.
Yeah.
Oh, that nigga.
Who did that? Who did that?
Nigga ass, man. I'm pumping people head up. Nigga gotta be real.
I was playing with it.
She keeps on talking.
Oh what if we allow you can't do that. That's the like new
You're
rule.
right, Don. I ain't no nigga. That's
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I told
There
you
go.
somebody would do it.
And corrected. I mean, it makes sense, but it's like if you're already tapping. Hey, but what if they like give it a
The only
like,
thing-
like, what if they try to spine buster and they hit that one and they cancel it right away? You gotta put a rule on that.
Yeah, that ain't on me. Fuck it.
Nigga, submission is allowed. Why would you cancel it
Yeah.
though?
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
why
point
that
you
ain't
going
on me.
through with it.
He never
Nuts hurt.
Another thing. Do you think?
Y'all still talking about submissions? He ain't never.
Yeah. Do you think they should put like times on that submission? Like if you ain't got it off in like 10 or 5 seconds, you got to break it or
Hey,
something.
combo. You see that picture? They blunt stains.
Like 5 seconds.
Stains all over his shirt.
Bro, nigga Dave.
16 seconds.
And that nigga got stains all over his sweater. He ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, I think it should be like a time though, not to get all the way.
I feel like it should be fair. limb based, bro.
Or something.
Like, nigga, if you got, if you got all gray limbs, nigga, you shouldn't be getting tapped out.
Nigga said gray limbs.
Are you saying you gotta have the body part that the submission is doing a certain color that you get a submission?
Nigga, who getting submitted first?
When you're competing in a gauntlet match,
do like a Superman when you got
do it like Superman. But if you're late entry, you can't be too confident because time or not, any superstar in WWE poses a major threat.
There's other ways around it you could do. You could just keep stomping their legs or whatever, you know.
What are you talking about?
Heading to the top now.
I'm talking about for the base game instead of the family.
Face buster.
I thought you were talking about the league.
She's making it
Oh, no.
You mean?
I fuck with the stuff, but the things I'm not doing 50-50.
Perched up.
That's what most of the
That's some of those stamina bubbles. I feel like be cool.
She had that scouted.
Yeah, once that stamina going, it's just like you know you're done.
Hooked up.
Strategy paying dividends.
Lynch is being
Great
smart
win. We get
to
shit
gain
is not
the
hurt.
advantage. The barricade.
Especially so you play like Rey Mysterio, nigga, you would die. That's how you think right there, nigga. Can't confused about that shit. He's cooked. He's gonna dodge.
Combo. Can we hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, right. I had the wrong one on. I had the rapid thing on. Sure.
Rapid.
Yeah, the rapid.
Yeah, instead of the slider, that what he's saying.
Goodness, I think I heard something break on that crash landing.
I don't trust you. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Fuck you too. Fuck you, suck ass nigga.
You gotta go in there. Oh, okay.
Nice hip toss.
I'm just gonna. Okay.
These niggas
wake up in the morning and think how down it is.
Meet the barricade.
Nah, dude, no damage. Broke.
Yeah, the first one broke.
He's gonna try to stun me.
Oh,
and then
where,
he's
Fierce combination.
Was he gonna kill you? Oh yeah, he got a sig.
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't gonna send him in? No, I thought you were gonna at least send him in. All right, go. All right, Brady, don't be stupid this time because every time you be crazy. Go fight Dezo too. You see his health. Don't be crazy this time. Even if it ain't worth your record, do not be crazy.
I know Ryan.
Man, let that man continue to whoop his ass, bro.
I know Ryan's trying to get the ring. I'm trying to get the ring. Yeah.
Oh, and there go the cap pressure. It's rapid though. Can you remember I can't change this? It's rapid. You remember I can't change the gauntlet, yo.
Hey, this is a gauntlet match?
Yo, I can't change this.
Oh, shit.
It's on where yo it's gonna go through.
Yo, what up?
He avoids what was coming. It pulls off the reversal. Quick thinking that time. Way to avoid that. That offense would definitely knock the wind out of this. And there's a good blow to the body.
Damn it.
Hooked up. Fisherman suplex.
I'm just gonna get pinball now.
And look at Lynch going to the top rope.
Sorry, guess I'll just
Damn.
Damn, oh my God.
Why you break it? It's a gauntlet.
Gauntlet, idiot. Break my fucking move. Flat out broke. Yes.
Not gonna lie, I forgot it again.
You deserve this.
And Lynch telling the crowd to watch her.
Oh, your reason.
Who is it? No.
This has been an icy.
Well,
Weezy, bro.
look at this level compared to y'all's again.
That's got no
Supreme
fucking.
bitch ass ain't gonna make it.
Who said that?
Well, shit.
Big bad B dog, that's who's talking about.
Oh, you ain't gonna make it?
No, he ain't gonna make it. Fucking Quantavia.
Oh, Quan ain't gonna make it. Oh.
Hold on, nah, we was fighting. We was fighting Leon and who?
Leon and Quan.
Me,
No, it was Leon and Quan.
No, you talking about a different match. You talking about a different match.
If this continues, someone will fade.
Who had that to replace it? Replace with?
Somebody.
Somebody's not gonna move up.
I'm sure somebody's
I'm
out
supposed to
there.
fight Leon. I'm Brandon, no?
Yeah, you fighting Leon right after this. Yeah, you're fighting right after this one.
It's the next match.
Yeah, it's the next. But I'm trying to think like who can Leon replace?
Is he good tech? Is he better than you?
No, not this. No, it's rapid. It's rapid.
You might could beat him though.
Right, you're fucking at me when it's my match done.
Yep, got you, B-Dog.
Yeah, just need to get a replacement. Somebody that don't get attack for it.
You're gonna have to find your own partner. Sorry, buddy. I can't look for you.
Oh, Rolly. You want to team with him?
I got you.
Oh, okay, Henny. We can do it now.
We got a partner down.
Who is his partner? You?
Yeah, I got a partner now. Yes, sir.
You wasn't on the team already?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, you wasn't. I see you wasn't.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, it makes sense. Okay.
Henny, we most definitely gonna win that shit.
I can't. Agreed, Saxton. Looks like there's no limit to how much damage
Come
this
on.
superstar can absorb. I can't tell if it's anger in the eyes of the fact that he hasn't finished this, or if it's disbelief that his opponent is still in this.
Brandon, who did you pick? Who did you pick for today?
Jey Uso.
Jay. Okay, then.
Hey, Uso. Okay.
Off the ropes. Gets herself out of harm's way. Strong right forearm. Oh, did you hear that?
Who know AJ's fingers on X?
Constant pressure
right
being kept
X
on Becky. The man's gotta figure something out.
Shit, Bret Hart probably going top 5, man.
Yeah, top 3.
Yeah, he's going 3. He's going 3. Okay, good. I'm just trying to see where I'm gonna end up, who I'm gonna have as options.
So he top 3.
You'll probably have Charlotte. We can stay there, guys. If somebody falls.
I'ma just say this. Before we do.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of good niggas that I know they smart enough that they are higher before 12, possibly. You feel me? So I'm just trying to get my thoughts in there, just in case. I hope my boy taking Jacob at 5, probably.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
Nah, I don't think he's taking Jacob. I think he wants Seth now.
You don't gotta stand. Oh, you don't gotta stand.
Setting up for the nice exploder suplex.
What you were saying,
It's not anyways.
I don't know if I should write it. And never mind. Just forget what I was saying. Manhandle.
See if I can kick out.
You said what, bro?
If you saying something, then I have.
Oh no. Nope, you're perfectly good. Talk to the lawyer about what?
Nah, the lawyer ain't here, bruh.
I feel like I was direct.
Yeah, that's tangled up inside. Positioning the big leg drop. Lynch is maintaining the advantage.
Somebody
Lynch is appearing unstoppable. My goodness.
Fuck!
There it is. And a exploder.
Shit, man.
Roll!
I'm with this.
Bitch ass up.
I'm not rolling.
Looking to go up high.
Oh shit, going up high again. Yeah, you might be dead. You might be dead.
Dead.
For the 1, 2, Added it.
I'm not sure
Okay.
how wise of a choice this is. Strong forearm.
So why the fuck did I not get Rizzo?
I was finna say, hey Brady, no lie. I was finna say if he went out, I was finna say he just went out. I was finna say if he went out, he just went out.
No, his was actually working. He didn't have enough ball.
Oh,
He didn't have any
oh,
bar. Yeah, he didn't have any bar.
oh.
There are no words for the ride these fans have gone through in this match. It has been a roller coaster, and I don't think the ups and downs are
Yo.
over yet.
Boy, tell me about it, boy. That nigga started
Yep, you're dead. Yeah, what's up?
Nerf that nigga.
Don, how about
Yep.
you make people qualify to submit somebody?
Hey, so greatness, you know, so Henny and and really, y'all know when y'all said Don was you better say something. I was gonna say it was gonna, y'all know it's gonna be like a way, it's gonna be like a qualification, or you know, it's gonna be a nerfing going on if I do allow it. It's gonna be Lamb or something. Like it's gonna be something there. There's gonna be something there.
That ain't the reason I want to small it, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean that only makes sense.
Yeah.
If not, niggas gonna abuse shit.
Like,
Yeah.
if niggas got no sound, bro, you know they gonna get tapped. They can't move their fucking bar. Why are you submitting?
All right, you want to run a dark match?
Yeah, it's gonna get too cheesy if niggas don't have limitations.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm just,
telling you,
it's
I'm
just
telling you,
still in the
that's
process and
all
trying to
you gonna
figure out
see.
which, like, what could it
So,
be?
Don,
Is
what's
pretty
that?
much at this
It's
point.
Leon versus
Right now, it's
Brandon?
Leon versus Brandon. Yeah.
Lord Jesus, bro.
I'm most definitely gonna try to get that.
Man, is
shit.
Brandon that ass or what?
We finna find out.
Brandon,
Bro, Brandon, you finna
Brandon's
green
like
card
B Dog Tech and Luke Kane all
Okay,
mixed together.
Oh,
okay, you
Jesus
got
Christ.
advice, bro.
Bro,
Yeah,
I'm a
Leon,
Leon.
you should never.
That's all you
should
gotta
never put
know.
him up against Leon, bro.
It was the wheel spin that
Now I
did
gotta
it.
see this. I gotta see this. It was the Will spin. I didn't put this together though.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe
I
it.
gotta play the showcase still, but I don't want to.
Well, don't do it. You're an American. You
If
don't gotta
there's
do what y'all
nobody
want
in
to
there
do.
that you want, don't even try. It's not worth it.
The match is ready. Leon, you could join. Brandon, my invites are broken. You gonna have to join off my name. My name is Old Buddy Don.
That's about it, though.
Yeah, put the theme songs and shit. Hell yeah.
Well, no,
That's
no,
what I did
Jimmy
before.
with Rezil. Jimmy with Rezil.
Jimmy
Automatically.
has Rizzo.
No, he does not default. Jimmy doesn't.
Not yet, not
Default-
default.
Default Jimmy's an 84 still. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 85
And then-
for some reason.
No. Same with and Kofi. Kofi, if you want Kofi with Rezil too, you gotta play
Yeah.
the showcase.
But Kofi ass, I ain't gonna lie to you, that nigga's some shit.
Even 85 one?
You're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong.
Even
Nigga,
85
like,
one?
all his moves are tired as fuck. I'm like, bro, I'm
Oh.
dead ass.
Oh, never mind. That just told me a lot.
A Gator Roll Falcon Arrow? Oh my goodness, that's my signature.
What are you
Can Leon send me an invite?
Yeah, Leon could do it if he. Leon,
What's
you.
your game attack?
Where are you gonna go? King Brandon 5454.
Okay.
King Brandon 5454.
Don act like he couldn't just.
Yeah, that's a.
You know my invite's broke. I'm
He's
sorry.
Got, he's got his
He go with his bullshit. Talking about his invites
broke. Don't get me started here. Just because your notifications are turned off, Don, don't mean your invites are broke.
My invites broke. My DMs are broke.
Thanks, man.
It's a lot that's broke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry.
That nigga lazy.
My DMs are broke though.
He's broke.
DMs and the invites are broke. All right, good luck, man. Remember, this is not finna determine how I see how you are, and then this just a
No,
test.
I'm most
No,
definitely.
it is.
You gotta fight
gonna
B Dog
win.
first to find out how
Nah.
good you are.
I am most definitely. I'm most definitely going to lose.
B-Dog say he ain't like that no more. He say he ain't no beginning fighting kind of guy no more. And that's what I heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said you gonna be that person this time. He said that's a rain job. Yo, what's up?
When is the last time you listened to B Dog and he said some shit that was actually factual?
He said he ain't finna be that person that people could beat up on.
Talk about intimidation. I'm not sure if it's resilience or stupidity that's going to drive you to try and come back from a move like that.
Oh, good gravy. Thrown into the corner with a little something extra.
No one was for a dark match with you, Brady. It's like no one was a team with you either.
Come on, Brandy, you got this, bro.
Oh, Brian talking crazy.
I'm a changed man.
What they saw there. Triple threats meet
Orion talking crazy, bro. Brady, I would not take that, bro.
Yeah, but
I make sure Blue Cane, B-Dog, and fucking...
Bro, why y'all keep saying that?
You couldn't even remember all three of them.
You can't let this chaotic and dangerous match
If all three of them combined, I mean that's a good thing. You said B-Dog, Trav, and Lou. Is that who you said? Oh, Tech and B-Dog, Tech, and Lou. Okay.
But I ain't gonna say that about Tech, so
You gonna throw Trav in now.
I'll put Trav instead of Tech.
Bro, that mean he a good player then.
Hey, can you throw Kid Flash in there?
Oh, okay. Now you making it bad. Now you making it bad.
At least B-Dog knows how to direct it into the corner. Or X, whatever.
Come on, Brandy, you got this, bro.
Oh, no, wait, I can't.
No, he does not got this, bro. He using Iron Joe already?
So good.
Don't purple bar him. Well, you ain't got no purple bar.
Hey, I wish I could, bro.
Nah, Brandon, we tried to spell Don.
You know, I'm gonna try something.
Who booked this shit, man?
The Woodspin booked it, bro. The Woodspin booked it. I didn't know how he fought though. Yeah, it's not going against your record or anything. Yeah.
Anybody on the island?
Now on the Western name.
Now after the 14th, everything will count from there. But this is just me just seeing how things work out and everything. That's all this is.
I'm glad you did this, man.
Yeah.
I'm not playing with him in this game.
I'm gonna let you know. This now.
Why was you even Cody? You ever like the count out?
Vicious right.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I like using brass nuts for people, and then
You go to Extreme Rules.
out right afterward. Damn right I do.
Oh, see, I stay in I stay in the regular. Because people, I don't got time for people to be running up the ramp on me.
I'm not running into that yet. I'm not running consider. The only person I've had trouble with, I'll tell you now.
Brady on my faction rank.
Come on, Brandon, you got this, bro. Bite him, bro. Just bite him.
I'm not gonna lie, Don. My brain went into my faction auto. Go run his ass up the ramp and bring him back down. Now right here in front of us.
I hated doing that every damn time. Had to go all the way up there, bring him all the way back. Man, that got annoying after a while. And then when they do it multiple times and the same person, they match you up against them again, they do it again.
Oh my god.
I think, bro, just you gotta get them quick before they start running. Or you can start getting a false hope. I get one on false hope so he could think he was good, so he wouldn't do it, but it still didn't work. He still ran. Shit, man. Just bite him, bro. That's what I'm saying. Bite him, bro.
No, I didn't want to believe it, but I believe it now, though.
This is Weezy's homeboy. Stall him out.
Yeah, this is tag team partner homeboy.
A quick response to Jay's offense.
Leon, this is not the island. Calm down. Or my faction.
Hey, bro, I played my faction for
He doing that and he's striking in the corner. He doing it all. He just doing
didn't
everything.
mean to strike in the corner, though, bro.
Yeah, he did the leg drop too.
Yeah, ban the leg drop, bro.
Bang the leg drop.
Yeah, Bandit, I'm being for real, though.
Okay, he should really focus on the match now. We get the point. Headed back into the ring. Oh.
With that damn leg drop.
Damn.
If I did that leg drop, would I have to ban the DDT 11? Damn. Oh, you finna do him. Batista bite. He finna Batista bite you. Oh, you ain't got no stam either. You ain't got no stam.
Oh, he got it.
Oh yeah, he do. He got a boost. He got a boost. But that's it.
Ain't even pub reason. First green board in 20 cards.
Don't start, Leon. Don't start
Oh,
your shit.
hell no. I'm playing.
Oh, Ryan, you can keep the second green board.
Yeah, they pretty much done.
It's over with.
Tremendous victory
That
in
is a
this
free
triple
dub.
threat match. This was an unpredictable one, but when it was all said and done, only one man could be left standing.
Good test run, like I said. Just a test. Remember, none of these matches count against y'all records or nothing. Matter of fact, these ain't in y'all characters.
What's the next match in the tournament?
I think that was all the singles. That was all the singles.
Oh well, can we do me and Henry versus Weezy and B-Dog?
No, I'm talking about that was all the singles to advance. But if y'all want to just go straight to the damn tag,
Man,
yeah.
finish this single shit. Let's knock
Yeah,
this
finish
single
it.
shit on out, man.
Got you. All right, so Leon won.
Ain't nothing but what, 4 more matches? 5?
1, 2. Hold on. There's a one.
Because we had that one little multi-man, so.
So it's Weezy, Dezo,
That multi-man
me,
killed 2 birds, 1
Leon,
stone,
Henny,
Uh-huh.
Buddha, and Yuli. That's the only people that's left. The 7 of us.
So it's shit rotate back to me. Who I'm
Yeah.
fighting?
What they did?
Let me see. Let me go back to the thing.
Either.
See. Match card. You at the top. It will be. That's Dezo. That's Dezo versus you. If we're going at the top.
Get it.
And then.
Well, I'm getting back in my affection.
Hold on, bro. You gotta give me a second. Island.
You unlocked all the Persona cards yet? Or
Nah, I got most of them.
Any of
Chain right now?
So starting from there, that's y'all, and then Leon
Wait, you heard
versus
me?
Woodha,
Say
and
you just said.
then me versus Yuli,
I'm in this island. Yeah, I'm fighting
and
this split bag in this
then
island.
this one.
Stop
I get a
telling
buy.
me Dez
I
ain't
get a
even on my
buy.
side,
I
nigga.
get a buy.
What you
No,
mean?
because look, he took that match with Orion over there. That's why. Remember, it was him, Orion, and what's his name, Brady over there.
Brady.
So who left on your side? You and
It
you?
just me, Yuli, and
I
bro, what you laughing,
Get
bro?
out of here, man.
Bro, I swear that's what it is. Look, it's right there. Look, it's right there.
Who's Henny fighting?
Yeah, let me pull it up on this. Hold on.
Is that a triple threat? That's what I'm supposed to fight.
I'm already on my faction, bro.
It's
It's
so
me,
remember
Leon, and Woodha.
Leon.
On that
Yep,
left side,
yeah, it
bro.
is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the people. That's the
Yeah,
people over there.
yeah.
And on
So
my
we can do a
side
triple threat for that.
is
Triple fry.
ordered.
Yeah.
Ordered. And then
Yeah, we can do gauntlet.
like that.
Yeah, we can do the gauntlet one or one fall.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, just do a gauntlet on both
and
sides.
then is me,
Yeah, do a gauntlet. Do a
Wo-
gauntlet so we
Yuli,
can do
and
submission.
who else over here? Who else over here?
Dez.
It's just me and
Dez.
Yuli over
Dez
here.
on your- No, it's you,
Okay.
Yuli, and Dez, nigga.
Is it?
I'm in there too, man. Fuck.
Dez is on your side, nigga. You see him?
I thought he was over here.
No.
I'm looking at him at the bottom right, nigga.
They changed it. No. They changed it, Wheezy. Dez not over there. That's why I'm confused. I was supposed to be fighting.
Shit, nigga. This shit all confusing.
Yeah.
Niggas cheating. That's because niggas didn't want to be patient for 10 seconds, you bastards. God damn.
What's up, who?
You bastard.
What's up, bro?
Oh,
What's
Brandon
up,
say
man?
he gonna whoop your fucking ass, bro.
No, I am.
Brandon,
how you want to do it?
I just greenbarred Brandon for you. You don't gotta worry about it.
Your side and then throw Big Leon and Dez in the match,
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about
Say it
Brandon.
again. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
You want to throw
Brandon's-
me, Leon, and
Brandon's
Dez in
is
the
in the
match and then
hospital.
put Wood on y'all
I
side?
just seen what you
That can
did
work.
to him.
Me,
Yeah,
Woodha,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
Woodha. That could work. And then the
Yeah,
finals.
yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that.
Bet. Bet.
All right, so
Buddha,
you,
nigga,
Dez, and Leon,
Yeah.
and then me, Buddha, and
What
what
match?
was his name? Is y'all's the triple
Brandon,
threat.
you got your ass
And then I'm
whooped?
running the triple threat over here, and then we're just gonna run that finals, and that's gonna be the end of that.
So what's the
Yeah, we're
matches
running a
again?
triple threat.
Yes, triple threats, bro. So we get
Alright,
the,
so
the last one gonna be
though.
the last
See
one
them,
is gonna be a singles match though. So just win your triple threat match, and then you got a singles for the end.
Who
That's
I
it.
want to be in. I want to be in the single.
Well, you
Oh wait, no,
hopefully
it's
you
both
win.
triple threats
triple
now.
threat match.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
both
you're in triple
threats
threat. Okay, so
Yeah.
again, let's go over
Kind of
this.
speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, let me get these gauntlets out. Let me set these bitches up. So it's Wheezy,
Whoop Brandon's ass, Leon.
Dez, and Leon, and then on my
now. Oh
side,
damn, I'm on the
Oh
Henny,
shit, it's on heat.
me,
It's a sweet.
and Yuli.
God damn.
It's
Got it.
we in the sauna, bro.
Man, I'm Kurt Angle, man. I ain't sweating out here.
Tell him you gliding across the ring with that shit, boy.
Yeah, that's my second match ever with Kurt. I just, man, look.
Trying to tell you, boy, that nigga. And then you freeze a nigga. Come here.
All right.
Ooh.
Over with.
I ain't even do that.
All right.
Man, boy. I just ready
Dezo,
to just have a couple of moments.
Leon, and Weezy, y'all can join. It's ready for y'all.
Okay.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet, so you remember it's elimination. So remember, don't break up nobody pin.
Who's in this
Oh
match?
shit, we can't
Oh,
sub a
just three?
nigga, huh?
Yeah, you can't
Oh,
sub
shit,
either.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't sub
yeah,
either.
Weezy, you're cooked, bro.
I'm gonna pin your ass. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
Now,
still
now, if
okay.
you make it through this, you could pin. You could submit in the last one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh.
That's fine by me.
Do I want to cook tonight or do I want to cook tomorrow?
I ain't cooking shit. I'm buying a pizza tonight. I ain't cooking
Nice.
nothing.
Well, my daughter hit the word pizza. Well, she'll be going crazy.
No,
Pizza,
like,
pizza,
people
pizza,
just leave before you can tap them out on the island. They just flat out leave as soon as you put them into some.
Oh, nigga. Bro, Orion, I was grinding badges on like 3 different people, bro. Like, I was just pressing A the entire
wow.
time. They didn't do nothing.
Weezy and Dezo, y'all can both
You know what's
join.
funny? Get this, Henny. A lot of people on the island don't guard scoops either. They don't guard scoops.
Yeah, they don't know how to. Like, they suck at the game.
I know. It's like, right?
Leon, if this motherfucking shit break, boy, we're gonna throw low health 3 fins.
It is my duty to get
I mean,
get out
okay.
of
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with it.
I will not get scooped this
You know
year.
what he's asking for?
He said I will not get. He said I will not get scooped this year. After setting the all-time high, now he's claiming I will not get scooped.
I'm making this nigga tap out.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
mean,
gonna scoop you.
that's
Are you
different.
still getting scooped?
That is different. That is fucking different, though, Henny.
No,
That's
you still
completely
getting
different.
scooped, though. You
Nigga
still
trying
getting
to
scooped.
move thief my look. I ain't gonna lie. Get out of here.
Literally,
Move around, bro.
I know me and Des a dark, me and Des in a dark match and everything.
Wish I could move
Playing,
thief
and
here.
I had a full stun bar. One move would have stunned me. Tried to scoop. Try to catch me off guard with the scoop.
Yeah, I don't mind taking all these L's on Eric Bischoff account. Do this.
That nigga said he
You know
don't
who
mind
has
taking
been
all the
scooped? I know someone who's been scooped though.
I swear I don't.
Good old Leon's been
You
scooped
could get
this
it to
year.
$1 million on him.
And what?
You've been scooped, Leon, this year.
Yeah, and what about it?
Yeah, I
I
got
don't
scooped
care.
once
Just
before
saying.
too.
I know you have not.
Body,
I know you have.
Oh shit.
I have yet to be scooped. Yet.
Yeah, don't knock on wood. It can happen to you too.
Alright,
You
here I come.
scoopable. You know
I'm
you
telling you now,
scoopable.
I'm not setting the scoop record this year. It's gonna be someone else.
And it's gonna be
Someone
you.
else this year.
It's gonna be Orion
They
too.
were scoops.
It's not gonna be me.
Will become that important thing, but
Who the last one is?
He gonna
Oh,
get
yeah,
scooped.
Dez. I
He
fuck
gonna get
yeah.
scooped.
Here I come. Here I come. Here I come.
Yeah, bet.
Let's beat this nigga.
I'm not saying I'm not going to.
Oh, we already know you is. You gonna get scooped. You gonna get scooped on opening night. You gonna get scooped on opening night.
Let's go like Chunky Monkey. I saw it.
God damn it, fucking Rolly.
I'm telling you, you gonna get scooped on opening night. I'm telling you, is
Are you gonna put me against B-Dog?
B-Dog will do it. B-Dog will
My
do
first
it.
match? My first fucking match is gonna be against B-Dog for the 3rd year in a row, right?
Yep.
That what it's gonna be?
B-Dog will do it. I'll make sure to tell
God.
B-Dog to do it.
B-Dog
He get
gonna
a
beat
dollar
your
for every
ass.
scoop he do.
Hey, B-Dog.
B-Dog's not
Hey,
gonna beat my ass.
Don.
Yep.
B-Dog keeps saying I beat the fuck out of Don in the island.
I don't know why he's saying that for.
Oh,
He
yeah,
need to show the
honestly,
evidence of that.
I will tell you now, B-Dog has been my hardest opponent because of how
Hey,
fucking short he
yeah,
is.
see the promo.
You beat the Jay Uso out of that nigga, bro.
Yeah,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You see the
You're a
promo.
fucking monster, bro. You better chill out. Hey, you better beat the Roman Reigns off this nigga, bro, because that's my pick.
Nah, if anything, I would pick him. But you know he won't.
Yep,
force me
then you
either.
trade me.
Nah,
You
ain't no,
beat the
ain't no.
Jey
Damn.
Uso. You beat the Jey Uso out of me. I have a lot of work.
Bro, what happened? They was boys, man.
Nah, hey, yo, I would trade him to you if you give me $500, bro.
500.
Oh,
that's
nigga,
what?
I just have
That's
you on the
$140. That's like
Is that like
140.
is that like
Probably even more, right?
how much is that?
Oh,
How much
you
is that?
want American
So
dollars?
I have no clue, bro.
No, is Leon talking 500 US
Dollars.
or 500 him?
Which one you talking about? Oh, you talking about our money? Oh
He's talking
shit!
US, our
Oh
money.
shit!
That's
He
like,
wants
what,
some
a grand
money.
over?
Yeah, he wants some money.
Iranian.
More than that. It's more than that.
Yo, let me roll you up.
Cause oh yeah, my bad. Cause our 140 like 550 for him. Cause it's a lot.
What is your
It's a lot.
$1 is 42,000.
Man, you full of that weed,
You said what? I'm full of it.
Full of that shit. I saw him smoking that shit.
Iranian Ryle.
He full of that shit. Let's go, man.
Hey, Don.
Don't you want to wait on old boy?
Yeah.
You said what, bro?
A little, slightly under $2 grand.
Slightly under 2.
That crowd to you.
It's
with your boy
1926.
Teddy in. Get the crowd to you.
Hey, these people look weird.
Yeah.
This don't look like a yeet, bro.
Yeah, Leon, if you ever live down here and send money back over, bro, you be rich as shit, man.
It's now time for Becky Lynch, and she wants to take the gauntlet for herself.
Just keep sending it over.
Nah, literally, all you can do is come out here for a summer, bro.
Or you can get a work from home job out here. You can get a work from home job out here. We're just cornering it, G, but alright.
I don't think he here. I don't think he here. You know they put you automatically in it.
Electric right now for this gauntlet match. A quick series of
there you go. There you
there's
go.
only one winner. Of course, the
I gotta
WWE
still
Universe is excited.
play with Charlotte, huh?
Yo.
Angle pausing to soak up the adulation. On the attack
Yeah,
from
you can use the other ones. You don't gotta, play the same one.
Big forearm.
Yeah, he did.
Bro, what you doing,
Batista
bro?
bite.
Does
Crashes to the
Batista bite?
Bro, go downstairs.
Batista finds
Oh,
the
so Batista's looking like a top pick then?
You already know. You already know.
You either going 6 or 8. No, 5 or 6.
I ain't think
Yeah.
anything greater than that stupid to go Batista over Rock.
Rock got a submission too. Everybody nigga shit, they got a submission in they chamber, bro.
I'm telling you, when the champ comes out,
I think they're gonna patch something. He said that tap out glitch.
Hey, Wooda, are you in the lab looking for that shit? Yeah.
You already know he is. Said that tap out glitch.
So much to think about in a gauntlet match. How do you think a superstar should approach this? It is so important to find a way to stay aggressive. Stay on the
Yeah, you just you gotta think before the person, bro. That's all it is.
I mean, yeah, Dawn.
Yeah.
I was on.
Hell yeah.
What? No, I thought on Index.
No, I think it was fluctuating.
And he has answers for Batista.
That man getting drunk.
Oh, to Quaz?
Name Claus.
What a back body drop. Just got thrown around like a
Hopefully,
sack.
it's Claus
Do you
still here
know
by
what?
that time.
Oh, I think the ring just moved. Angle showing no concern for who he's in the ring with. It's a sign of confidence.
Oh, shit.
Batista gets drawn in.
Trying to fight the other ball guy or something.
It might not be flashy, but sometimes you just gotta toss another person and make a statement.
Oh my god, my thing.
Down with a DDT.
Jesus.
He manages to slip out of the way.
Hey, somebody tell Jake to shut up, nigga. We don't care about him. We ain't his friends.
What'd he do?
Something big is
It's
coming.
just something about him texting in the group chat that I don't like.
I need to find me a score.
How's the game?
Implanted by the DDT.
Time to play the game.
Fireman's carry.
You thought I was
Rolling fireman's carry.
Nah, I
No,
know
no,
you,
no,
man.
no, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right, let me do this bloodline gauntlet match.
Bro, I'm folks trying to grab that nigga.
Shit.
Who do I do with? Jacob? Nah, I tried to do it last time.
Is it a they give you it was 10. Did you give you some kind of XP for beating that thing? Or VC for beating the gauntlet match?
I think you get like a high pack from that. I think you get like a sapphire.
I ain't gonna lie to you though.
Sapphire.
Jacob is most definitely a fun ass character. He probably was fun at one of him and Javon probably the funnest characters in the game to play with.
All right, pick Javon.
Unfortunately, Devon is garbage.
Pick Javon. Have fun.
Who's trying to have fun?
Damn. You pick Javon.
I had like the 30th pick.
Pick
We
Javon.
know you wouldn't.
If you guys want to take it to 30, Oba Femi.
Pick Obafemi.
That's what Don gonna pick.
I do have a question though. What
Was
if
it?
when you have a guy by the time of the draft?
They again skip.
Wicked kick to the lower back. I have a feeling we're about to get a front row seat, gentlemen.
I'll be 21.
What you gonna do? Not sure if he should waste all his time.
Don, let me hit some of that gas, man.
Slowly rising, looking like a very easy target here.
I ain't finna, nah, we not doing that one.
So much damage inflicted.
But I see what Weezy trying to do, and you're an idiot. Get the fuck bitch.
What Weezy doing?
Nice amateur takedown.
He trying to get my health down lower, and this nigga is playing right into the crowd with the match. Cause they teaming.
Hey, teammates. I don't know how that happened.
Taking head over
Teammates.
Yeah, Leon and Weezy teammates, man.
Shit.
It didn't count.
It didn't fucking count.
Yeah, it didn't even work.
It didn't fucking count.
Well,
Dedicate that one to combo.
Rams.
Talk about dismantling your opponent.
That nigga
Yeah,
so
2 years
dead
ago with
over
the
the little
Rams.
bitty ass body.
And he switches it up.
And they let go of Joe.
What? Shout out there.
A-Rod's going to the field. Yeah,
I didn't say the Chargers.
yeah, but no, the Rams.
And then
Real.
Miles Garrett signed a fucking Jazz extension. Brown.
Yeah, they're like 40 million a year or something.
It's a fucking shit.
Spear.
I heard that.
Yeah, over the run up, yeah.
That's 2, you can count it.
Panthers,
Oh, he.
shut up.
Oh.
I can't say anything.
And what the Cowboys said, what
Hey.
the Cowboys gonna do in the free agency?
Don't. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but yeah, I heard the Panthers lead the Panthers out of this.
Oh, don't worry, dog. His team's not much better.
That shit don't got no Y on it though.
Well, the back, no, it got a Y.
It got a Y. It just, when you press it, it's just like punch.
Shit.
Boy, did you just try to do me something?
It's like I punch forward. Like,
Try to Batista bite.
Oh.
It don't work no more like that. It don't work like that no more anyway.
I'm smarter than you
It
think.
wasn't breaking no more.
I'm smarter than you think, nigga.
That nigga walked away. Taylor, you being that island, dude.
Oh, good reverse.
That fucking leg.
Batista able to ward that off. Fast movement gets her out of the way.
Another reverse.
What the hell?
It's okay for me. I like it.
I like it.
I had to get used to it at first, but I like it though.
Yeah, it's easier for me. I could never do it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I never learned how to do it. I spent all the time with Howard and Goblin.
just about.
Oh, right.
Nigga, Quan's back.
You just pop red, nigga?
No.
No, it broke. That's what it did.
These one counts are gonna get
Oh no, it didn't break. I don't know what happened.
to kick out on.
Nah, he just
We're
flipped.
seeing an
That's what it was.
Nah, I can't say basketball. I thought he popped red.
Yeah. Stiff shot to a corner. That'll do some serious damage. Boom. And Kurt willing himself to stay in this matchup. I think Angle has his sights set on the finish line and will walk over anyone to get there. Big time close. Good grief.
Ain't no
Don't check plus.
I just beat the Eat Man. Oh, shit.
Say Quantavia.
What's that shit?
Fuck out, nigga.
Oh,
I'm getting nobody, but the man, the slam is
So stupid.
one.
I hate you.
Chill with everybody on over there.
Good, bro.
The WWE Universe luring these superstars on. Pumping the adrenaline they so desperately need right now.
It's true. It's damn true. Niggas see me with that shit on KO, I think.
Alright, that's 3 of them things.
Yeah.
Angle playing to the crowd. Let's see if they tell him he sucks.
Yeah, he done ran 3 times.
Look at that stun bar.
Maybe.
Just breaking down the opponent.
What's this triple threat?
This is to advance in the tournament.
Oh.
Batista bomb. Kurt's in serious danger. Oh, kick out. Oh my God. How the hell do you kick out of that? I have no words. Not even a 2 count? Batista now must be having withdrawals in his mind. Unsure where to go from here, as that move usually puts most men away. Connects. Something's coming.
Stole some pork chop. Then you out smoking crack and then forgetting what the world is. Coming back, bitch, what the fuck I need was some pork chop.
Avoid heavy contact.
You dumb fuck.
He keeps trying.
How you doing, son?
Oh, I missed it.
This motherfucker with mental illness that's stuck on me for the time being.
Solely focused on being a
that I gotta deal with.
You said crack. I'm like, oh my goodness.
He's able to counter that.
Motherfucker said crack. I was like,
Put your crackhead ass down, man.
oh shit. Stay right here, watch TV.
We've got to acknowledge these fans, a packed arena. We're
They can link got the most health, boy.
Whipped into the corner.
Just because our boy targeted me like he's not a, I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
I know.
I don't know what the fuck he's like. The nigga, definitely I'm trying to target this nigga with the most help. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He should have used the spear on that motherfucker and not me.
And you keep giving him free fins, bro.
Nah, I'm about to switch it up how I'm gonna pull it next time. I got something.
You done?
Yeah. I'm just throwing a nigga for the fuck of it.
Talk about force.
Oh, this guy.
Former Olympic
Oh,
medalist.
Yeah, you can have it. I ain't tripping.
Shit is really ridiculous. Gotta go through all that extra shit. shit is crazy. That shit is really ridiculous.
On what?
You gotta jump for $1 million to get a crazy motherfucker.
I got you on. I got you on that.
Yeah.
Yo, bad.
Yeah, I ain't mean to.
I'm bad.
Yeah, I ain't mean to break up.
Come on, Kershaw.
So what you want me to do? I forgot to tell you, Quaz. B-Dog said his original partner is here or something like that. B-Dog, did you say that? Well, I don't know. Yeah, he said his original partner. Oh, you would have right? Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. Ooh, my bad. Wrong person. Wrong person. My bad. He said, "Fuck a B-Dog." Yep, we got you though.
Yeah, y'all ain't know I knew.
That's 2 for you, Dad.
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good?
That's
What's
one.
up?
Luke Kane there. Luke Kane, them boys said they whooped your ass earlier, man.
Oh, yeah. It's on my. Dang, you ain't with me now. Hold on.
So I had to check. I was like, nah, look.
Batista is feeling it
Nah.
now. This fight is
I heard
opening
Brandon got the sleeves beat off his ass.
He can be enjoying the moment too
Hey,
much.
man,
Brandon got real bad.
I beat the Jey Uso off him.
Oh, you beat the Jey Uso.
All right, my bad. I had to order something.
Come on.
It's crazy.
Nah, it's almost over though. This tournament we got what 1, 2, this and 2 more matches in the tournament over, and then we're going straight to the tag. This is almost over.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry back. Jump.
Big tip. Give me a singles match.
That's the reason.
And I didn't create it.
Let's make one. I don't give a fuck. We know what it is. We fighting to the death.
Fighting to the death. Ain't that something? I don't like to hang on to the past or anything, but never mind. Y'all fight to the death. Yeah, y'all fight to the it's 2025. You know, everything clean slate. That's what I said, clean slate. I don't even remember nothing and all that stuff. Yep, I sure will. We're gonna be on teams. We're gonna be on teams and stuff. You know, we got this, bro. Bro, I'm not gonna hit you in the back, bro. I'm not gonna hit you in the back, bro. I swear I'm not. We're gonna. I'm actually try to. I'm gonna try to win. I'm just gonna say this: if I can win a tag tournament with Jake, I can most definitely win a tag tournament with you too, Ted. We can most definitely do that. And hopefully the slider work. If the slider work, yeah, they done.
I ain't gonna lie, before I let you niggas jump me, I will close.
We don't give a fuck.
You said close it.
Take me out, then what, nigga?
Always talking that big boy shit. When they need Leon.
There you go. Nigga, shit, nigga. Hit your fucking shit and fucking qualify. If I go down, fuck it, nigga.
Oh, he going for that one? Why? Just a test run. Just come on. Just finish it up.
Like, this nigga
What's going on? What's going on in the test run, man? The niggas finna close down there.
Bro, this nigga need Leon.
Oh, you still got some more fight. You still got some more fight. What happened? What happened? What happened? I really wasn't looking halfway because I ordered my pizza, but I just heard close out. There you go, nasty combo for the DDT. Oh, okay, not that though. I wasn't gonna say that though.
What is she doing?
Whoop his ass, Becky Lynch. Let me see some.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
What the hell? How does Bret Hart have springboards?
You know what this match reminded me of, Don?
What it remind you of?
It reminds me of any multi-man that I've ever been with a teammate in. What the hell's going on? Why did they just avoid each other?
These two on teams right here?
No, I said, it just reminds me of one of my matches. What's going on?
Yeah, I know it, dude, don't it? Look, they fighting right now, though. They give you what you want.
No, I just barely tuned in, but I'm just talking.
Yeah, look at you.
But from what I seen though, nigga was just in there looking. Leon hurry up and whoop this nigga's ass.
Looks like Batista the best one on that team.
Are they on teams for real? Y'all on teams?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Win.
Oh, he ended with a Batista bomb.
He's low rolling.
He's over there doing his ass.
For the 1 with no rezo, for the 2 for no rezo, and the 3. Here you go. Oh, the freeze. Oh yeah.
I can see what the fuck I'm saying.
For the manhandle. For the 1, 2, and the rezo has been used. Oh shit. Oh shit. What happened?
What? No way.
I'm done.
No damn thing crashed.
Ain't no man. I clipped my shit as well. What the hell, bro?
That move I was doing,
man.
Just call that shit raw, man.
You know what? This is the best game
I
ever.
got a clip, bro. It's still
This
up
is the
there,
best
bro.
game ever.
Yeah,
I'm finna make ours now.
The other gauntlet. Yeah, just put them two in the match with the other one and make it a gauntlet. So you have a 2 triple threat.
Nah, boy.
Oh my god, bro.
So we finna watch these two motherfuckers fight again.
I thought you said Leon had it. Or did you want to fight it still? You want to fight it?
Bro, break game.
Okay,
Okay,
bro.
I don't care, bro. Niggas be shit though.
I want to see both of them get to the match. Put them both in the
don't give
big
a
game.
fuck.
Brady, what was it?
Why you turn the
Was
light
that,
on?
that move I was doing, like that hip toss, was it a double?
Well, hip
Damn,
toss.
Weezy, you letting Lil Leon come in there and get
so ass.
You listen to me.
If I wasn't reversing it, it wasn't a double.
Duh, we gonna
I don't know. You don't reverse doubles sometimes.
He want to be the alpha.
Here,
man.
I
He
could
gonna
put
wanna whoop
if
their ass.
y'all wanted
I
to
need to
finish
find
out
it.
that
Why not?
chapter, I could put y'all both on low health, 3 fins to finish that off.
Bro, I'm
Just to finish
I'm
that.
telling you, Don.
Y'all wanna
I'm
finish
telling you,
that?
Don, just put advance both of them, and then whoever wins this, advance.
Oh
them,
yeah, and make a
advance
triple threat in the
threat.
final.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's
but how
what
they
I
gonna
was-
use they
cool.
submission though?
Get out this part here.
Yeah, they gonna use their
They
submission.
ain't gonna use it. They ain't gonna use them.
Damn.
I don't need a submission.
Yeah, I ain't
Alright.
no submission either, bro.
All right, cool.
Alright,
Leon,
so
you cool
you-
with that?
Alright,
Yeah,
so
I'm
let's
cool with
see.
that,
Okay,
bro.
so let's
I
run
ain't-
our other
I
one
ain't
then.
need a submission.
All right, so we're gonna run our other one then.
Why you screaming,
Match
girl?
done. Me, you, and who?
Yeah, it's us. Me, you, and Henry. No,
What
hold on. Me, you, and what's his name?
What up?
Water. Yo, I need him in here.
All right, I'm gonna add him real quick.
And is you too?
Hey, peculiar.
Is it a 44 man? I don't know.
What's up, Des?
It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, I could have
Yeah, I'm good for the tag
sworn
match.
Henny was in there too. Didn't he beat Quazo?
Yeah, he did.
If you not, bro, I'm about to get my uncle, bro.
All right.
You know, I'm good.
I had forgot about Water, to be honest. I forgot about him. Yes, go.
I wish I could change my character.
We on
There's someone
tag.
else I
We
wanna
on
try.
tag teams.
Yeah.
He said we're supposed to win the whole thing.
I
He said
doubt
we're
it.
supposed to win the whole thing. Yeah. I'm gonna hold him up too.
Ass nigga.
Then Water gonna let you down.
Oh, back at it again.
Why you put me on a team with him then?
Oh, I didn't. The wheel spin. Yo, your best friend, the wheel spin.
Oh, God.
Shit, if
Oh,
shit,
God,
if Wood'a
nigga.
not, hey, look, if Wood'a not here, you might as well put. No.
All right. Where's my people at? We need Henny, Water, and Yuli. I need y'all.
Dog ass nigga.
Damn, that'd be a one. Damn, if Wood'a not here, that'd be a 1v1.
Here's my question for you, Brady. Was that Polygon
yeah.
hit you with a non-double?
Definitely would.
Oh no, it's a double.
All right, cool. Good enough. This is a double for
Unless,
sure.
unless you want
Yep.
to add them two into the what's it called?
Do I have to team with the fucking guy who's one letter off the name Mudboy?
Oh, you're talking about
That's what his
Pete?
name was.
What's wrong with you
I'm
teaming with him?
tripping.
Why don't you want to team
Why
with
the
him?
fuck y'all niggas? Why y'all niggas pick them?
No, it's not.
Hey,
That's
good
just how
fight
it do.
though, fellas.
It do that until you
Good
pick
fight,
your
fuck you.
person. It's
Oh,
stupid.
okay.
Yeah,
Fuck
it's
you.
kind of
Come on,
I know
man.
what
It's a
you was
good
trying to do
fight.
with
I
your
had to
punk ass.
strategize.
No,
From the
no,
start,
hell
I had
no.
to.
You know where you actually
Nigga, why you
going,
always trying to
Sheikah.
strategize? Like, am I that big of a threat to you, nigga?
No, you and
Answer that
Leon.
question.
Did you get in contact with him?
We
Oh,
whooped
you just sent
Leon
him
ass
nasty.
down first, did we not?
I wasn't thinking about it like that.
This
Nigga,
man
I mean, the
Weezy
nigga
is
had a scorecard. The
scheming,
nigga had a
bro. He did the same
scorecard.
thing with
Hey,
him. He complained
that's what
about
I'm
it.
saying. Shit, we whooped this shit down. Shit, and then I was like, okay, now it's time to get your shit down.
Get off me.
Fuck that. Nigga talking about something. You should have listened to me, Leon. Nah, nigga, Leon, I like the way you played that, bro.
I did listen.
Hey,
Okay,
he got that res though. When he did though, he got the res.
Is
If
he?
Leon would have
Is he
listened,
in
his
here?
res probably would never been.
Facts.
No, he's not.
That nigga had a big juicy green ball over there. I'm like, shit, man. I'm not letting him sit back.
Oh, back to the island I go.
I was kept trying to ankle lock this nigga. He kept reversing that motherfucker with
I know you was getting mad.
Hey.
Like, damn.
Well, nah. The
Damn.
only thing I got mad about is like, I don't know if that's stalling or can we do that? Like we
What is
walking up.
Oh my god.
Okay, so he's walking in my range, but he ain't attacking. So that's legal. Is that legal? If it's legal, let me know.
Like just
And-
walking
oh,
up
yeah,
to you instead of
yeah,
running.
yeah.
What you like?
He's
just
talking about. He's talking about when he got up. He get up and I wait for him to dodge and then I strike.
What's,
I don't know
what
it
is
is.
username of the month right now?
So we can walk up and do it.
Shit,
Like
somebody
that. We can
join
walk
and
like
be the
that.
spectator, bro.
Or like it's basically walking up on somebody and not striking. Can we do that or what?
Show me something so I could just so I could get a better visual. I know what you're saying though. I know what you're saying, but I just need a better visual.
Because I'm expecting an attack when you walk up there. So it's like
Because that nigga Quaz did some crazy shit in our match.
Because I'm gonna steal it.
That nigga fake ran up to me,
if
made
it's
me run, and
Yeah,
then
Quaz kept doing. Was it aim on reversible leg drop and reversible?
Hey, Don.
But somebody like to spectate because I just need a button. Oh, matter of fact, okay.
I was gonna say, no, hell no, don't put me on in that motherfucker. It's gonna crash.
Yeah. It was going good.
You need one, man. I go in there.
Yeah, I just need somebody just to get rolled up.
Let me know when to join.
Yeah, you can do it now.
With us.
Got the Rakishi driver.
Yeah, but I'm still in that desk. In the pocket.
Yeah, he does.
I know.
Motherfucker.
Leon, you gonna join Brave? This crash? Leon, if this crash.
If this crash, yo, gauntlet match is gone.
Yeah, if you crash, yo.
Session full.
Yeah, I know, cause Leon crashed your match as yo. That's why I said if this shit crash with him in here.
Leon, if that shit crash.
Your gauntlet match gone and Yuli is in the gauntlet or Henny. It don't matter who.
Nigga, don't risk that shit on that, man.
He risking it. He don't got no choice.
Fuck it.
No risking.
You got no choice because either way.
Look, he said risking what? Look.
And WWE logic, if he's already came in here, it's already broken. If he.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
These combatants kick off this eliminator gauntlet.
Yeah, I know we're gonna wait till everybody.
Matches in WWE.
Wait.
Yeah, it's only 30-second intervals.
Tournament about to be interesting in motherfucker.
Of being the final competitor standing.
Damn, Charlotte ugly as well.
Yeah, you gonna be real disappointed.
Second round though.
She like a bird, don't she?
Why?
He might just be
I'm gonna win this. You're not expecting me to win. You're expecting Henny to win. You're expecting to win. I'm at this point.
No, win what?
What did you say, Drop? Oh, this match.
I was talking about the tag. I said tag.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a game changer, too.
That's what
Roman Reigns is coming and taking no prisoners.
Oh, you and Henny fighting?
Will he get on with it already? This is a fight.
That'll be.
It's a triple threat, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a triple threat.
You
You wanna wait for him to get in to get roll him up real quick?
It don't matter to me. Because whenever he come in, we can just roll up.
There's not a
Yeah.
universal
wait for him to come in.
I don't care.
Now you want to wait for him to come in.
Yeah, in fact, we're just gonna meet him up there.
I was in a right.
He
I
was the
didn't want to
first
do
one.
it.
Yeah, he was. Came in swinging and shit.
I was about it right now.
Go meet him up there because it's gonna take him forever to get down here. Go meet him up
Yeah,
there.
a little bit.
Tell you what, though. Me, nigga. Shit. Hey, but you could definitely put the shit on them all, done.
You should watch it all. I just started it.
Yeah, don't make her no
Yeah,
more.
that's what I'm saying. As long as you meet him up there, you can.
Just let him run there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me run. It's gonna
Get
be
your
right
ass
back.
in there, nigga. Nah, get your ass
I'm
over
gonna
there,
find
boy.
out my exes.
I'm just kidding. Hurry up.
You can roll him up with you.
Well, no, I need the XP.
Man.
Damn, Leon, you went in there just kind of lied.
Yeah, you messed up.
How the fuck did he do a move? He reversed and then reverse another move.
It crashes to the mat. Ducks under. Let's go behind. German suplex.
Oh, whoa, John, you're in this match too.
Yeah, I'm in it too. Yeah, I'm in it.
I forgot that you were in this match. I'm looking at.
Into a power slam. No other way to say it, guys.
Oh, well, you put a single on fucking Roman.
Okay. He needs a single, though. I only found one single on X and 3 on A.
I mean, yeah, but I ain't no way you did that. Record.
Oh, there's the way, bro. Come on, get your ass out of here, boy. Come on. Come on, hold up, Don. Let me do this.
Uh-oh, this is gonna be nasty. There's the power into the jackhammer. Vicious right forearm. Fending off the feed.
Nigga?
What's the best way for a superstar to approach a gauntlet match, Corey?
Conditioning is key when you're going into a gauntlet. If you get exhausted early, you have no hope of making it to the end.
Me and this Uranagi.
And there's the Uranagi. Landed them. Implanted by the DDT. Got the underhook.
Shit.
Bang! Backbreaker. Right across the larynx. Ooh! That hurt.
How the hell did you even target me?
I don't know. I was going for it.
I got that shit on X and A because of my fucking chart and my weight detection. That's crazy.
Has him in the corner, thinking of the next move.
Big boot by Charlotte. Boom! Boot!
Trying to control the match.
That's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do every time I play a motherfucker.
Reigns with a schoolboy, not
Don, what are we doing this time? You keep hitting me while I'm whipping her.
This almost over. Yeah, this almost over.
I'm being impatient.
Down what? Down what? You got a stun bar. Down what?
He's controlling the match.
I get that. I get that. Oh, come on. It's fucking targeting. Now the targeting did that. I should have stopped. That's what I should have did. But the targeting, I was already on the road.
A string of counters. The Queen strikes with the big boot.
Going to the top rope. What's his plan?
Shut that ass down.
From way up, she reverses and creates an opportunity.
What overall is this?
Oh shit, bruh, how the fuck?
I don't know the targeting.
Like how you over there?
No, I switched the targeting on you and it worked.
Getting it to the hamstring.
Yes, I am allowing. Yes. Yes, they're allowing it. They most definitely are.
Match, Leon, that's what we do right here, bro. Come on, control the damn match. Come on. You must have forgot who I am, nigga.
Gonna be a dead man.
It's over.
I'm not stopping. I'm just trying to see something. Okay. I was checking on my order. My bad. He said, "What am I doing on the show?" He said, "What are you doing on the show?"
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I did the seed.
It's a double.
And then you automatically get the
there it is.
What the hell?
We died.
What the fuck? I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I seen that.
Hey, man, how did you watch that in like live action?
Cause he remember he got pinned. He's still in the match. He in the match.
Oh.
Fast thinking saved him there.
That's how you watching.
Yeah, I'm in the crowd, bro. You see me right there, bro.
Oh yeah, right there behind the green shirt guy.
Right behind the ref.
Bouncing off the turnbuckle.
I'm for real out here, boy.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
If I was giving you the business and then you had the
Both superstars carrying one move after
Just tell him it's a new year.
In here.
25.
Man, thrown with such force. The whole ring is
he did a sig and then automatically.
Nigga, why are you coming to
That's what I said he was doing. That's what he did to me.
I made it, coach. I made it, boss.
Nah, you're replaced, bro.
Look at him say I made a ball.
You're replaced by
I
him.
was on the way home in the car game. Give me his cane.
Nah, you're replaced by
The
him.
tag tournament starting in 2 matches.
Some agility gets her out.
Yeah.
You're not.
That nigga here said
Hey, B-Dog.
Damn, what the hell are y'all doing?
Nah, it's supposed to be a big boot out, bro. I messed up about that and I accidentally threw a little thing.
I just had to smash Blue Cane face in.
Okay, we back at it again. Every chance in the
Bro,
ring now.
bro did a sig and then automatically did a super thing without even finishing. I was putting the beat down on him, bro.
Yeah.
We're seeing an unbelievable.
They should change it for the gauntlet. Yeah.
I'll see you in the tag, man.
Nah, the one with the highest.
You better hope you don't fight us, Lou.
Damn.
I hope I fight you.
No, get Charlotte. Charlotte got the most help. Get Charlotte. You can't even pin me on this. Don't submit me. Don't submit me, do you? Yeah, on this it don't work. That's why I had to let it go. Yeah, that's why we had to let it go. Yeah.
Hit your bitch ass with a glass cow kiss.
Good gravy thrown into the corner.
Oh, me and B-Dog gonna take this shit home.
Man, look,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
right.
keep it real. I got to
Get it home. What's his name? Who you taking home?
Me and Henny going.
I tell you, man. You and who?
Me and Henny.
Oh, man, what the fuck is that?
Man,
Oh, this nigga done picked up Henny.
Bro, he don't have any yet.
Yeah, he got
That's what I'm saying.
He's not quoting the VC, bro.
He won him, though.
Yeah, get your weird ass on, nigga.
Hey,
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta give it
Yeah, Henny, you get your weird ass on when you stack the board.
Hold on, man. What you saying? You saying done, baby?
ah, come on. I should just pin combo.
Hey, done.
Wow, Don.
Charlotte demanding respect from her subjects in attendance.
Man.
You packed up already, nigga? Shit.
No, not yet. No. I should just pin combo, though.
I've been muted the entire time.
Go look at the tournament and see how that shit play out, nigga.
I'm taunting. That's all I'm doing. I'm getting in. I want to get a little taunting.
You should have thought about that before we came into my ring.
Wow,
When we
shit.
win the tag team titles right here tonight, I don't want to hear shit.
Nigga, ain't no titles on the line.
We tag team champions.
You gonna see.
I ain't worried about that.
Sights set on for sure. Looks like he knew what was coming.
Toodles.
Hey, Don, if we win, we get a tag team title, man.
hell, my kid's tripping.
I
He's
don't
not letting
know.
me swing.
Because I don't know who team I'm on yet. I'm
Now,
gonna
hold
see.
up, it's not letting me swing, bro.
We'll outside with all that.
Premiers.
Matter of fact, let me go and go do this.
Yeah, it's not letting me swing, bro. What the fuck?
Hold on.
He's left wide open here.
It's letting me swing. Yeah, it's still letting me
I think I'm
swing.
good now. I think I'm good now. Hold on.
That could break a rib.
There you go.
Nah, I'm
You good.
now. Yeah, that was weird. And I noticed it because I tried running out to you like the entire time. It wouldn't even let me hit RB or nothing. But it popped up when I was in the turnbuckle. On the ropes.
Man, what timing on that counter.
Man.
Shown with each of these
What you mean hurry up? I'm on the ground. You don't want in there getting big booted to death. Tell me to do. Damn it.
I want tips. I'm calling out tips.
Easy fucking great.
Everybody got my motherfucking name in their mouth.
I think give me check and burn. Give me check and burn and triple
Big ass bar. Yeah, that big ass bar.
Nigga, fight me one on fucking.
It's me?
Fight me for the one,
If the Fiend was looking for an opportunity to pull a 180, that could be it.
Y'all finna fuck you up.
What a match. What a match.
Lucian, you don't want no smoke over here. Brandon don't want no smoke. His little brother. I know 4 niggas I'm gonna bully all you. I was 20-0 by the time fucking
Great timing on that knee to the gut. Put in the corner now.
Alright, now hurry up, bro.
Nope, ain't no hurry up. You just took my damn rezeal. No. Or
Me?
no, you try to take me up out of there. That's what you try to do, even worse. And that's legal too. Oh. I'll pin him for you.
Right now, I just don't know what it's going to take. Neck breaker excellently executed.
It's not that I'm trying to dodge, bro. It's I'm trying to, like, you know how niggas used to hit wild.
You're trying to reverse.
They gotta step on it. No, it's because how niggas used to hit wild all the time. They got me being good.
Yeah.
Down to the mat.
Y'all niggas gonna be trash. Ain't gonna have no stand.
God, you're so thirsty, bro. This like person line fucked me up.
Sorry.
There's 2. And a kick out.
I wanted that.
Reigns' toughness on display with that kick out.
How do you know that was my reason?
Still some shock in the air over the
Yes.
fence. That didn't
Yeah.
produce a pinfall.
Hey, Eula, get up. Eula, get up. Get up, bro.
Oh man, he is more than fired up right now.
Do something. Spear. What you pinning me?
It's over. He's down and out. The Fiend couldn't survive this gauntlet match.
It seemed like you only give you like 2 times to kick out now. Is it like 2 times now?
Yeah, about because you're late.
Yeah. That's fine with me though. It's alright.
On board.
Trying to be funny.
Delivered by Shawn, followed by natural selection. The Queen has this wrapped to the pin. He's still in his fight.
Still in there.
Amazing. What resilience being shown from Reigns here tonight. And Charlotte has to stay composed, has to keep her cool. She didn't get the result she wanted, but she has to follow up quickly. Momentum is all with the Queen now. Charlotte's really turning it up, that's for sure. Placed into the corner here. Oh,
there you go.
Bringing in clutchness now.
Managing to get some control back now.
Yeah, what?
He was able to
Trying to be clutch now.
but can he take control of this match? And clearly some targeted offense coming his way there. Going after your opponent's head is brazen, but very effective. Rising up on spaghetti
Oh shit.
legs
Next move is critical.
not where you want to be. Every counter being answered with another.
What do you want to put that draft on?
Big boot by Charlotte. Reigns is getting dismantled. Releasing the pin. He's adding insult to injury. Stalking here could be a prelude to something big.
Got absolutely nothing.
And she's returning fire. And that might be the start of the momentum swing she needed. She's refusing to give in to that burst of attacks. Flair moved at the right time. These two reaching a
Oh, good reverse.
these reversals.
Natural selection. You just gotta see it too. Ain't that some shit?
Does Charlotte cap this
Oh, look, you better kick out.
Might not.
Going for the
For
cover.
the 1, 2, and the 3.
It skipped over. Where the pickup glitch was just skipped over, bro. I finally understand what y'all meant by that all this time.
What about it skipping over?
Yeah, they be kick out glitch.
Yeah,
They
that
didn't.
happens.
You said a kick out glitch and it skips over.
I
Nigga,
missed
don't
it.
skip
No, but
over
yeah,
if
you know
you
how they.
fixing it.
Why the fuck
Nah,
you
when
lying?
they kick out glitching,
Why you
it's you know how you're about to kick out and then they say it skips over.
Skip
It didn't
over.
skip over. I missed it twice, bro. Like literally round the
You
line both
fucking
times.
lying.
All right, we in the finals now. Let's get this over so we can get this tag shit.
Yeah, because after
It's
this, I'm going to go get some
yeah,
pizza.
yeah. Me, that's mine on its way. If it ain't here already,
Alright, so it's the final now.
yeah, it's the finals. You,
Me,
Dezo
Ez,
and who else?
and Henny.
And
And
dog.
Henny. Yeah, Henny. Yeah.
How you gonna forget the nigga who just won?
My bad.
Some bullshit, dog.
Yeah, my bad about that. Here we go though.
And after this is my
Is
tag
here?
Yes,
match.
I don't even know
the
why that
tag
nigga doing it
matches.
now.
Not finna eat.
Traffic light on check.
Hopefully,
Well,
tag
what
matches,
you're late, bro.
good. Yeah, what a
You done waited a whole
nigga.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
And you expect that shit to be still here?
I was eating my chicken Alfredo, bro. I give
yeah, I
a
bet you
fuck.
was. I bet you was.
Straight up.
Sucker ass
I'm
nigga.
happy
my-
for you. You at least got a full
That's my-
stomach and we don't.
That's my partner.
Yeah, I won though, so it don't matter.
You didn't win
How
shit.
you win?
I ain't lose.
Oh yeah, but the match is ready for this finals, and then we're running straight to the tag.
Who you win with?
Who won?
You
Henny
know
did.
who won, bro.
Henny.
That's not act stupid. We know who won.
I won with the Rock.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah, I don't.
I beat Combo.
I don't remember that. Yep, Henny.
I
Yeah.
don't remember that.
You don't remember when I subbed Combo and beat him?
Nah, I don't remember you beating nobody with one.
Hello.
What? In the first round, I didn't beat him.
Good.
How did I get to the second round?
I don't remember that.
Yes.
How did I get to the second
Okay.
round?
Again, we don't remember that.
Okay, so how did I get to the second round?
We don't remember.
So I just appeared.
I think you had got a bye. I think that's what
A
it was.
bye. So what happened to Combo? He just not fight.
Nah, he just didn't. He couldn't show up, so what's not gave you a bye.
So who was John Cena? Who was that?
We didn't have a John Cena, bro. What you mean?
Oh, so he was playing the balls on me.
we didn't have a John Cena today. Who else was missing? Dezo, you could join in.
Y'all didn't have a John Cena today.
No.
Nah, ain't nobody picked John Cena.
Yeah, I don't know how you seen him because I most definitely ain't
Hey,
seen him.
Leon,
What's up?
I know who I'm picking though.
What,
I
in the
figured it
league?
out. I figured it out.
Is it Charlie?
Remember what you were saying? Oh, this person want this person, and he after me. Yeah, that's who I'm going.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
Is it a good person? Is it a good person?
Now that I learned about it, I learned about what they be doing. Yeah, we finna stop. We put on end to all of that shit.
Real.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Y'all could pin me at the beginning, and
Fuck.
you know.
Fuck.
And then why you a person like that? Oh,
Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, I think it says
Because it
says
automatically
you
goes
picked
to
Charlotte,
Alta
though.
Tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got Charlotte, but it automatically goes to Alta Tires, which I hate.
You have my prime and all that stuff on.
Gauntlet Eliminator match, and there will be no rest for the weary as they're already counting down the time until the next participant enters the... Inside cradle. Oh, look at this small package. There he goes. Bischoff with no advance. Just 2 more obstacles left in this gauntlet match.
Are we waiting for everybody to get in?
Yeah.
He should waste all his time hot-dogging around.
Another superstar stepping into the
25.
Been waiting all night, and the moment is finally here.
Got that
Okay,
blood
we
red.
should really focus
Got
on the
that
next
blood
count. We
red.
get the point.
Make you wait on me.
Oh, shit.
A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his
Could have failed
opponent
forward,
motivation.
John.
Rocky fight today.
Clearly lost in the
Yeah, The
moment.
Rock ain't
He
fighting today,
better snap
Yeah,
out
ain't
of
nobody
it.
picked The Rock, bro.
Here we go again. He made his point.
Yeah, Rock,
Concentrate on the
Cena,
match instead of
it was
everything
never
outside
taken.
of it.
Bro, yeah, all right.
What's wrong with you?
No. This is the last one for this finals right here. The tag match is right after this.
Nah, done though. Everybody laugh.
Ready to come out here and do it. Here we go again. He made his
Yeah, the Rock ain't fight today.
concentrate on the match instead of everything else.
Go to the corner, Leon. Go to the corner, Leon.
All right, now y'all can go.
Yes,
So I'm not
sir.
No, this is the finals for this match right here. This is the finals for this. Tags is right after this.
Juan, I would appreciate it if you would have left, though. No reason. No reason. Maybe next time, bro.
You didn't reverse that?
No, it ain't a double.
Huh?
Yeah, I ain't getting no reverse.
That nigga never put Mickey Easy.
That's not a. Here, do it. Come here. Do it.
No, I
do
think
it.
it was just because it's him. Because he Batista.
Do it. It's not a double, bro.
That bitch is beat down, motherfucker. Nigga,
Gonna
keep that
dig down deep here.
Good shit. Hey, who's the first tag match?
You got top 10 down.
I think,
I really don't like the
Easy
camera when
Steam
you
versus
on that
Nice
side.
Steering clear there.
Yeah, this shit looks weird. You barely see anything either. And you be looking at me mostly.
Yeah, who is first tag matchup? Let me know so I can reach out.
Yeah, who is it? Who want to go first? I don't have it.
Hit him with that collide.
out of my way. With me.
That's me. It's mine.
Let me get my match out of the way.
You cannot formulate a game
I don't know Quaz here. Let's go Swaz Swag.
Oh, that nigga think that's cool.
I'm Brady just like that, bro. Oh, my bad.
I got his name rhymes with fucking Bud. Like
he answers right back.
Is that Tasty Bubble?
holy shit, he's alive.
I don't know how long.
I am weak.
Tasty.
Yeah, they go team leaving.
Here she is, basking in the adulation of the masses.
Wheezy word at the end, bro.
Another match.
It'll be a first pay-per-view, don't you worry.
I'm still waiting those damn DMs, to be honest, bro.
The first pay-per-view,
Is the first pay-per-view gonna be next year?
Maybe.
First pay-per-view is gonna be next show.
Are we even gonna do a WrestleMania?
No, I ain't talking about that. No, I ain't talking about that.
Going up high with the punch.
I was answering that titles thing.
I tried to change my target and reverse at the same time. Like
What up, TB? What up, nigga? Been wild. How you been?
Are we
I'm good.
Who you drafted?
It depends on what y'all niggas doing, bro.
Batista, y'all know me.
Listen. I'm checking
No. Y'all play these games before. The thing is, I just was Batista for like years. Like, it seemed like someone will do. But if we're doing this
Nigga,
like
you had
I've been
Batista for 6
watching
months.
it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I've been watching.
That's what you said.
Are we keeping this like? Are we keeping this whole like
I hope
submission shit? Because if it is, like, we know can be strong ourselves.
Oh, that TV?
Batista got one, bro.
Yeah, TV.
I hope everybody
What's up, bro?
May 24th. I will be in the crowd at Saturday Night Main Event.
You want to take up?
I need to know. You could always listen. I can't tell you.
TB, who you take?
May 24th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, what up?
7th.
Hell of a job up there, man. Hell of a job.
Yeah.
Is it a live show or
Mission
one of those
accomplished.
really nice
Yeah, you proved my point.
No, we get Saturday Night Main Event, NXT Battleground, Raw.
Oh, nice. That's gonna be a good one then.
And then we get like regular NXT in Tampa too.
It's gonna be
So
a good
I'm trying to
weekend.
go to. I'm trying to go to Saturday Night Main Event and NXT like on Tuesday.
Yo, Don, you seen that, right?
Yeah, I was looking at it. Yeah, I was looking at it.
That's just that.
You want to trade for DK Metcalf?
Bro,
Talk about it, man.
No, stop.
Steelers are going to.
Stop.
DK's going to Steelers,
No,
bro.
you're lying.
No way. I'm not lying.
Able to save herself there.
No way. I'm not.
we lost our money.
Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked, combo. We're cooked.
We lost Gino and
Y'all everywhere, man.
and
Sam Howell redemption season.
Damn.
It's real, bro. It's real, bro. I just seen it too. Hey, you're not seeing it. Look at the
Reverse DDT.
Look it up.
got a
This
notification.
is trading Wiley, Stephen Malcolm to the Steelers.
I just got a
for premium
notification.
draft pick compensation.
This the bonus.
Yeah.
That's a fucking.
Ryan, you see we signed Harold Landry? Linebacker from Tennessee.
Wow. Who said that?
I'm looking. Oh yeah, I got you.
Let's go.
What's up?
I'm using my research on the submission tip.
Oh, you already know, bro.
I got bullshit.
Overpower.
I don't know. I feel like it got to be like just a dog. It's got to be like the super fan. No, that'd be dumb. I got qualified who could sit. That'd be dumb. Alright, well, okay, then limit it to the amount of time. I'll be damned if I start on the board to get or Brian Singer you say give it the game.
That's what you want, though. That's what you want, though.
It takes no skill to win with submission, Brandon. That's what you want to cut off, bro. Like, let the niggas that were here all year decide, nigga. Okay, you ain't good at it, nigga. Come on, bro. No power again, bro. You stuck in the past, nigga. Hall of Famer of what? Hey, Don, change my name to UWA Heavyweight Champion, Don. You stuck in the past. Come on. Oh, shit. Come on, bro.
I'm weak, bro.
You ain't beat shit, nigga. Hey, Leon, go trade this nigga some more, man.
Damn.
Oh, you tried that? Yeah, you tried that?
Thought I'm slick.
But it's gotta be like.
This has become a monumental clash. There are no breaks on these
Ooh, shit.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
Looking at the tourney match cards, bro. If you're doing good, you stay. I'll meet you in the final. I'll meet you in the final of our bracket, bro.
You reverse.
Last show, to be honest.
You ain't been here either, TV. You know what? I ain't gonna expression of that, TV.
It's cool, man.
Me. Niggas ain't asked me where I've been. What the hell?
He did this still in
Damn.
Hey, Henny, I ain't gonna lie, gang. I could have just did you the worst way, bro. I know. But I'm gonna take this.
They don't do it like that no more.
Need a worse for you.
Nigga, no, it's skipping, and the only nigga that's talking about it's fine. It's Leon. It's fine for me.
Tell him, dude. What are you talking about?
5 years, 150 mil.
This game is an American game, bro. Like, this is a worldwide game, bro.
I've never seen that hit so hard.
That's such an overpay for DK, though.
Is it? I mean, that's the thing nowadays. If you want to receive it like that, you have to overpay.
Damn.
How many niggas you got at this prime?
DK's only what? 24?
Overkill.
Fuck DK, man. Fuck that nigga. Taking moves. Yeah, fuck DK.
DK is like bringing that CM.
What did it say?
Year,
Speaking
bro.
of what the fuck are they doing? They traded Gino too for some odd reason.
Man, shut up, nigga, shut up. Like, leave my team alone, please.
They were
Leave it alone.
Like bullshit. I like Gino. I like Gino.
You're fine. You guys take Lobo.
Team need to run the ball.
Yo, you guys got Kessler, Kirsch, Charbonnet. That's all you got.
Leave us alone.
You got Von Weber. Have fun, bro. Have fun.
Really don't want to fight this nigga because he got this
WWE Universe is on their feet.
Get your pissy ass in there.
Barn burner.
Get in there.
What
You
you mean?
get
I'm fighting him.
you
What do you
gotta kick
mean?
out. Yeah, when you get in there, you stay in there. Kick out.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you do it. You got it.
No one.
You got it. You got it.
She breaks the ref's count. I thought for sure that was it.
Throw out the body parts like body parts.
Hey, Bautista, you on T-Night?
Or go like you're about to start. Go back
I was finna say 3. I was gonna say damn.
Like I said, Ryan, Kenneth Walker is gone for the next week.
Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
No, I gotta cut myself. Yo, drop. You better not press B. Touch your bitch ass.
He did it again.
What did I do?
No, we good.
I was so bad. Look,
All I was saying was
Just breaking down the opponent.
Dylan Gabriel was a quarterback for that. Could be decent.
Dylan Gabriel.
They're trying to get.
What's that nigga's name? Dylan Gabriel.
But you don't believe in trick, though.
The animal is in full force.
There we go. Jump in.
Oh, wait.
Jump in there.
What's their corner's name?
I still got Jack Shannon. Even if he is, like, it's fine. That's Ben Howell. What are you talking about?
Still in there.
The answer might be more than her opponent counts.
Y'all should talk about this man. He got wrong this shit, bro. He's off the book.
The animal just might be unleashed as a result of the aggravation. Turns it around.
That's not my favorite.
It's not my favorite team. Hell no.
We are sensitive.
I'm gonna watch the Seahawks.
That's what I'm saying.
He gave me a chance to win some of my damn tickets back.
Damn.
Becky can't
We're
stop
losing all
this.
of our
We're being
shit.
honest, fellas.
Becky's fighting
Someone's
to
so
win
salty
the
about
game.
throwing
A change here.
You're not winning the game. N.O. Smith over
Yo,
there.
Tequila, nigga, it was a drop. That was not a fumble. That was a drop
Yeah, that's
pass.
such a dig, Ryan. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one, man.
Fuck DeMarco Murray. Fuck Ezekiel Elliott. Fuck all that, nigga.
These attacks are being done with great ease.
What's up, B-Dog?
So who going first, though, man? Y'all gonna let me and B-Dog go first?
I ain't gonna count with Leon niggas did that shit.
Big combo going first.
Maybe starting to struggle to get a full breath at this point.
Fuck you,
Got shit to do.
Ain't like you gonna win. I hope you niggas
He said you watch your bum ass lose.
Hey, I want to say though. I made it second round.
He said you just watch your bum ass lose.
Ain't no motherfucking move.
Maybe that should do it right there.
Like I want to watch you fucking lose again.
No way I missed him.
Whenever we match up on the court, I'm gonna flood the shit out, bro.
I can't say that about you. Fuck you.
I'm a Ravens fan.
I'm so scared. I honestly did. I admit that.
The front face lock applied. Nice suplex.
He was shut up.
Pete Carroll said he
Shut up. No, Pete Carroll.
Please shut up,
No, that's real shit, bro. Kenny.
I'm giving you guys credit.
Running back in the league, and that nigga want to throw
I know.
Appreciate that.
I know you guys did. Damian Pierce?
Easy.
Just rubbing something. She gets back in.
Considering the decision making, it's going to be you should not be surprised about what's going on in there.
Fuck, I gotta
Yo, we go over thing shit.
This team started with a good decision, but they feel like
Oh, you a bitch? Oh, you a bitch?
Being honest, why would they run the ball?
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
It's not like Marshawn Lynch is known for like power back. You know?
Hey, bro, it's 2-yard line.
Yes, Brian.
Hey, but the funny shit is when Malcolm was like, bro, we practicing against that exact play. It's crazy.
Brian, not catching that ball.
Yeah.
He jumped the hell out that motherfucker.
Drop.
Dead
Don, what
right.
tag?
Not
Is it
yet.
tag?
Tag match is next. It's right after this match.
Okay, no. Oh my god.
What just happened?
Go
What
ahead
just
and do a
happened?
tag match, Cody.
Good
Go
tag.
ahead, do a
Yep,
tag
I'm done.
match.
Oh my god.
I'm cooked. Fuck that.
Yep, I'm done. Tag
We'll
matches,
have a
yep.
good little match too.
Shit, put me in that bitch by myself and let me win this hoe.
You actually gotta eliminate the games to have crash out.
It's the second time it crashed with them, and that's first. Nah, I'm cooked.
Ryan, you know what that means? If you put DK and George Pickens on the same team, they're just gonna.
I mean,
They don't have a quarterback though right now.
They have Justin Fields. It'll be fine.
Tag matches.
He's a free agent right now.
I mean, they're
team
going
is you going against?
Talking about DK. Fuck DK.
I don't know who I'm supposed to be fighting. Hold on, let me see. I can look on the match card.
DK is
I'm
the one
supposed to
that
be
has to be
fighting Lou and Widow. That's what we fighting.
I'm gonna say one more
What is
time.
that,
Yo,
bro?
drop.
Released, though,
Yo,
that's for
drop.
sure.
Yeah, drop the ball out of the way.
Me, Quan, and Leon is here, bro.
This is
And,
why. This is why
Weezy.
Worldstar like you now, drop. Because you
Nah,
want
Henny instead of Quan.
No, we're not doing that. Pen on
Look,
paper.
y'all be doing the same
is,
shit to me at the Cowboys
it's
club.
Quan,
If
bro.
Quan- if
Don't
Quan
try
is
to
right,
use
if
Don,
Quan
you going
here, you
against
gotta
Lou
be
and
fine,
Woodard.
brother.
Lou is here and Woodard.
Yeah.
Woodard here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not
I
going against them.
understand you want to win, Leon, but
Alright, Quan, get ready, bro. Get your lacing boots on.
I ain't trying to team with Quan, bro.
Alright, well then.
The only way, this can move a little bit faster. The only way this can move a little bit faster is something not broadcasted. Yeah, that's what I'm finna say, yo. That's the only way that's gonna move. And then I could just broadcast the last one. No, your partner right here. Your partner right here.
Big
Don,
Dog,
Don, I don't know how. I don't. Don, where's
Big Dog, I'm gonna
Orion?
make the match and send the invite to y'all.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Who?
where's Orion?
Okay,
Oh,
so Ryan. I mean, not
Oz
Ryan.
isn't here anymore.
He said tag him.
Would
He
you
said
mind?
tag him. He said tag
Tag
him.
him?
Bro,
Yeah, that's what he said.
Can you
Okay,
mind
okay.
against Combo and Yuli?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as y'all go do y'all matches and just meet in the middle, I could do the last match. I could broadcast the last match. That's all we gotta do. That's literally all we gotta do.
We're here right now.
Combo
That's what
and
we
Quan,
need.
get ready to
Yeah.
go.
I just need me. I just need Lou. No, I got me a tag match. It's me and Tech versus Lou and Woodard.
Combo making the tag match for us now. Let me see.
Don't forget, y'all. We get 3 breakups.
Yeah.
As a
Because
team?
Yeah, because it's broken. Yeah, because it's not
So
elimination.
the same person could break that bitch up every time.
I think it's just 3 a team, just a 3 a team, just a team. So somebody gonna get 2 breakups and stuff. Yo, somebody gonna get 2 breakups. We're
Hey,
gonna get
don't
1.
forget to put everybody. Don't forget to put y'all.
Remember Weezy.
On fly.
Being cheesy and easy.
Yeah.
Combo.
All right.
Oh,
Let
man,
me
I
get my
fucking
let me
suck
get my
with Kurt,
matchup
man.
together.
We're
Let me get
gonna
my
give it a
matchup.
good
You
heat
can set
ho,
the
my
matchup for
nigga.
me, you, Yuli, and the other guy that I'm on the team with.
No, I cannot.
So we putting the submissions on, correct?
Yeah.
Make sure it's on spot. Make sure it's on spot.
Bro, this isn't done stream. Turn them bitches off.
The Q on out.
Hey, look at him. Look at him.
Weezy.
My team ain't even have a mic, bro.
What up?
Your partner right
You got
there.
that freeze on, Weezy. I'm telling you. Freeze. Glide across that ring.
Also, Henny's not here, bro.
Oh,
Henny is here. Henny's talking.
I am here. I'm not in. Quan is here.
Oh no.
Quan
Hey,
is
John, you
here.
got a rope break on off.
Quan isn't here,
Row break is manually. It's just manually on.
bro. Oh, it's here. God damn.
Henny, bro. Henny, bro. You can
Automatic.
sit this one
Yeah,
out,
I
yeah.
got you.
No,
Oh,
what
let's
you think
go.
I'm
We
doing?
re-signed
I'm
Michael Parsons.
not on there originally. I was just a replacement for Quan.
No Elim, right? Go
No,
ahead.
no
Shit
leave.
broke
No,
anyway,
it's
so
broken.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
broke.
Anyways,
That's why we got the 3 breakups.
Oh, I got you.
Matter of fact, Henny, if you want to replace me, you can replace me.
Nah, man, get your ass in there and fight, man. What the fuck?
I'm about to go.
I'm supposed to fight with me and my fat partner on the same page.
Bro, think about it this way,
Bro,
bro.
I'll take you on my team, man. Nigga, fuck you.
I'm about to say,
Drewski.
don't let a fucking small ass child bully the fuck out of you, bro.
Higher
Don't
than
do
Michael
that.
Parsons.
Don't let a small child
Leon,
bully.
everybody team equal out here, my nigga. Nobody team is up there.
Leon just
Oh,
weird.
let's go. We signed Mark.
I seen that OP that nigga.
Exactly. Do you really find?
Well, I ain't gonna say
think,
OP, but if it was power rankings, nigga, your team's a better team out here. Like, come on, man.
bro,
What
do
we
you
doing?
really think fucking Wheezy wants the team we
Where
named
the
now?
hell is Woody?
Is Will Smith?
Oh man, hey, I told you we gonna get us a fucking dub. We gonna do it.
Pizza.
I'm making a match now. No, I'm about to send you the invite, big dog. Send you the invite.
Yeah, it's our match. I'm just getting in contact with Woody right now.
Look, combo. If it makes you feel any better, I'm about to have to listen to my team trade Michael Parsons to the Eagles.
What a shot!
Don't worry about it.
Fuck you, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you do.
We don't care about the Cowboys.
cheerio.
Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying. Nigga, the fuck, nigga. That's why Danny gets the ball, bitch.
Ryan, I'm sending you an invite.
You want some Rice Krispie treats?
God damn it.
Is you here?
Ryan don't have a teammate. Ryan don't have a teammate.
I don't have a teammate right now.
I thought he did. Oh, cause Quaz.
Who was his original teammate?
It's Quaz.
Quaz.
Oh
So you
shit.
remember Quaz? He said contact him. He said something. I even sent him a one in his DM.
You better find somebody. Cause I'm about to go
Okay,
now.
okay. So our match is ready. Our match better ready. What did you say, bet? Okay, I'm setting us up.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm sending you the shit, B dog. Our shit better be ready too.
Bro, who don't have a teammate in here?
Ryan so far.
Be gone soon.
Marks me.
Hey, I'm about to
TB,
go
get your
somewhere,
ass
pick
in
up some
there.
food. Yeah, TB, go ahead. TB, get some matches in, bro.
Oh no, it's Funky Monk.
You
Oh,
suck
I'm
in
not
it.
gonna lie. I don't think my tag team partner exists.
You sure? He probably don't got a mic or something. I don't know. He probably just don't got. Hold on.
Okay, you got it. Did you get that invite?
Do Muttman got a mic?
Yo, Lou, you here, bro?
P, get on the fucking mic.
Yeah, he here. I'm setting up the match now for y'all.
Since it's not stream, right, I can use Bron Breaker. Yeah, since.
Wait, yo,
All right, the match is ready for us too. The match is ready for us. I got it for you. Woody and Lou, y'all joining me, and Tech, you join me too. Hopefully, you can reset this thing.
Who your partner is, Leon?
Hey, you can't reset it.
You can't. Okay, hold on. Tech, you join first. Tech, you join first. I ain't think you. Oh man.
How do I turn on the wheel shit? How do I turn on the wheel shit?
You gotta go to slider.
There you go. I've already sent you an invite, Quan.
And the settings are like where would that be at?
There you go.
In the settings for the
Yeah,
badge.
this, yeah, we're gonna have to bag out. We're gonna have to bag out and do about order. I ain't know it do it like this. It's
And
weird.
then combo, you're gonna have Yuli join first. And then
I'm gonna make another one. I'm make another one.
I'm definitely not gonna pick him in the fucking
Yeah,
game.
I guess teams. Yeah, you can't.
I don't even know where my fucking teammate is. He's nowhere to be fucking existence. So.
He in the chat. I'm messaging him now, bro.
Yeah, he in the
I
VC.
just messaged him in the Xbox, bro.
He in a match with.
He in here. He on the game and shit. I don't know where the.
Mozzie.
I just told his ass shit. He ready. Who the fuck I had? Kurt.
Yeah, you did. All right. Tech, you could join now. You could join off me.
Get it. B dog, pick your guy, cause we're not doing that funny shit.
No, I'm changing the payback, bro. I'm not doing no funny shit.
Where Yuli at?
Alright. I'm serious, nigga. Alright, there we go.
Cause when he is here.
There's squads right there.
That's so I just
There's squads right there.
There go your partner.
Damn, what's that payback? I never
There he
seen
is.
that.
It's, it's hotline.
All right, and y'all team could join now. For Lou and Water.
Me mute Don a minute or turn him down. One of the two.
Do what you need to do.
Alright, we locked in. Let's get it.
You gotta join Orion match.
Hold on, Leon, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Just
Weezy, you remember what I told you before?
Yeah, hold on. Well, he said he about to eat, but he in the shit.
Who, B-Dog? Or what?
Nah, his fucking partner. Say something. I'm telling nigga to say something.
Well, Quan?
Yeah,
my boy.
No, guys, deceive me or Don.
boy
Are you
partner.
teaming with Tech right now?
Yeah, it's all a random wheel spin.
The wheel
Yeah,
did. That's what the wheel spin did.
The wheel spin put you and Tech together.
yeah, it did it right on
Damn
camera
boy,
too.
nigga. What the damn boy name is?
That's
okay. Wait.
Oh shit, my bad.
I wasn't looking at the screen, bro.
Yeah, my bad.
Just let my health go up.
Yo, what's up?
I set up for people, right?
You said what?
I could sub people, right? Like
Yeah. We got 3 kickouts left.
Let me tell you something.
Alright, we can do it.
Team matchup where a team's cohesion is put to the ultimate test. In this one, we get a chance to see the Fiend, Bray Wyatt.
What? Can you give me like 5 seconds if you don't mind? Like 5 seconds, please. Can you give me like 5 seconds?
No, we see you should in the Discord, bro.
There's 2 of them.
So somebody stream this in the Discord. Quan, can you stream?
Quads, are y'all joining?
A little showboating from Paige.
I don't want to stream. He'll expose himself.
Let me just do something real quick. Okay, here we go. I'm good to go now. I'm good to go. Come on.
I can't stream.
Look at him using my excuse.
Don's invite's broken. Leon's stream's broken. Crazy.
I just can't take to the Discord, bro.
We're locked in reversals here. Neither competitor
You weird. Get your weird ass out of here.
Leon just don't want to expose himself. Kick out glitching.
Tell me when you want in, Tech.
We would not be king boy. Promise you that.
This is on per angle is crazy.
Yeah.
And they still yeeting. It's crazy.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
Yeah, Weezy. That's the one rule, bro. Hey, do your neutral A. Do your neutral A, the Pele kick. That shit's okay.
Shut up, niggas. I'm coaching. Nigga, let the boys fight.
He's in his grasp.
Yo, Brady,
You know your
singles.
Guys ain't gonna, see, he gonna do that too.
You know your singles.
How much love you show other guys not doing this, though? Oh, no, you good, bro, man. Have fun, man.
I don't know what to say, guys.
I've got to be cheesy, bro. Being cheesy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you damn right.
B-Dog, we got a rule in this match when it's me and Weezy. When it's Weezy, the ring guy come in. If I'm not Weezy, and this is the same thing goes for you.
I agree.
Yeah, you and Quan be fighting, and me and Weezy.
Yo, Brady team or not yet?
Hey, Quan, chill out, bro. What you doing?
Let's go,
Quan.
I underestimated you.
Oh, this man didn't want you on his game for what's happened? What's changed?
Yes, sir. And on that. Wing blade, yes, sir.
You said what, bro?
Yes, sir, Quan. Nigga,
Oh. Did you send him a DM? I'm sorry for you. Can you not get a substitution?
I do that.
Or,
That's free.
shit, I don't know, to be honest. I think everybody got a teammate. I think everybody do.
I'm in a
Ryan got a teammate now?
Ryan got quads, yeah. All right, Tech. After the stun bar go, I'm gonna tag you and stuff.
Yes, sir. Come on.
You're fighting B-Dog and Weezy?
Yeah, I'm with Quan.
Get ready, Tech. Get ready, cause
Look at Quan.
you'll try to submit me.
You ain't want that man on your fucking
shit.
Nah,
I changed my mind. Oh, shit. Let's go. Come on, keep up, man.
This nigga's done.
It doesn't matter. Don't do your strike like that. Do it from a dodge. Your strike is not that good.
Alright, back up.
Yo, you should have just seen the Peculiar drop. I don't think he's in the match.
No.
There you go. Good shit. There you go. Side effect. Look at him coming in hot. Look at him.
Ooh, you got a teammate already?
Go on, get him.
I don't think Hoove do.
Okay, combo, set up a 2-on-1 handicap.
Do that shit.
Oh, okay.
Nigga said make it a 2v1.
Yo!
No, B-Dog. No.
Hey, let me tag Quan.
Go play Candy Crush.
Like a mismatch challenge is crazy, though. Everybody else just fighting.
Hey, but look though, it's more fair.
Yeah, I like it.
Who's your partner, Ryan?
Stomping away. DDP found himself in the wrong place.
Oh yeah.
Y'all already fighting?
Putting everything he learned
fighting right
from
now.
his wrestling
Okay.
family to
Okay.
work.
Where the fuck is my boy at, bro? Come on, baby.
Damn.
He
Yeah,
gets set
you
straight down to
punching
the
on me, bro.
floor.
I don't like
You know
that.
what I'm talking about with these
Oh,
random
Quan.
ass people that
No
get
way,
on.
bro. I have no way.
My boy's active and he ain't replying to you. That's
I had
crazy.
to pull off a little bit. I didn't want to show you everything.
I'm taking his
Guys, they're getting a little too close
You
for
can,
comfort.
you can step down.
Quick section on him.
Tech, you know how to do the
Wood and
Rezil
Lou
thing.
Hey, Wood and Lou are in a team.
Oh, you're a reason.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, I might be getting someone.
Oh,
Getting someone. Who
Hey,
you getting?
stream
Bro, you
clip,
better
bro.
not
Give me
be.
a
You better
break.
not be hitting that fucking Edicle or
He didn't even know
ATV or
how to
something,
do
bro.
it.
Like,
He
chill.
got lucky.
Hey, my finger might slip as well, bro. I'm not gonna capture.
Yo, beat up.
Nah, come on, B-Dog. Come on, B-Dog. Come on, B-Dog.
The game, what you call it?
Yo, he just got lucky, son. Oh my.
You ain't gotta do
So
that,
your
bro.
Rezil gone now, Don?
Watch
Yeah, your
out, 'cause
Rezil
we might do
gone,
that
Don.
shit again.
Oh,
God
God.
damn, man.
Gone?
Throwing your shit.
Yeah.
Hey, nah, Quan's doing a better job at
Yeah,
Leon.
and Quan is, yeah, I was just about to say that Quan was doing better than me, and I was hating. I'm just a hater. I'm just a hater, bro.
Yo, Don.
Tech Rezil's about to be gone too.
Just a chill hater.
Leon's just a bitch ass.
Ooh, that's tough, Leon. Don't do me that.
That boy Tech got saved. Boy.
Nah, teammate. I
Hit
gotta
his
hit
ass
you
and
now,
pull
man.
me out. Pull me out. Oh,
yeah,
no.
yes, P-Dog.
The match is ready again too. Tech, you join in first.
P-Dog.
Hey, Leon.
All right, B-Dog. No, it's okay, B-Dog. It's okay.
Fuck you.
Oh, pull me out.
Point, Don. Let me know.
Oh, it's a double.
I'll tell you when.
Got it.
No, it ain't.
I'm fucking with you. I know. I'm fucking with you.
Hey, you know what? You
Oh,
got
we
the
eat
full
those.
sick bar. You got the full sick bar. I might as well. Alright,
No,
Quan,
buddy.
get on the apron, and you
Hey,
know,
y'all two can join.
So.
Yeah,
Y'all can join
I
now.
bet fucking so.
I bet.
Nah, go ahead. You tag in B-Dog.
I ain't done yet. I'm getting my pin before I go. There you go. Now
Hey,
you
Warden, we
tag
was
in.
whooping ass in there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Nah,
bro.
you
telling
had
you,
to
bro,
get
I'm
your
over here
final
going
word
crazy.
in. Have to get your last word in.
About.
Beat. You
Ready?
can't do that
B-Dog,
shit.
let him tag, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
dog.
Man.
You said what, bro?
Wait, Don.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna help you
Quan.
out real quick. Don, I'm gonna help you out. Your teammate don't got reason. He just Agent Mufti. What he doing?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna submit. He should be short.
I don't know where he's at. And there's nobody else
Tag me in.
Yeah.
What
If
the
you,
fuck?
yeah, if you want, you could go ahead and call it an early night.
damn,
If you
Quan.
want to, Vortex.
Tag me.
Yeah, good shit. Keep it up, B-Dog.
Well, I will.
Use that
But
beat.
good, but thank you
Remember
for
about that
participating.
Pele. Remember
these
that
random
Pele,
ass
bro.
people,
No,
bro.
don't do these
Good
carries.
shit. Good
Don't
shit,
do
But thank you for
B-Dog.
participating today, though, for the
Uh-oh,
test show,
watch
though.
him, B-Dog.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I'm moving
shit.
straight
That
into
shit's
the
so
Do them
weak, bro.
Pele's.
That
Do
shit's
them
so weak.
Pele's. And
That
don't
shit's
put
so
them
weak.
fence off. You
Take
can
your
put it.
time. Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you
yeah.
can-
Good
You gonna
shit,
start off,
B-Dog.
Tech?
And here we go.
You can put
yeah.
your second
Oh,
if
yeah.
your second is knock under. Don't do your fence off.
We see the
B-Dog, the
Fiend,
Hall of Famer.
Bray
Let's
Wyatt,
go.
and Diamond Dallas
B-Dog
Page.
ain't shit.
And
Let
in
Luke
the
Kane
other
get
corner,
some.
they will
Let
be
Man,
Luke Kane
taking
B-Dog
get
taking
some
us
of
home
that
right
shit,
now.
boy.
Take us home, B-Dog.
I get some
the key to
later.
victory in a
I
match
get
like
some
this.
later.
He said I get something later.
That's three interference right there.
I don't
Okay,
Pele.
And Rock comes right back at
Good
it.
dog.
Hey, chill, bro. Chill.
Big kick to the
No.
gut. The clubbing forearm.
Yes, sir, Quan. Yes, sir, Quan.
Get your ass down.
Yeah. You get
Hey,
what
count
y'all
them.
need.
Hey, how many
Yes,
we
sir.
got, bro?
I go 3. Y'all go to like 2.
Oh, why?
Where we got to?
I think
That
we
was my
just
first
did 2.
one. No, that was my
Oh,
first one.
it was your first one.
Yeah, so I was like, how many? I thought
Ah,
B-Dog hit one. Oh, shit. Sig it, B-Dog. Sig it, B-Dog. What the fuck is Sean saying? Grab him
Yeah,
with...
you better get
hey,
up.
man.
You better get up. You better get up.
Nah, you ain't got time. Fuck it.
Had that move from the
Double
Rock
team
scouted.
move?
Ooh, and he manages to reverse.
No, wait.
Oh, no.
Jazz into the match.
Got it. Try to get your sig. Try to get your sig.
Oh, he fucked up. He fucked up.
Ah, shit.
That's five.
Nah, you can't pin over that, but I just wanted you to get your, special. So.
Hey, you heard? It's five. of them.
Great thinking by the Rock. complete stalemate of reversals here. Neither one giving an
Ain't
inch.
cheesy,
Both counters. No one's getting their
It
full
ain't easy
offensive.
being cheesy, Peter. Say it right,
You
bro.
know, you good if you need to or you keep fighting. It don't matter.
We know exactly what he's thinking.
Yo.
Y'all want to take a break?
Hey, Weezy, I'm not gonna lie, bro. They having a banger.
Yeah, they is though.
Lands the crossbody.
Yes, sir. Oh, watch out. Yes, sir. Get on the cold breaker.
Doing the Undertaker shit.
Yes, sir. Quan.
Like DQ
Hey, Quan, I'm not gonna lie, we winning this shit.
DQ him, yo. What the
Okay, that's three for y'all.
Just a debilitating chain of maneuvers from the Fiend.
That's 3 for 3.
Looking good here.
Alright, let me tag out real quick.
Man, yo.
Go on, take it out, man. Don't do him that. Don't do him that.
Man, B-Dog.
Vicious, downright savage
Man.
club right there.
Bro, B-Dog.
What are you doing?
Settle down, son.
Hey, Quan, you gotta chill. Yeah, you gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill.
Hey, I'm not pressing
Hey, look. Let me get my X up. Tag me back in. Tag me back in, bro.
Bro, get your ass on, man. There you go.
Yeah, B-Dog, what are you doing, man?
What do you mean?
You want in?
You know what I mean, bro.
I'm gonna take some time off.
I don't know what you mean.
Man, B-Dog, you're a weirdo, bro.
Yep.
Look at this. An arm breaker. And the Rock feels
Thanks for the sub, Yuli. Appreciate that type shit.
ring. Yeah, but you have to keep on battling for your team.
Adrenaline in my soul.
One is ready to finish this off.
No, don't. What? No.
If he tags Jackson has a chance. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Nah, don't do it.
No, you was not.
Don't even do it.
That nigga
I know,
up
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
Use your boost if you have to, bro.
Damn.
Oh shit, did he get it?
Picture
I
perfect
gotta
from
get
the
hit with
Rock.
a stick.
Man, there ain't no way it's already like that.
Showing what makes him
That nigga talking about, nah, I gotta get hit with a SIG.
Yo, Lou, you want
I'll
to
say
get in?
Type shit.
Yeah, you do. Look at him.
Oh my God.
And get sent right into the corner.
Can't get in the ring.
Let's go. We got the Riz.
Man. Some weak shit, bro. Turn some missions up immediately, bro. This didn't
I
count.
barely noticed that.
That didn't-
Brady
That didn't count, bro. It didn't count, Weezy. Give me back my refund, bro.
Fuck no. It's Riz, buddy. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's bad, though. He got bad shit.
Man, like it was the first one, man. Like this shit could have been. This shit could have got patched, bro. Your attributes gotta go down by 20 to do this shit, bro.
Get
Get him.
Hey, get out of that, B-Dog.
Get him, quick. Hey, I'm gonna help. No! Shade, get me back in real quick. Give me back
B-Dog,
in.
hurry up and tag me.
Okay.
Take me in real quick.
My boy is just killing in here. Like, man,
This shit
Oh, I can't do nothing.
Oh, yeah, tag me in, B-Dog.
But Don, you cool?
Kick that bitch off for
The
that.
game broke.
Oh, this
There you
shit.
go.
No.
Game like that against. Y'all need to
No,
restart.
you can't fight him. You can't fight him.
Hey,
you right. I was gonna hit him with my stick. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, restart your game.
Good shit, bro.
I'm gonna go one more, and then I'm
Easy get
giving up. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. That's what I said. I'm gonna do one more time.
Can we get the win if it don't work?
Yes, sir.
I don't give a damn.
I wish you would never told him about that fucking.
I think they're doing the same thing though. Yeah, everybody shit crashed.
Everybody shit crashed at one time.
Oh, what the fuck?
I was beating the dog shit out of you.
Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah, you
God,
posted. It was bad.
bro.
That was a lot worse than what the last tag match I had with you. I was doing a hell of a lot better. I need to give Muda a fucking A.
Yo, that's
appreciate
fine.
that.
That's fine.
Why was it your popular?
That's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
get on him, B-Dog. Get on him. He got some bar.
I mean,
No. Chill. Hey, leave him alone, bro. Leave him alone, bro.
Oh, what you doing?
I had
Leon,
to back
move,
this
man.
shit
I'm gonna set it up one more time real quick.
Y'all got 2 breakups left. I hope y'all know that.
I know.
I ain't even thank you, though.
I gotta give.
What the hell?
Leon, you
Yeah, I
don't
didn't
gotta
know
work
that
that
way.
hard.
Watch her first
That's wrong
say.
with you. bro, so you don't gotta work so hard.
You gotta take your time, B-Dog. Take your time.
You tortured yourself, bro. Now you ain't got Rezeal. No, not we
I still got
Rezeal.
I still got
We don't got a
Rezeal.
breakup. Right now we don't got a
We
breakup.
lost one breakup. We lost one breakup.
You got saved. You kind of got saved, but we still don't got that breakup.
You got 5 points.
Exactly, y'all damn sure.
Yeah, now
That
we're
works.
gonna fucking A.
You one submission away, bro.
Pin him, B-Dog.
No,
Pin him,
Quan, you
my
gotta,
dog.
Quan. You gotta, Quan.
be talking that shit.
Yes, sir, Quan.
be on it.
This shit, B-Dog. Tag me in.
Oh,
that's crazy.
There you go.
Okay.
Don, we got this shit, bro.
Quan,
Yeah.
no, get me in. No,
Yeah.
Quan.
And Tech, you could join in now too. You could join.
Quan, no, you get tag me
Hey,
in.
if we get the first one out, we good.
Yeah, I know. No.
Shit.
Hey,
Alright,
bro,
tag me
if
immediately,
anything,
bro.
I need a
Get rid of
breakup.
that
If
X.
anything, bro.
So,
Yeah.
I gotta
Y'all
get
not
straight
getting
in
me
there,
Hey,
bro.
what you doing? What you doing?
Oh, come on,
What y'all
Leon.
doing out there
Wait
now?
Oh,
on.
Leon. Come on, Leon.
What you doing? Back.
Oh,
Leon, what
oh
you
shit.
doing?
I'm joining
I
out
fuck
now.
back, bro. I fuck up my bad.
Back.
Oh,
No
wow.
ring case, you
Hey,
need
that
nothing.
shit low-key.
Alright.
That shit low-key worked a little bit.
Yeah, it
All right,
did
y'all
work
could join in
100%.
now.
Not a little bit,
Yeah.
and not a low
Yeah, it
key.
worked a little bit.
Not low
Worked
key,
a
and
little
not a little bit.
Worked a little bit. Oh, that's what you putting on him now? Okay. B-Dog, step down. Step down. Step down. Stay down. Look at old Quan gonna listen. What Quan, what you doing?
I'm watching you, nigga. I'm watching both.
Hey, low key, you gotta
You
step down.
worried
Too,
about what
so
the
yeah.
fuck I'm doing?
No,
nigga.
step down,
No,
step down,
B-Dog, I
step
need
down,
you to
step
lock
down.
in. I need you to lock in, B-Dog. Match about to be over real quick here. It's gonna get here you go.
What?
And again. Goodbye.
Hey, wait.
That's the
That's
break.
one breakup.
Hey,
That's one
Quan, you
breakup.
gotta wait a little second, bro.
Slow down, bro.
Hey, bro, we
Yo.
all know you weren't getting out of that, bro. You didn't get out of the last one.
Like, bro.
If it do it this time, I'm checked
Give us
out.
the win.
Grabbing everything.
You could do
Grabbing
what you
everything?
want to do. I'm checked out if it do it again.
Let me dash, bro.
We need another update, bro. I know they gave us one a day, but we need another one.
What?
Alright,
No.
Get out.
Oh
Game's
my
technically still
god.
in
we here.
access. Technically.
You said what?
Technically still in
Yes.
access. Go Friday.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, for real.
Motherfucker. Oh, that was it. No,
You got-
get
you
down,
gotta
get
expect
down,
shit
B-Dog,
like
get
this.
down.
I'm gonna tag you in, Tech.
Hold on, wait.
Superstars work
You
together.
can't
It's a
do that,
good
Quan.
old
Hey,
tag
hey,
team
hey.
match. Set for action in this one. We see the Fiend.
Get in, B-Dog,
Bray
get in,
Wyatt,
get in.
and
Get in.
Dallas
Hit him,
Page.
nigga, hit him.
And standing across from
come on,
that,
come on,
Marcus
come on.
Tuck. And Jacob Fatu.
What kind of shit is that?
Team has the advantage here.
Let's go, Quan.
The ring and half the best. Who can control
Let's go,
Nah, that
Quan.
shit didn't count, bro.
Let's
That shit didn't
go.
count. That's free
I ain't gonna lie, Quan, you did some whole shit at the end, but I ain't.
He just flipped the script there.
Want to run it back you can, but Quan, you did some
Nah,
wild
I do not want to run it back. We won. I'm walking down with it.
You got one, Leon?
I'm running. Yeah, we
Alright,
won.
so let's fight them.
Nah, you did some hoe shit there. I'm not.
Yeah, he ran around. I think he was talking and all that.
Hey, tag.
This is the first
That
time
was
I'm
weird,
hearing
though.
this, bro. After y'all
It's
lied.
weird,
What?
though.
Oh, we just beat y'all.
When you ran around the corner, nigga, you fucked his targeting up.
Oh, bro. Who was it? I ain't touching though, twin.
But
Nah, bro,
you ran at him, though.
We good.
Let's go.
Nah, they gonna run.
back.
They gonna run from that shit, B-Dog. They ain't gonna run that shit back.
I run it back.
No, I ain't trying to run it back. I'm walking down with the dog.
Leon's not. Leon's running from the fight.
I'm walking down with a dub.
Nah, they're friggin' on and greed, so
So it's gonna be Yuli and Combo.
They hate to do it like that, though. They hate to do it.
Hey, I mean, this match was pretty fun with these rules, though.
Yeah, it was. We was about to win that shit, man. We was about to win that shit.
All right.
Nah, that's crazy.
It's alright, B-Dog.
Just like that.
Oh, shut up, nigga.
Just like
Hey,
bro,
the fuck out you. Run it back, then.
You
Hell
acted
no.
like you beat us legitimately, bro. Like, what you doing?
Yes, yes, we did though.
Come in here.
Yeah,
No, you started him laughing at him, saying about some he finna get ass whooping or something.
You learned that shit from Julie, didn't you, Leon? That's crazy. Doing some fucking goose shit. I'm ready when you good, dog.
Oh my goodness, this fucking.
I wish you learned it from your mother, buddy.
Who's setting up the tag match, you?
We're running back. We're running back.
You got it, you?
They don't want to run it back.
How you gonna make me go on my fucking?
Shut your head ass up.
Brady didn't have a teammate. Brady didn't have a teammate. Respect. When they don't want to run it back, that's respect.
Yeah, I don't. That's the G's, bro.
No, I know you don't.
That's the G's, bro. Hell no. I mean, I didn't go under the elimination shield, no. And that was for the G.
I took your red, nigga.
Yeah, and I eliminated you from the match.
Take his ribs, that shit,
Only cause it's motherfucking punch.
Good shit.
Hey, the game.
Walked around that shit though.
Oh my god. Your target don't get thrown out because your target is already set on somebody unless you change it.
Nah, but when you ran at that man,
all I did was
power slam.
That was
definitely an attempt
exactly for what?
some of the rock shine there.
Because bro, I just went here to spill my ore. You know what I'm saying?
Breaking up the damn penis.
Hey, Quan, it's cool, bro. We won. We better go.
Oh yeah, hey, y'all won that shit.
We big chillin', bro. We chillin', bro.
Yeah, I did better than what y'all expected me to do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Leon, Dick's looking like crazy right now.
Yeah, he is. The Glaze is something else.
Yeah, I most definitely was. I most definitely was.
Video and everything. She's blazing so good. He's fucking oiling up for fucking little.
The game fucked us on that one though. The game fucked us on that though. Like he punched me like twice. And it still didn't break.
I'm not like you, bro. You're grown up now. You should be fucking oiling up for that. Like, what are you doing?
Shit weak though. Run that back though. I had any heart. Run it back with Reds, Leon.
Hell nah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, nigga. That's what the fuck I thought.
Hey, Dom, that nigga talk Reds.
Who fucking else?
Slowly
Tag your partner, nigga.
So who is we fighting?
I ain't gonna lie.
Right there. That right there. Good shit. Let me hit him with my sig. Let me hit him with my sig.
Can't do nothing about the game fucking us.
He gonna fucking tag now.
Yeah, that's good fight though.
Really couldn't do anything.
You got it. Yeah, I got it.
Got soup kits, bro.
So now let me tag you. You're too close. There you go.
We definitely could have got it over at 7
Now you tag out. You tag out.
Out every time.
You tag out, sucker ass nigga. Tight brain ass nigga. I don't give a fuck. Strategic. You getting your ass whooped while your partner's sitting over there with the X. Tell me how that works. But he's sitting over there with the X. He can't help you even if he wanted to. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, he knows like, you know it's not elimination though, right? Like you crazy ass fool. Sitting there saying you got a green bar though. What if he can't come in while you getting submitted? Done. No, you can't make him elimination.
The one with the roof like this pretty
No,
cool.
I'm done. He won't even tag you in. Dude, that fucked up.
Use your reason. Use your reason, so we can say my breakup. Use your reason. Yeah, there you go. Definitely, if you don't know how to use it, it's fine. If you don't know how to use it, why waste it? Why waste a stem? Why waste a stem? I get it. Why waste a stem?
Get off boy in that motherfucker.
Good shit. Good shit.
I'm a motherfucking fighter, boy.
Good shit. He said this ain't my first rodeo. There you go. Bam. Come on, Tech. Come on. Get him. One more move. Come on, hit him. Hit him. Get him. Bam. There you go. Come on. Get him again. There you go. Bam. Get him again. Now I'm going to submit his ass. Get him and I'm going to submit him. Get him. It's doing this. Oh, my God. It's not letting me even swallow. This shit's stupid. Okay.
It is elimination?
No, there's no elimination.
Tag magic so we can reset.
Yeah, you hit you with a submission. You tap the hell out. And then beat up at the
There you go. Ah, shit.
Wait, but what do you mean? You tapped them out and then you went
You good, bro. You good. There you go. Oh.
Bro, nah, you gotta think about that shit. You really think that really did that? You really think B-Dog? Like, come on, man.
There you go.
How many times he did that to me and
Come tag me.
But no, that's just B-Dog.
He getting there coming to you, Lou. He going over there.
The game just didn't count it for some reason.
Ah, no! Oh, shit. Hey, Tech, come break this shit. Yeah. Hey, man, get up off me. Oh, you doing this? Okay, that's fine. He going the other way, I think. Yeah, he going that way.
Hey, Henny, I hit that nigga with that freeze. And he avoids first one
Slide across the ring, boy.
Get out of there.
Nigga, try somebody else to do it. Yeah, you good right now.
This crowd is thunderous right now.
Fuck. There you go. Punch that nigga. Punch that nigga again. Damn. Fucker. Fucker. Luke ain't come in even if he wanted to. How I suck when I almost got you tapped out? Yeah, just talking about somebody suck. Oh, what the fuck? How? You better tag your partner in. Oh no! Oh hell no! Oh, he did that. I don't know though. I don't know. I have no idea. He's dumb though. He should did a submission. Should did a submission. He's just fucking stupid. Oh, they don't let you. Okay.
How many teams left in this shit? Everybody else still fighting, or what happened?
I think some people that advanced. I think everybody done advanced already. Look, he said, "Get me right back in."
Are you guys ready?
Lou, he don't even trust you, Lou.
But yeah.
You could have ran that shit back on low.
That's cool, bro.
Look, Lou said he wants something himself. He said he fighting himself.
That man say he wants something. Fuck that.
B-Dog, we striking fear in his ass.
Hey.
Unprotected shot to the head.
Putting in work, though.
He did 3 moves. That's the 3rd move. I'm gonna tag you in too.
I'm ready as soon as you get to.
Yeah, this is a double. I'm gonna tag you in. Okay, I didn't get it. Okay, wow.
If you get him stunned, give me in.
He said if you get it, tell him.
Bro, that shit looking bad over there.
Come on over.
Right. Lou, I'm gonna beat the fuck out you. I'm telling you right now, that bitch finna go from green to red. Guarantee.
There you go.
Guarantee. And I meant that shit. I'm him. I'm motherfucking him. Let's go.
Why is it doing that right there?
That's all in your bag.
You got this, bro.
Reason why it's doing that, Don, you either gotta walk to the middle.
Yeah, or all the way over here. Yeah. There you go. Good shit. Keep working. Keep working. Keep working. I got your break up.
You should have came in there and built your seeds up, though.
Don't worry about it.
Look at him. He coming in. Yo, yeah, work Lou now. Work him. Work him.
Oh, yeah, he sold. He sold. Oh, shit. So, Don, you need to go keep it in right here.
Get me in. Get me in. Ooh, get me in.
You the one that needs
Yeah.
to get in.
You got a sub, bro.
You got that. LS. As you know, as is good for your immune system, right?
Tech, come on, Tech. What that ass over there you talking about?
Stay in there, Lou. You say you big and bad. Stay in there. What you doing? Oh, you doing that?
About to listen though.
Not this again. We about to get a bite to the whole thing.
Bam.
Rock double bottom. Oh no! I thought you. Oh.
Nah, he still was in the storm. He probably ain't even get it.
Yeah.
That's three.
We got one more. We got one more. We got one more break as a team. That's it, and we done.
So you get 4? You get 4?
I thought we did 2. Did I do 3? Oh, cause that submission. You can count that submission. That submission. Yeah, that submission. Yeah, Tech. Yeah, Tech. We don't got no more. Yeah, we got 3. We used 3.
Oh, there you go.
We used all 3. My bad. Yeah, we ain't got no more. Yeah, we ain't got no more. We ain't got no more like nothing. Yeah. All right, now we just got to tag in and out, Tech, cause I can't come in and help or nothing.
The X combo, nigga. Figure it out.
Talk about force. That'll give you whiplash.
I don't wish
Quick thinking that time.
Give me back in.
He finds a
Oh, he said get him back in.
Was lost to
Oh, he want to
Brady and
get it
Pickle.
back in.
He said get him back in.
Come on, Tech. Shit.
There you go.
So we're waiting for him to join. And we're still waiting.
Look at him. Look at him.
momentum completely in the corner of The Rock. The Rock reaching
Niggas hanging out of here.
Catering, man, chilling.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, good, Tech. Come on, tag me.
Looking at Leon.
Any more tag matches?
Fucker.
Yeah,
Trying me.
guys, come on. Join up.
Go tag your damn partner.
I bet.
World Cup style. Nigga. The most points get the dub.
Man. Sorry, Tech. We lost. We ain't got nothing, bro.
Got no breakups.
We ain't got nothing, Tech. Yeah, we ain't got nothing, Tech. We ain't got nothing, Tech.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we ain't got nothing.
Bro, you been
I'd rather go out like that.
He said I go out like that.
That's no ass shit.
You can't even come in. Tech. So I go out like this.
I heard when somebody said fuck it and kept fighting.
We
won, bro.
Hey, they shit controversial too over there. Oh, that's
We
controversial.
Okay, so Quan was.
It's controversial.
What
We're
an
not through with it. That's how you play all the way to the whoop.
Yeah,
Play to the whoop.
yo, hey, what a little leave the lobby.
I got no idea what the lobby. It just sent me to
Nigga,
the
we
main menu.
won.
How
My
you
boy
won,
said
man?
fuck it and kept fighting.
It literally just like
Come on
it
now,
was
Don.
loading
Don't even
in,
do that one,
and
Don.
next thing you know, I'm in the main menu.
I tapped him out.
I'm about to reset.
Don,
Everybody
that one,
reset.
Don. Come on now, bro.
Don, make the lobby.
Come on now, Don.
You didn't tap me out. I still had like half. I think. I know I didn't have no breakup. Yeah, you sure? You sure? But I was still fighting though.
It was
Then he was to the ropes. He could have grabbed the rope. He had rope break up though.
Fuck out
Like
here,
that,
bro.
Don. Don't cheat like that, Don. Come on, Don.
Come on, man. You seen rope break on the
Don,
screen,
don't cheat
man.
like that, Don.
Let the correct break motherfucker.
Nah, you ain't gonna cheat on no practice tournament, huh?
Come on,
Well,
bro.
fuck it, make it a triple threat then, because I feel
Yeah,
like
make it a
I
triple
won
threat,
this.
bro.
Nigga,
No.
I was out, bro. No,
Make
you
it a
did
triple
some
threat.
puss ass shit, man.
I'm with it
Yo,
then.
you did some
Don
whole
won,
ass
man.
shit, nigga.
Don got the pin in the
No,
fucking
bro.
ring.
No, bro. Nigga, you did some whole ass shit, nigga.
It's on
You was
stream.
getting
The
tapped
fucking
out, bro.
pin.
No, bro. You did no, bro. You did some whole
Man
ass
just
shit.
hit you
No,
with a
nigga.
fucking. Hey,
No,
look,
bro.
I'm gonna
You
tell you.
always doing
Did
some
you
bitch
try to
ass
hit him
shit,
with the
dog.
right
You
hook?
always doing.
I didn't have no
Yeah, he
breakup.
did,
Watch
though.
You
this
didn't
shit,
have no
right?
reals or
Hit you with a
nothing.
finish
You
and
didn't have
got
no
the
I
reals
didn't
pin.
or
have no
nothing.
breakup. I
Bro,
did not
you
have
ain't
no
had no
breakup.
breakup.
Look it
Don
up.
said that already.
Hold on, I'm just
Exactly.
saying, even after the breakup,
It
Lou,
doesn't
hear me out, hear me
matter.
out.
You
Y'all
Even
did
said
not
after
have
the
you
no
always
breakup,
love
he
breakup.
doing
tried
some
to
whole
hit him
ass
with a
shit.
rock
Y'all didn't
bottom.
No,
have
He
no
bro,
tried to
fuck
hit him
breakup,
with
that,
a
bro.
bro.
rock
No,
bottom
bro,
and
you
got
ain't
that
have no
shit blocked.
breakup, man.
That's play
Fuck
on.
all
That's
that.
the man
Y'all
was
No,
don't do
no,
nothing,
fuck
right?
no, it ain't no
Yeah,
play
that
on.
is
We
play
losing,
on.
bro.
That is a
No, it ain't
play
no
on.
Play
fucking
on.
play
He
on.
tried to hit him
Because
with a
if it's
rock
that
bottom
I
on
have
serious,
the
no
shit.
dealing
nah,
with
because if it's
partner.
that serious, he could have
No,
quit
it
the
ain't
match,
no, bro.
or he
Fuck,
could have
I
just
don't
pinned
care
the
what you
nigga.
say, bro. Hey, Don.
He could have quit the
Come on,
match. He
bro.
could just pin the
Come on,
nigga.
Don.
Why
We
did he
just
try
said
to
we
rock bottom
won.
anyway, though? Why did you want to do
Yeah,
that?
why he tried to rock
Don.
bottom him?
Yo, Dez, you already in one.
Come
Yeah,
on, Don. Don't do that one, Don.
that's why I just
Why
went to
you
the.
tried to rock bottom done? And then got it blocked. Then got
Join
it
Dez.
blocked.
Join
The
Dez.
match was
So
already
say he
over,
hit the
You
bro.
rock
should have
bottom
either
on him
quit
and get
the
the
match
pin,
The
you
or
gonna
match,
count
pin
it
the
though,
nigga.
right?
bro. The match was already
Nigga, we
over,
was
bro.
it was
He just
over.
went to rock
It
No,
was
I'm
bottom.
just
over
saying,
already.
if he
No,
hit the
bro.
rock bottom on Dunn, wait, just hit me out. If he
Don.
hit the
And
rock
Don was
Was the
bottom
even
on
match
Dunn
saying,
already
yeah,
and
we don't
pinned
over,
would
it,
like
that's
for
Don?
a
cool,
breakup,
right?
Don.
bro.
Yeah.
Was
It's
the
It's over.
match
cool. We
It's
don't say
over?
fine.
nothing
We
about it.
told this
He
nigga.
pinned him
We
off a
told
rock
this nigga
bottom.
not to
But
interrupt. We
Dunn hit
told
him
this
with
Done.
a
nigga not to
finisher and we get
interrupt.
the win, and it's a
We're
draw.
done. We
No,
I don't get
won.
that,
no,
bro.
bro. You
I don't
always
get
love
that
doing some
shit.
bitch ass shit,
He
nigga. Stop.
won. I seen the man
Exactly.
say we won,
I
No,
and
didn't
no,
win,
nah.
bro. I didn't win,
Y'all
bro.
didn't win, bro.
Sorry.
You love doing some
I
whole
that
ass
tapped
shit
shit
him
was
when you
out.
want to say
unsanctioned, bro.
something,
Ain't no
bro.
rules in
I
that
tapped him
shit,
out.
No,
man.
bro.
I tapped him out,
No,
bro.
bro. You
I
love
tapped him out.
some whole ass shit. We been
Like
playing
what?
I
by
I
the
say,
rules.
tapped your man's
ask
out,
the
bro.
You love doing
UWA
bitch ass
universe
shit,
what they
Jack.
think about the match.
No,
But
Bro,
bro.
it's
You love
over.
doing
We
some
won.
bitch
It
ass
don't
shit.
matter what they think about the match.
Texas, I ain't
It
going
how you
out
doesn't
like
win and
matter.
that.
you
He
lost
said I
though?
ain't
How
going
did
out
you
like
win
that.
and your name
Alright,
didn't say you
Don.
won?
Because we
Don't even
tapped
do
him
that
out
one,
and he
Don.
broke it
Come on now,
up,
bro.
bro. Before he got
So
tapped
I
out.
wait. So if I get halfway through my next match and say I win, I get the W.
No, if
Man,
somebody break
nigga,
it
I
up
don't
when
even
you
give a
tap
fuck.
somebody
I
else.
don't give a fuck. Hey, don't even put no
Like that.
logic
I'm gonna wait for
bullshit.
somebody
We
to do that
won.
and just
Fuck that
run it
nigga.
and hit me.
No, hey,
Hey,
bro, we ain't got to argue with this nigga, bro. Don
I think it's
won.
already spent the
we're
Ain't
last
nothing
not.
we
5
can
minutes
do,
I'm just
bro.
arguing,
stirring
talking
you up,
about we ain't
Lou.
gotta
I'm just
argue about
grinding
it.
your gears. It ain't like you won the match, Lou. You come in for 10,
I want you. When I win, I want your ass.
He
When I
10
win, I want
fucking
your ass.
seconds.
was
You the
whooping
tag
y'all.
When I
team
win, I
partner
want
that they be
ass.
like,
He was whooping y'all, bro. He was whooping
When I
y'all.
went in and
How
whooped your
many?
ass.
How many teams left?
No, you
How
did,
many?
man.
What's the
No,
teams
you
left?
didn't.
It's
Yeah,
me, Leon, and them. I think.
that
Yeah.
double?
Yeah.
Weezy.
Yeah,
Hey, nah,
me
cause
and
fuck that, bro.
Quan.
Cause shit,
Weezy
actually,
was
me and
beating
Lee dog,
you.
cause Leon did some
Man,
fuck
okay,
shit
let's
in our
go.
match.
Man, I did
Uh-oh.
some
Damn,
So
Leon
so
fucked
everybody
your
did
ass
fuck
up.
shit in their match. Then is that what
Yeah,
I'm
bro.
hearing?
Yeah, how that match is
No,
fucked
we're in a
up.
match right now. We're doing a tag match
Bruh,
right now.
I did a
Look,
submission
teams
and
in that
Well,
bitch.
look, why don't we do
And
a
B
elimination
Dog was
Say
tag?
punching you to break the shit up, and the game ain't let it break it up.
Nigga,
He punched you twice. You should at least
what's
broke it.
going on?
You just kept going.
Man, four-way final match, man. Make them climb
Knowing
the
that
thing,
shit would have been a breakup.
From the final
Four-way ladder match. Let's do it.
from the final verdict, I think that me and Tech won, but
No,
to keep
no.
Let's go.
All right, run it back low.
but he said run it back low.
Four-way it. Make a four-way match.
But yeah, if it's four teams left,
alright.
we could just 4-way it and it could be over with. If
Four-way
it's
to
four
climb
teams
the
let's
left,
go
ladder.
four-way.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah,
I can't believe Don just did this bullshit. I can't believe this nigga Don just did
want a
this.
tag
I'm gonna
match
whip your
right now.
motherfucking ass, Lou, since you want to run your mouth.
Man, hey
Hey,
bro, stop that, bro. You did some more ass shit than you know.
now we can
Lou,
whoop
they
your
know
ass
we won,
again.
Lou.
Now we can whoop
I'm
your
tired
ass
of you
again and
doing
make
that
it
bitch
count,
ass
Hey,
shit,
dog.
hey,
dog.
hey, Lou, bro.
You
Lou,
always
bro.
doing bitch
They know
ass
we
shit.
won.
Referee
They know
don't
we
lie.
won,
Like
bro.
they say,
You
ball don't lie,
always,
refs don't lie.
man,
Fuck that.
fuck that
1, 2, 3.
referee.
That's how we do it.
You broke it
Man, you
up.
did some more ass shit.
Come on, bro. Like, what are you talking about,
It's
bro?
on
This nigga
screen, man.
Don,
You
this nigga
seen this
Don
shit.
did
Listen, when
some
you
more.
Lou
when you
sitting on
broke
the
it
roof
up,
like that shit
no, listen. Let me
sweet.
talk real quick. Let me
3.
talk real quick.
You done.
Let me talk real quick. When
This
you broke it
person
up,
off ass nigga.
Don said, nah, man, we don't got no more breakups, man. We don't got no more breakups.
I ain't know
Exactly.
that though. I didn't know that.
He was
Man, I
scared. He
told you
was.
that when
Hey,
you got
hey,
him.
hey! You're
I didn't
forgetting the
hear
best
that.
one. I'm
You been
sorry,
said that
Tech.
shit.
I'm
I
sorry,
didn't know,
Tech.
like,
bro.
come
He
on,
said,
bro.
"Sorry, Tech, we don't have no more.
All
We
I'm gonna
used
say
all
is this,
three."
man.
He said,
He
I'm
said
If
we don't
that,
got
sorry.
no more
even if
breakups,
that's the
man.
case, what you're saying, why you tried to rock
Because
bottom?
the match was over. That's why I just forced it. That's why I just forced it. It was over.
Oh,
It's over. I just forced it. It's over.
it
The match was
sounds
over.
like that. But did he not pin you in the ring?
The match was over before that
Why you ain't try
happened,
to
bro.
kick
It
out
doesn't
though?
It sounds
matter.
like you're trying to clarify some bullshit, some bitch
Lou, I
ass
don't
Exactly.
give
shit.
a fuck. I'm gonna see you
Exactly.
again. I
Man, I know
guarantee
you
you
know
don't win
fucking
shit. I'm
trash
in.
ass shit.
I
You
feel
did that
like
bitch
this.
ass
If I
shit.
don't win,
Yeah,
you ain't gonna win.
you did some bitch ass shit. That's all good.
Exactly. Like,
Make it a tornado tag so that tag team don't say
But
they ass,
none of
bro.
that. I don't care about none of that.
yeah, I'm
Tornado.
subbing him every single time I get a sub. I'm subbing him. No bullshit. Like he's
Yo,
getting
Yuli,
I
send
every.
me on
don't want no
Discord.
Like,
sub.
no
It don't need to be a sub. I'm gonna whoop Lou
I'm
ass.
subbing you every
Look,
time I can, bro. No bap. I'm subbing
Why?
you
What
every
did Lou
single time
do?
I can,
I mean,
bro.
not Lou. What did Tech
Not
do?
Lou.
Lou
What did Tech do?
coattailing. Lou coattailing off
Cause he
somebody
just want to
doing all
keep
the work
talking,
for him
bro.
like he him. With
He
Jacob
just want
Fatu. Come on, man.
he just want to keep talking, bro. I'm subbing him. No bullshit. He getting subbed. But yeah, bro, make the match, bro. Come on, bro. We
I'm
won.
trying to
So
figure
I
out
y'all,
hope it's a
if
hell in a
that
cell.
last team
I
done
hope it's
yet
a
or
hell
not.
in a cell.
Who
y'all
is
should
that
be
The
last
able to
last
team?
beat.
team is
Y'all
Studio.
should
Me and Quan.
But the last team is Sturdio and Sturdio, bro. On God.
Shut
He
the
said
hell up.
Sturdio and
Sturdio.
Sturdio.
On
What
God.
the fuck?
Handicap match.
Yuli, send me on Discord.
Ooh.
boo him.
All right.
What am I?
You might boo him.
What am?
I got you.
What? Hold on. What's the other team besides
Anybody
Give me a
us?
not,
second. Give me a second. I'm gonna stream it. Give me a
bro,
second.
put me in a handicap match, Don.
Against
Bro,
who?
it's
You want to
over.
fight? You want to
make the
fight
match,
Lou and
bro?
you want to fight Lou and Wood?
We
Oh,
won.
okay.
bro.
Then never mind. Don, make the match then, bro.
We won.
Bro,
We
Yeah,
nobody's
I'm
talking
just
to you.
joking
Leon, he's
around, bro.
talking
I'm
to me,
just
bro. He's
joking
gonna put
around,
me in a
bro.
handicap match.
Man, what? Studio, shut the hell up, bro.
We're not going in no
You
handicap
shut up.
match, bro. You can't
Bro,
beat
what are
us by
your
yourself. We
buns,
make
bro?
niggas
Man,
Bro, this is a
Studio,
new year, bro.
shut up,
What
you
up?
nincompoop.
What's the other teams though? I know
What up?
I know it's Leon
Balls
and
on you,
Leon
And
and
Quan.
Quan. Yeah, I know
bro. No,
y'all.
bro, it's me and Leon, bro. ZT, bro.
Oh wow.
CT like in the good old days.
I don't get my
Bro, this
disability.
nigga
Fuck
came in this bitch.
Sturdio.
This nigga Sturdio came in this bitch.
What
That's
this
my
fuck
B
me for?
dog.
Bro, no, bro. I just woke up. I just want to play the game, bro. I just woke up. Like I've been asleep for like
Hey,
8
gonna leave my
hours.
nigga B Dog alone, bro.
I feel you.
Not fuck
So
B
it's
dog.
so
I'm
it's
not
B
gonna lie.
Dog.
B-Dog
So
put
it's
on a good fight, bro.
B Dog lost. Never mind. B Dog team lost.
Who's
It's
Mutt
Quan.
Man,
boy?
we
It's
won,
Quan.
man. We fucking won. This nigga
y'all
didn't break
didn't.
this
That nigga up,
shit.
Yuli, fuck that nigga up, man.
This nigga
Bro,
didn't break this shit. I
who the
should
fuck is
have
Mutt
clipped that
boy?
shit and showed
Fixing
this
him up.
nigga done.
Yo.
Man, I
I'm
submitted
finna
you.
change my
Somewhere I would
profile
have seen
picture.
No,
you.
This
you
shit
did.
chop.
You're supposed to break it.
Hell no.
Yeah.
He's punching you
Well,
twice.
we
If the
won.
game don't break it, nigga,
Well,
you
we
gotta
won
break
anyway.
it.
Bro.
Then this nigga running around trying to stop the man from breaking it up. Y'all
No, I
weird as
was
fuck.
not.
But what the fuck was you doing?
Over intimidation. Okay.
Man, whatever, nigga.
Did I touch you,
Bro,
Lou? Be honest, did I touch you? Did I
that
touch
was some
you?
funny
Damn.
shit right there.
Oh,
Damn.
Some
shit.
funny shit.
Did I
Nah,
touch
that nigga
you?
ass was cooked. He
Back,
was fucking cooking. He know he was. I had your ass, boy.
You can't lie. I was cooking B-Dog some of
What
the
a
match. Come on now.
Why
Yeah,
did you try to hit me with that rock bottom?
That second time he got in, he got
Yeah, what?
Why did you try to hit me with that rock bottom?
Yeah,
Because I was like, okay,
she was fun.
I wouldn't even try to like pull it like that. I was like, okay, man.
Now you're trying to embarrass me, and it turned over. We won.
The match was over, bro.
Now you're trying to embarrass me.
Exactly what happened, though.
You're trying to embarrass me.
That's karma. Karma come around real quick, boy. That shit come around real quick.
The match was over already.
What are you trying to embarrass me?
You would have pinned that nigga or quit the match.
I mean, hurry up. Tag. No. Fuck that. Tag. Come here.
Bro. I don't want to hear it, bro. The match was over, bro. Fuck that.
But why did you rock bottom that nigga if it was over then?
He was trying to embarrass you.
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah.
When a nigga break a rule, what is it? It's automatic win for the team, right?
Nobody broke
I
the rule
didn't
but
break
you.
the fucking rule.
I broke my reason. I know how to do that shit, bro.
You was breaking the rules last year, pushing people. Ain't nobody say that.
Tag me.
I got you. I know he was on that type of time.
I don't. Hold on. Can we even make a match like that? Can we even make a match? I'm trying to see.
Man, I ain't playing.
Oh, was a 4-way tornado tag? Is that it? A tag team where all members can be in the team at once.
Yeah.
This nigga really a genius.
Let me see.
Nigga, how y'all finna do that? And it's another team. Make it a Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see something real quick. It's some. The slider works in there too. The slider works in there, which is fucking crazy. I'm trying to see. Let me see something real quick. I'm trying to see something. Give me 1 second.
What matches?
The tornado.
uh,
one.
right now we're playing against
Oh,
Denver.
no. I'm talking Don.
No, I'm just trying to see
I'm
how
not
this
just
matches.
ready to go.
Oh, so it do work. It do work. So four teams is in this. It can work.
The Hell in a Cell, huh?
Hold on, let me. No, that's the regular. Let me see about in the seal. Let me see about the seal.
Let's do it.
Let me see about the seal. Let me see if that works.
Nigga, I'm on yellow. How the fuck?
Man, I ain't trying to play.
Yeah,
no
we do
TL.
gotta make for them that team to be done though. We have to wait for them. That's the 4th team.
Oh, so it's gonna be the final. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be
How
the
many
final.
punches y'all got left?
On the seal, in the seal, you can only do 3 teams. But in the regular, you could do 4 though. In the regular, you could do 4.
Yo, we see his Beto giving here, bro.
Yeah, we got to do the regular one. And I think it's one fall for all this shit.
X and an A, bro.
But I'm leaving submission on, so.
Yeah, she got that shit on X and A.
Yeah, we see. I don't even think that Beto gets on, bro.
Can anybody answer this? Who is this man that's old buddy keeps sharing in his chat? Who is this crazy looking monster looking man? He done posted this man 2 times a day. The one what's his name? Rambo keep posting. Look at this shit.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, who is this? He done posted him twice.
It's from a video. It's a rock man. He look crazy, right?
Yeah, crazy as shit.
Guys in there fucking playing in circles. Get out of here, he said.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, you trying to be funny for posting that shit?
Tyler.
Man, look crazy as hell.
It was this old man on stage. Like he like
Yeah,
he killed somebody. Right?
yeah.
He look crazy shit. Nigga like a demon.
Yeah, for real. That's exactly what he looked like a fucking demon.
Oh, what the fuck? Come on, guys.
He looked like a coked out white man that's fucking doing rock and roll. Y'all niggas is scary.
Bro, I don't know, bro. He look crazy as shit, bro. I ain't know somebody else could open that damn wide. I don't know. That look scary as shit to me, bro.
He got big ass eyes. He got big as fucking eyes. This nigga got big ass eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
what's up, man? You gonna give my title match or what, nigga?
Nah, I'm gonna keep it true. I don't want to see him coming down no dark alley like that.
What's up, Dez?
I'm gonna be like, oh shit.
Oh, now you don't hit me.
What the fuck?
I'm finna start calling niggas dorks. Nigga, the 1v1 in the singles final tournament, nigga. Come on, get your ass in there.
I'm gonna get in there and I'm in a match.
When is my team?
Get out of there and
It's,
get over here.
It's after this, yeah, whoever them 2 win. What happened to Lou? Why you say what happened to him?
You a fucking loser. Did you win it? What's up, dork?
Shit, I made it farther than you. Losing ass nigga.
I do say this though. I do say this. If since your partner gone, me and Tech taking that spot.
Just
Thank
you. Got to look at the pussy. You ain't fucking
my partner, my partner left. And then talk about just because you got to look at the pussy. Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro.
My partner is still here, bro. Don't do that, bro.
No, he ain't.
Run, nigga, run.
Look at him trying to
run.
Tell him to join back.
This nigga use reason. Yo, you
this match is booming or is it over with?
No, they still going. I was waiting on that last team.
No way, bro.
That bitch
broke. John, why you delete that, bro?
Wow,
For some reason, it gave me just like a regular black prop.
Nice.
Hey, Don, not trying to let me get my teammate back in here. Yeah.
Man, Peculiar, you talking to a microwave?
I'm right here. Okay.
Oh, you back?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
They were trying to replace us, bro. They were trying to replace us. They
What
say
you
you
talking
work.
about?
That's the bitch ass shit they do.
What you talking about?
Don,
Yo.
y'all two gotta fight that tag match, bro.
Bro,
Or
we-
somebody.
Yeah, we
'cause
got
we're
you.
running
We
ours
got
back anyway. Ours broke, so y'all better just get out the way.
Yeah, y'all niggas just gotta get that shit done with.
it. Bro, we finished it.
I bet. No,
Nah,
run it
y'all-
back. Go ahead. Let's do it. Come on.
Y'all gotta do
Come on.
something, bro.
Don, make it.
we
Don,
won.
make it. Don, make it. Don, make it.
Bro, what you
Nah,
mean make it, bro?
Make it. Make it.
Damn.
Trying to join, but it won't. Somebody got to send me an invite.
No, he's making it right now. Don't worry.
Okay.
Why can it
All right,
just not be?
if we
me
do
and
that,
Flo
if we
just
do
coming
that,
back?
we starting the match over.
Okay, bet.
Yeah,
All right.
Let's
Make
do
the
it.
match, bro. Make the match, bro.
I will right now. Hold on.
Doing?
We starting over.
You don't got
Bet.
Rizzo, big dog.
Yeah, no, neither is Peculiar.
Them niggas knew they lost.
Hey, what
All
say
right,
he?
Lou.
What a one trying to get you back up in here?
Nobody
What a one trying to get you back up in here? He's trying to get a new partner.
Nigga, cause we having
Oh,
a fucking
yes.
show, nigga.
Yeah, that's
Talking
what
about
he.
some
Yeah,
somebody
that's what he's
else.
doing. Yeah. Tech, you could join in now.
Bro, I don't care.
I mean,
I know he was talking to you.
Okay,
I'm
bitch
here.
ass
Let's
nigga,
do
we
it.
don't care either. Go brush your teeth, nigga.
Nigga, shut the
Up.
fuck up.
Got
Why
that
you
hot ass
talking to
break
you?
in the
You wanna
mic.
get muted? You wanna get
Oh, and I'm
muted?
on
Bye.
time.
You talking about you want to get muted? Mute me, bitch ass nigga.
You say you want to get muted.
Like
Yeah,
what
he's
the
gone,
fuck?
bro. He's packed.
He's gone.
Rest of
He's
the
back.
rest
Go
of the
brush your
season.
teeth.
Rest of the season. I'll see you on
Let's do it.
26.
Tell that nigga go brush his
Fucking
teeth.
dude.
Damn, Tech, did you
Damn.
just join and leave? Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, I'm here, man.
All right.
Yo,
Cool.
Don, can you
Y'all
make the
can.
match,
Yeah,
bro?
yeah, y'all can join in now. You can join
He's
in.
back
Oh,
out.
peculiar, join, nigga.
I'm joining that match, bro.
You joined that one?
Fuck up.
Why you wanted to start this match over, bro? Why don't you want to
Shut
just
up.
take?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm stepping. I'm stepping.
I ain't
Come
with it,
on.
man.
Where you at? Where you at, Lou?
I'm in the wrong one.
Where you at, Lou? After you did some whole
Now
ass
you
shit.
don't sound too
Now I'm
excited
not
now. You don't
talking to a
sound too
potato.
happy now.
So
The
is
reason
me
I
and
call it
Leon
no
playing the
game,
match?
Because you always do some bitch ass
Yeah,
shit and
yeah,
then
he's
and
telling
then
them.
it goes your
Lose,
way.
lose.
Regular wide prop.
Hey,
You
hey,
always
hey,
do
hey,
some bitch
hey,
ass
hey.
shit and it always go your way.
Yeah, that's what the fuck I like to hear.
There's always do some bitch ass shit and it goes your way.
Is me and Leon in the
That's all
match?
it is.
This Randy. This
Not,
I ain't
not
gonna
right now.
argue with you.
I
I'm gonna
think.
take it out with my fist on your face. Don't worry about
no bullshit.
feel
Hey,
you.
peculiar, take that Rizzo off. Hey,
Oh yeah, you right,
take that Rizzo off, bruh. We ain't doing that. Our niggas ain't got that shit, bud.
You
That
still
shit
don't have
still
that
on.
reason either, huh?
No,
That
we said
shit
we
still
starting over.
on.
We starting over.
in the match.
Yeah, he not starting over.
There we go.
Hey, Yuli, your shit still on, bruh. What you doing, gang? Take
They
that shit
take
off.
you in the
bruh.
ring
I was
first,
trying
huh?
to figure out how to take it up.
You said take you in the ring for.
got
I can
time to
tag him
talk to
in.
you.
I tag him
It
in.
was at the way at the end.
Hey, Combo, your shit off too, gang. What you doing?
Oh, whoop his
Oh,
ass.
hell
Whoop
no,
his
it's
ass.
not.
I'm gonna show Lou about playing with me. I'm gonna get the win right here.
All right,
Okay.
Con, we just gotta get rid of this and then.
Bro, I can't study your sorry ass.
Tag team matchup.
I got blocked by my partner.
Cohesion is
Tagging
put to the
in from
ultimate
jump. I
test.
look at him
In this
running
one, we
to
get
the
a
rope.
chance to see the
Boy,
Fiend,
you are.
Bray
cause-
Wyatt, and
Nah,
Diamond
cause I
Dallas
want
Page.
you.
Then the
You
opposing
a manager. You a manager.
Nah, nigga,
boy.
don't try to run and tag this nigga in.
That
That nigga ran fast. That nigga.
Tag me in. I got it done.
Okay.
What up? What up?
Hey, Rock. Tag him in, Rock. Tag me in, Rock. You didn't tag me in.
Get your fucking mind right. And I'm gonna whoop your motherfucking ass.
I'm not tagging shit.
Now take your partner in. Take your partner
I'm
in.
a dirty player. Say my first go round out here.
DDP with a hump handle applied. Giving a little love back to the people. What is Page looking
He's
for
trying
here?
to whip his ass. Whip his ass, goddamn.
Bro.
You better get your fat ass off the wall. Come here, Rod.
Dropping the elbow right on the knee.
I smell what the Rock is cooking.
Yo, shut up, bro.
Get your ass up off there.
truth, these superstars have done their homework.
Look at it. I don't give a fuck.
I like this pick, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Big punch finds its mark. Counters on top of counters, and these opponents are at an impasse.
Hey, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. That team is a
That's
nice
3.
team.
Alright, come on, man. You good, though, Gabe. You good, though.
Counting for down. Yo, what you counting for down?
No, we starting over. I'm doing it fair this time. It's 3. It's 3-0.
Oh, look at it. Don't have this time. Maybe you want to do it
Leon,
fast.
you see how they ran it
Fuck.
back?
Fuck up off of him. Let's go.
But it looks like he just dimmed some of the rock shine. Yeah, DDP just brought the fight to him.
Oh, you want to play a match, man. I'm chilling, man.
That surprises the Fiend.
So, yeah, there goes somebody who want to fight, nigga.
The battle of counters. No one's getting their full offense in.
Motherfucking ass down. What's wrong with you?
Oh, shut the fuck
Times
up.
his defense perfectly.
Look like you hurting right now, nigga. Look like you hurting right now,
What's he
nigga.
gonna do here?
No, shut up.
Dude, make me get out this
Don't be mad at me, man.
Make me
You
get
got,
out this
nah,
motherfucker.
fuck you,
got
'cause you.
Sister Abigail.
Make me come
Nah, Lou. It could have been Ross
Now, so you can do it.
No, come on. I ain't even see, bro. For real, I didn't even see him going over there. Like all jokes, I ain't seen. I didn't see him going over there. No, I was fighting my match. I didn't see him over there. For real.
Big dirty. Big dirty.
Yeah, I'll take you in that second take.
Dirty dunk. Bring your ass over here. You want to?
Come on. Come on. Let's get this done. Needed a gut. A chain of reversals here. Every motion getting
Come on, bro.
Yeah, you might want to
making it to a vertical
Look, this is
base.
betrayal. It's crazy, dude. Why would you do that?
It's comedy, It's comedy.
Yeah, that ain't what you want right there.
Your bitch ass got my name. Don't get scared.
Hey, before I have to knock your fucking
Don't get
top.
scared.
Julie, you gotta go break up
Yeah,
the
don't get
series.
scared.
Yeah,
Don't get scared.
Big time throw.
Yeah.
Bring your ass over here.
And that's the kind of offense that can send the Fiend back into the shadows. And that's the kind of offense that opened people's eyes to the rock.
Put your ass back over there, bitch.
Oh, that boy, you
Alright, you got your get back.
Please don't remind me,
Nah,
Cole.
he got you.
Oh, that's why I said I was surprised he was looking
Takedown.
down.
And now punches right. That was a vicious display. You can almost see the disdain in their eyes.
Done. Crazy world we live in,
Such
right?
a sucker ass shit.
Gets warded off.
Okay, come on in. Too.
I could not do that.
To the mat.
Let him break it. Break it. Break
Get
it.
down. Hey, get down. 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 Get down.
Rock
Get down.
six.
Use your reserve first if you need to. Use that first.
Looking
Oh,
in the sharpshooter. Will his opponent tap out?
This is a moment
What?
when you're desperate to find a counter.
Trying to find an escape, looking for anywhere to go.
You know
He
why
got
I'm
in there.
crashing,
Good
Luke? Because I'm
save.
kicking your motherfucking ass. Definitely. I'm a
I ain't even getting the ring yet, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Don, stop touching me, bro.
you tried it again. You tried it again.
God, what?
Rock bottom in
Hey,
this shit.
send it again.
Oh,
Yeah, he did try it again. He can't get it.
Oh, what are you talking about?
perfect.
I'm not in there, no, yeah.
Wooded just got rolled up. We won.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
Oh, good shit,
Yes, you
dog.
is. You still is in here. You still is in here. Me and Wooded in here. Me and Wooded in here though. Wooded just got rolled up.
Yeah, it's over
Shit
with.
don't mean nothing. Shit
Don,
Man,
right
whatever
now.
y'all can do,
Don,
huh?
right now.
That's the other.
Whatever y'all can do, huh?
It's over with, bro.
Damn, boy, y'all niggas something else, boy.
Yeah, Don, you seen that?
What I see?
Already Don look like he smoked Marlboro Strongs.
Hit Don with a rock
Look
bottom.
at it.
You did hit me. You tried to hit me with a rock bottom.
I just did, and you left the match. Come on now.
No, that
No, I
shit over
didn't.
with,
It said
man.
it said
We
DDP
won.
rolled your ass up, and then next thing you know
I
the match
didn't
was over.
win, bro.
Man,
I
so
told
this
him
shit
that we
used
was
to
good.
be-
Wow. Yeah, all right, bro.
All right, I'm done.
What time is it?
They got it.
Y'all was broke again. Ours broke.
Yeah.
Y'all's broke.
Just
Everybody's
make
broke.
one
I
big
think.
ass match. Make a four man.
No, because that's definitely
Yo,
gonna
I'm gonna put the teams in the wheel and when
We
in the
waiting
wheel.
in it fucking
Yeah,
way.
just one at the wheel. Those the last two. I'm ready to go to bed.
Should I take you off then, nigga? If you gotta go to bed, I'll take you off then, nigga.
No, I ain't
Hold
ready
on,
to go to
fam.
bed. I'm just ready to get the hell up off this damn testing shit.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll do something else, man. I'm
Yeah,
good with this, Don. You can give it to him if
I'm
they
going
need
to
it.
bed.
Okay, there you go. Y'all got it. We're giving y'all sportsmanship. Y'all want to move on?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Who fighting then? Low health 3 fans.
I'm going to the island. Fuck that. Fuck the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm done. Y'all have a good night, man.
I'm telling you that.
See, you should have just let us win.
Exactly, bro.
Who that? What that Lou? Come fight us then, nigga. Low health.
All right, bet. Yo, send it. Make the match, bro. What's up? We ain't
They
never
want to see that shit. They
We
wanted
ain't
to
never
see
done
us.
that.
They come to see us. They put y'all on the
Don-
match card. The fans said, "Fuck it," like
Bro, I
was
tapped
big
Don
music
out and
somebody.
I
That
tapped
fucked
you out.
up.
What you mean
You
you
know
got
what's
me
crazy?
out? I didn't I pin you?
Listen. Let me break it down. Look, so first match we did, right? It crashed soon as
We
I was trying to
won.
tap him out. No. It crashed soon as I was trying to tap him out.
No,
Then
it didn't.
second match, I was gonna tap Don out, and you gonna break it up. Like, yo, we won twice, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, we won the match twice. What the fuck?
Man,
Fuck out.
stop, bro. Stop.
Yo,
Twice.
Yuli, join out my name.
But the only match that actually counted was the one that the ref said we won.
I,
That's the one you said we lost.
when is it mine and Quan's
I
match?
lost, bro. Yeah, I did
I
lose.
think
That's the problem.
Lil
It's
Leon,
over with, man.
yeah, it's
That
Lil
shit went
Leon.
down
It's
as a
over
record
with,
books
bro.
as a dub in my shit.
Yeah,
What do you mean
it's
it's
over
over
with, bro. You might as well go ahead and call it a night, man. I think your partner gone too.
He's like all of the night.
Yeah, your partner gone.
The show over.
Partner.
Yeah, the show about to be over, bro. Well, hold on, we got one more match. It's what Lou and Combo and them. I think they gonna fight. I don't know. I'm
Man,
getting
what is
delirious.
that for?
I'm getting delirious for the finals, man. I'm getting tired.
Bro, what?
Yeah, what
about our match?
Did y'all win? Did y'all win?
fight
Did
with
y'all
Yeah,
rematch?
we beat. No,
No,
we
but did
didn't
y'all
rematch.
run it back though? Y'all didn't run it. Oh, y'all
Lou.
suckers. Y'all suckers.
Lou joined
I'm
us.
right downstairs real quick.
still beat
I'm
them,
gonna go
bro.
drink.
You should have played him again.
Yeah, you should have told me. I would have got a math fact.
That's what I heard him say it. I heard him
Yeah, we
say
got
it.
a match, bro.
He said, yeah, he said if y'all want to. He
Yeah,
said if
the
y'all want to
mic-
run it, yo. He said if y'all want to run it, yo. Go ahead.
Not putting on the microphone.
I think it's on low health though. I think it's on low health though.
I have no problem
on
with
low
y'all.
health.
Just let me know if
Yeah,
y'all
it's on
need
low
to,
health, yeah.
Tomorrow, whenever.
Wait, hold on. That's not fair. He got 3 fins?
Yeah.
No. One fan.
Oh, it's not that. Oh, okay.
I
Hey,
got
who
one.
I joined up off of? Wooda.
It's gonna be. You could do it on
Combo.
what
Always
is
talk
it
about
called?
that's not fair. Nigga, fight.
No, I'm just saying. He has no range. He's gonna,
Hey,
he's
I
gonna
can't
spray
join.
me,
I can't
and
join
then he's
off
gonna
of.
sub me.
I don't think it's
I
made
can't
up
join
yet.
off
Yo, Combo, can you
of.
invite him, bro?
Yeah,
Can
I
you
don't
invite
think
my
it's
teammate,
made
bro?
yet.
Please?
Nigga talk about some. That's not fair. He's just gonna beat me up then sub me.
No, he's
I
gonna,
don't
he's
got
gonna
Lou
spare
added.
me. He's gonna spare me and then sub me. As simple as that.
Nigga,
It's not that-
the fucking fin that you thinking of, the guillotine, that's a fucking finisher.
Exactly. He had 3.
I'm not a tap out nigga,
It's
bro.
not 3. It's 1. Who the fuck I get 3 from?
One, nigga, open your ears.
Okay. Yo, can you invite my teammate, bro, please?
Oh, nigga,
I'm checking off of this for today. This shit.
Yeah, I just whooped his ass right
Damn.
now, so I'll invite him real quick. Hold up.
I'll see y'all on draft day on this damn streaming. Yeah, I'm finna end it on my end, but they finna finish it over there for the last one on low health. Shit, man.
I just invited you.
Drained the hell out of me.